I saved title, right? Yes. Cool. I shouldn't have his name be. No, fuck, I'll leave it the same. What's up, Tommy? Starting a little early today because we're going on a show that I believe starts at 7. I was like, oh, cool, it'll be at 8. And then it's like, oh, wait, that's Eastern time. God damn it. Central. Fucking I start streaming. I'm good, hurry. Get back into streaming after ditching for 2 to 3 years. I don't know. I just wanted to see if I could do it. I was kind of like wanting to start a new habit that is, you know, doable with my work schedule. And Zerka said he was going to do a bunch of stuff. Like we would like do stuff. That sounds weird saying we'd do stuff together. We would like do stuff on stream together. So I figured I might as well start streaming anyways. And then you know, he gets banned. And dogs are crazy. In the Zerka clan. No, that's why I didn't do it because of Zerka. Oh, I don't have my other thing up. Katarina. Making sure I don't have any other weird tabs up. Yourself. But I don't have to completely flip around my usual UI setup, so we might just go without the chat. When we go on the show at 7. I keep saying that so I don't forget. I don't really know. I've seen his show before, but I don't remember the exact style because I've been on so many of these just throughout the years. God, my dogs are fighting like crazy outside. They've been at each other's throat. Literally. But let's do some easy learning. Well, about capybaras, which I think are...
Hold on, I made this joke already.
How you doing? Fantastic. I hope you have a good day. Hope you have a better week. I hope your month is full of successful days and a lot of great ventures. I hope you just come up, brother. You smell great. You smell great.
Oh, this is the guy on TikTok, I think.
Oh, the capybara. One of the most memeable animals to be added to Earth's roster. Almost entirely for their sheer positivity. And it's not like that.
Bruh. I feel like capybaras just like are waiting for you to fall asleep. They just seem like they hate you.
Fake positivity from animals like dolphins or performative activists on TikTok. Capybaras are legitimately unproblematic, almost too much for their own good. The thing is, they have no reason to be like this. In fact, they have every excuse to be the exact one.
It's the
But
resale.
first, let's talk about what this aquatic stress ball is. It's a rodent, and pretty much a plus-size guinea pig since that's their closest relative, even though they're like 60 times heavier. Also, guinea pigs are one of the few mammals that can get folded by deep water since they can't swim, which is something cappies know nothing about since half their personality stays in the water.
What are your thoughts on capybaras, though, Judah?
Just like their cousins the nutria, which is basically just a beaver you've never heard of, and the pacarata, who's probably most famous for getting abused with soap like a banned Old Spice ad. But out of all rodents, capybara are the heaviest and the ones closest to the weight class of a grown man. And considering how people feel about their cousins 100 times smaller, you would think the capybara would be the most hated oxygen sink on the planet.
Need to die.
But the only
Wow,
thing
body
the fact
shame.
that it's the complete opposite is the fact that this chunky chinchilla is so chill, since history shows they should really be the polar opposite. Usually when something's this unbothered, it's because they've never felt any kind of pressure from predators. It's why the quokkas on Rottnest Island have no fear of humans since they have no natural predators. Capybara, on the other hand, have more ops than a rapper with a RICO charge. These gigagerbils have to avoid being discharged from the population by the biggest big cat in North America.
Oh, never mind. It's not cheetah. I was like, it's
A
you.
discount store brand crocodile, and a paraplegic Jurassic understudy. Their childhood isn't any easier, because juveniles can get caught up with ocelots, a paralysis demon with wings, and technically pelicans don't count, but it's not for a lack of trying. And normally an animal that has to share an area code with this many threats to its way of life compensates by becoming a problem itself. For example, if zebras had a stripe for everything with the ability to bury them, they wouldn't have a single pixel of pale on them. And we all know those TV static stallions ride that excuse like they get tax breaks from it. It just makes more sense for a prey animal to be more willing to throw down. Predators get active to eat. Prey animals fight to live. But what doesn't make sense is a capybara doing the mannequin challenge 7 years late when there's a homicidal vice grip out looking for calories. It's kind of like honey badgers and capybaras are two ends of the nihilism spectrum. You got the four-legged assault Oreo who doesn't value anyone's life, not even its own, and then there's a hippo hamster who
I love the way he relates to them.
can't be physically bothered enough to care. And you would think this mentality would have gotten a cappy written out of the series of Life by Evolution. Or maybe they have the opposite of the kangaroo situation. The kangaroo situation is that kangaroos used to have to deal with some of the most cartoonishly absurd predators the world had ever seen. Stuff like a 23-foot Komodo dragon, or the marsupial lion Thylacleo. That prehistoric PTSD means that even though kangaroos today have to deal with zero apex
God, I can't believe kangaroos are real. They look so crazy.
land predators, they still act like they're in the trenches. So it's possible capybaras had few natural predators coming up, and now they're
Wait, are these just all gators? I've had dreams like this. I'm getting like PTSD.
color to all forms of conflict. Believe it or not, capybaras weren't always the brolic beavers we know them as. Their ancestors were actually small rodents that evolved from Africa about 80 million years ago. Being small was lit because 1, it's a whole lot easier to hide, and number 2, eventually you get so small that putting you on a plane isn't worth the energy it would take to catch you. And when their ancestors pulled up to South America 40 million years later, they showed up to an area with few natural predators and plenty of food in the forms of the grasses they like to eat. Scientists now say that it was the lack of predatory pressure that allowed this plus-size rabbit pig to grow to the size it is today. That, and apparently capybaras have a special form of insulin that's actually better at getting cells to divide and grow. In non-AP biology terms, because I never took that class, this meant that cappies were able to exceed their weight limits without also increasing their chances of getting clapped by cancer. But of course, nature always catches up, and it wasn't like the capybara was
Manatee!
tanky enough to disregard danger like manatees are. And in the messed up Uno reverse, becoming a literal Mighty Mouse meant the capybara was now much more attracted to predators than it would have been if it would have stayed the same size pre-bulk. So it's pretty much like cappies today have to pay for how good their ancestors had it. Like Gen Z. It's also possible that the capybara isn't as easygoing as memes wants you to think it is. They live in groups, and each group has a dominant alpha male who gets
Oh my god, these guys are huge.
most food and female validation, which can lead to a lot of infighting in the cappy clan. And no matter how hard the alpha male tries to flex, there's always going to be a few subordinates that get it in behind his back with his women. So even though the dominant alpha male lays more pipe than any single subordinate,
Oh, that's a pretty color.
a majority of the plumbing actually comes from the subordinates as a whole. The females also get a say in the matter too, mostly because if a female ain't feeling a certain male, she dubs him by nosediving into the nearest body of water, where she can hold her breath for up to 5 minutes. There's actually a lot of drama in the cabbie community if you pay attention long enough.
I thought they were unproblematic. What do you mean? I was lied to. Classic clickbait.
Definitely not like bonobos, who seem to have all social structure figured out, albeit for R-rated, definitely not safe for work reasons. That still doesn't explain why capybaras are so chill around animals not even in the same species. Like take Cheesecake, for example. Cheesecake was a
I think they just hope that they don't notice them if they don't move.
capybara who was rescued and sent to live in a refuge for neglected and abused animals. But since she was only a baby at the time, she spent a lot of time living with the sanctuary's founder alongside her many dogs. And in typical cappy fashion, Cheesecake became one of the dogs, eating, sleeping, playing, and pretty much doing everything else in between with them. Eventually, she would be promoted to the de facto foster mom for any abandoned puppies coming through the sanctuary. She would regularly adopt a family of abandoned puppies and raise them like her own blood. She would even discipline her pups if they ever got too out of line. Cheesecake was basically a Mother Teresa for Terriers and any other orphan pups. Those weren't the only animals she adopted in her time, but there's actually a really good reason why capybaras are the best rodents to leave your children with, and why they're the polar opposite of Chuck E. Cheese. Something about that cheddar feed never really sat right with me. Capybaras do this thing called alloparenting, where the adults take turns watching over the babies in a group in this kind of like revolving daycare system. They'll even go as far as nursing pups that aren't even theirs.
He just looks so fucking bored, dude. Look at his face. I feel like I take after a capybara a little bit with the way my face looks.
On the left, he going through some stuff none of us can comprehend right now. The benefit is that in a jungle full of EDP-sized threats to minors, this actually increases the cappy pup's chances at actually surviving long enough to celebrate their birthday. But it also means that Cheesecake wasn't just a stepmother, she was the mother that stepped up. Also, I just want to say that the same sanctuary would end up getting another capybara named Cobbler, and now Cheesecake and Cobbler are homies, and I feel like we should just take some time to appreciate that. Another thing to appreciate is that plenty of other animals like monkeys or painted dogs do the whole alloparenting thing, but cabbies are the only rodents that do it. Well, actually, technically not really. Turns out red squirrels will adopt orphans as long as they're somewhat closely enough related to them. But that's not the same as having a built-in nursery system in the group. So it seems that being naturally social, being as swole as they are, and having literal stepmother software in their system is what makes this He-Man hamster what it is. Capybaras got so much clout that even though they're truly native to South America, they have a pretty sizable fan base all over, but especially in Japan. Why Japan? Well, it all started in the Izu Shaboten Zoo in 1982. A worker was cleaning out an enclosure with hot water when he turned around and realized that all the capybara were huddled around a warm puddle that had formed. The worker said bet, or whatever the equivalent in Japanese would be. And ever since, the Izu Shaboten Zoo would create these traditional hot yuzu baths for the water-loving hippo hamsters to enjoy.
I always wondered the context of this.
Which is the entire backstory as to how this video exists. And because whatever capybara received they give back tenfold, these videos going viral single-handedly brought in thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of yen in revenue, all from people wanting to see them. Meaning it is scientifically proven, 100% non-refutable, that capybaras are good for the economy.
How dare you make them get up? What the fuck are you doing, dude?
If your country's currently in a recession, think to the last time you saw a capybara hot tub party. If you can't remember, then I think
this is the original hot tub stream.
Found your problem. We don't need stimulus checks, we need more happy cabbies per capita. That's why there are entire websites dedicated to finding the closest capybara in your area. So if I ever post a picture of me and a capybara with no context, this is the context. Capybaras are such an unlimited serotonin hack that naturally people are gonna ask if they're good pets. And my answer is, yeah, they'd probably be good pets. Question is, would you be a good owner? Here's why you probably wouldn't.
Italian or Dutch? I'd pick one that the letters are similar. I mean, if you want like practical use, I would probably pick Spanish.
One is that they poop. A lot. They kind of have the panda problem where they eat things that don't give them a whole lot back, so to compensate they eat a whole lot more of it. Which means they seem to drop deuces at will. You might not get to notice just how much because capybara also take part in coprophagia, which in NICE 2023 YouTube guidelines terms means to eat food twice to get all the nutrients out of it. And if you can handle watching this infinite food glitch in action, there's the fact that you have to feed them in the first place. Remember, we're talking about a gerbil that can weigh as much as you. But you're not just feeding one cappy. Since they're social animals that don't do well alone, you'd have to adopt a buddy for him or even another one after that. Cause two's company, but three's a party. And no self-respecting cappy would hop out at the after party with an entourage of one. All jokes aside, that same logic is why Switzerland considers a guinea pig a victim of abuse if it has to live alone. It's really not that different for a guinea pig. Guinea pig. I should have used that from the beginning. There's also the fact that since half their life involves water, you're gonna have to have 24
I love his tiny little like lav mic.
Hour access to anything
the way he holds it.
Can at least wade in. And before you say bathtub, just remember that most of their backdoor business happens while they're in the water, so you might want to rethink that. But the best reason why you might want to hold off on adopting a walking coconut.
Tapir?
It's still a wild animal, don't let the memes get it twisted. Despite all the hype, they're still very much capable of inflicting violence when they want to, or when they feel like they need to. And I'ma just say it, it's real cute until you get it mad and you realize you now have a 150-pound rodent with an overbite coming at you. In fact, in 2005, a capybara in a Japanese zoo murked a spider monkey that was standing in its pool by grabbing it by the neck. So if you're considering adopting a biting, pooping, eating machine, you might be better off just having kids, because only one of them can give you tax credits. Or you can just move to Tigre, Argentina, because the South American city has been taken over. And when I say taken over, I mean that in the most passive way possible. With fires and an unusually cold winter killing their food supply, the Cappy clan seemed to spawn en masse inside the Argentinian gated community.
They're just rolling,
they quite literally pulled up. The upside? Free lawn control. The downside is these deer rabbits marrying the problems of the two animals in one package. They destroy gardens and leave behind Hershey kisses, while also becoming a danger to everyone.
Wow, they don't give a fuck. What the hell?
There have also been reports of capybara running fades with pet dogs, although to be fair, the dogs probably started it. But there is another bright side if you want to look at it that way. The biggest threat to a capybara isn't a jaguar or a caiman. It's actually humans who have historically hunted them for their meat and for their hide to turn into leather. We're their biggest op by far, and if they decide to take back what's theirs, I'm not going to be mad at it. And the fact that they're doing it to a gated, rich community,
it's very funny.
There's a moral in there somewhere. But that's going to do it for this video. For more consistent uploads, be sure to check out my TikTok and...
Oh, we have those. They break incredibly easily. So we don't have that much time before the thing starts. I don't really know how, like, prepped that we're supposed to be. I wrote a whole doc. I don't know how much I want to spoil it, but I feel like I'm not going to be able to, like, read it because I just get nervous. But hopefully the research I did making this doc is good enough for me to at least remember it. It seems like there's a decent amount of people that'll be on the panel, so I don't really know how much, like, talk time I'm going to get. I think you said they're like 2 hours. So I should probably not have that disabled. Hide it from your... Oh. Forgot we have to do... You know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna turn off the monitor. Can't see it. Guess I fucked this up. I'm really close to you. A little bit too early to go in, so I'll just leave that open in this other page that is not showing online. Or on stream. Oh wait, but then it's gonna- FUCK! I hate the stupid thing when I want to do like half- I'll just manually do it. Thanks a lot, Windows, you piece of shit. Like, I want to be able to do like the snap, but I don't know how to do it without having it show all of my other windows and tabs I have open. Okay, it should be fine. I see. Sound dangerous. Yeah, they're dense fuckers, dude. What was that other message? Announcement? Whatever, it's fine.
And Instagram, I try to post daily on both.
There a more recent one? There one on Cheetos? He has to have one on Cheetos. Cheeto. That's not a cheetah. Oh, he doesn't have one on Cheetos. Maybe Cheetos will be in this one. This looks incredibly dangerous. I don't care what they say.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
There is zoo near us.
Sometimes all it takes is one picture going viral to completely shatter everything we thought we knew about the world. This is one of those pictures.
Dude, there's an aquarium here, but it's like literally in like a, like think of like a strip mall and like the main like Sears or something. Like it's literally in like a Sears place. I've never been there, but it just does not look like what I would imagine an aquarium would look like.
So the story goes, a mother tiger in California tragically lost her cubs to premature labor, and the loss left her so depressed that she would barely move and wouldn't eat at all. Worried for her well-being, zookeepers took 5 baby pigs, wrapped
Let's be real, they were hoping that they would eat it.
them in tiger skin, and like only a true mother would, the tiger adopted them all. She would nurse them, eat and sleep with them, and refuse to let them out of her sight. It was your typical Disney feel-good story that warmed the hearts of anyone who saw it. Now, here's where you have a choice. I can let you keep believing that story and just leave you with the happy ending. In which case, you should probably click off this video, drink water, hug your mother, all that good stuff. We'll
I'll fucking do it.
see you in the next one. For the rest of y'all going red pill, just remember, you chose this. So this picture is 100% real. No Photoshop, no filter. This happened. The story I just told you behind it was completely made up. First of all, this wasn't even taken in California. It was 8,000 miles away in one of the biggest tiger hubs in the world, the Sriracha Zoo in Pattaya, Thailand. This isn't a wholesome story about a tiger taking the role of swine surrogate. It's actually one of the most unhinged experiments you've never heard of. You see, this zoo wanted to know if they could successfully rewire the nature of a tiger, and they did that by having one be raised by a pig. Yeah, they basically decided to play God with a giga-sized Garfield. I mean, this was back in 2004,
choice.
but it was also 11 years after Jurassic Park. Someone should have known better. So the Sriracha Zoo had a mother pig raise a litter of tiger cubs. The tiger in the viral picture was 2-year-old Saimai, and she was actually brought up and nursed by a pig until she was 4 months old. The whole point was to see if being raised by a pork product could make an apex predator less of a life risk and more docile. And from the pictures and videos, it would seem like it worked. Until it didn't. It would take years, but eventually several claims would come out. You know, claims of animal mistreatment.
Oh. Okay.
Exploitation.
You're usually pretty good, so.
Basically, it ended up being one of those places guys would go to take a
No!
selfie with a tiger to put on Tinder. And I genuinely hope that was the only cat any of y'all ever saw. The zoo also had a bunch of hands-on stuff you could do with tigers, which is probably the biggest red flag a zoo can have.
Yep.
The same striped delete button that can solo a walking bicep also sits still for a stranger's selfie. Start looking left, cause ain't right. So to make a long story short, if Tiger King would have came out in 2004,
Yeah,
Joe
some Tiger
Exotic would have
King
been
shit.
Bangkocking in Thailand. There was even an incident where 23 tigers flatlined a bird flu after being fed raw contaminated chicken. And then there's also the fact that one of the zoo owners, Samay Tamsiripong, was charged with breeding tigers without a license. It took a worldwide pandemic to do it, but eventually the zoo closed its doors July 13th, 2021. But whatever happened to Saimai and her foster pigs? Well, 16 years after this picture was taken, another video would go viral. Only this time, it was a now 19-year-old Saimai pouncing on one of the piglets, and not in a cute playing type of way. The only thing stopping Wilbur from becoming the end of Charlotte's Web was a zookeeper distracting the tiger before a bunch of small children found out where bacon comes from. That video wasn't exactly the nail in the coffin, it was more like the shovel that started the digging. What that video also proved is that you can't change nature, no matter how many sequels this franchise gets. Like take this video for example, where this polar bear went viral for seemingly petting a husky in Canada. The biggest meat eater in the world on legs, and even he can't help himself. Adorable, right? The part that didn't go viral was immediately after when a
Oh! Wait, that looks bad. Hold on. Read the ethics of organ donoring while I'm checking this.
was chained up and couldn't even run. Hey, remember, you chose the red pill. The point is, there are rules in nature, and every time we cosplay as creator and break them means one less dog, one
Oh, this is a different story at least, okay.
wide in 2002 for violating the #1 rule of being a lion. The lioness was seen with a young, as in not older than a week old, oryx calf. She didn't turn the calf into calories, instead she acted as his bodyguard, following it around everywhere and even defending it from other animals attempting to meal prep it. The lioness had adopted something that any other day would have just been protein, and this time humans had nothing to do with it. Tourists would flock in from all over to witness this disrespect to the natural order, and even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still didn't believe it.
That would kind of be like a meta game to some extent if like other whatever type of animals would try and come take care of it, like adopt it, and then she'd just like murder them and then they'd just eat that. Yeah, we're going on the panel at 7, so it'll be in 15 minutes, so I gotta not lose track of time.
Kamunyak only confused Rangers the more they watched her. At one point, she squared up with a group of cheetahs for looking at the oryx calf the wrong way. She would literally starve herself for the calf's sake. She couldn't go out and hunt for herself since the little oryx calf would just wander around aimlessly instead of staying hidden in one place the way an actual lion cub would.
No,
so for the more than 2 weeks these two were together, she just didn't eat. I can only imagine what the other lions thought. This was basically like a man walking into an orphanage and then leaving with a Big Mac.
I don't know if they're actually going to show cheetahs. It just said cats, but it came up when I said cheetahs. It looks like it's just lions and tigers. I figured if they were going to be in one video, it would be this one. I mean, I looked up Cheetah on his, like, because I know I've seen, like, Cheetah clips from him. Cheeto. I can leave you with, XQC reacting to animals.
What the fuck is that? What's that? What's that thing? Is that a dog?
Ooh.
Is that a dog?
Oh, there we go.
What is that? A buffalo's?
Number 5.
Godzilla.
Phil the gorilla.
Cheeto.
Makes me laugh every time.
Is that a chicken? What the fuck is this?
Cheeto. You ever stream Cheetah? I gotta make that your sub sound or your follow sound or something.
Dude. At first, I thought it was like a llama. I don't know the bit. Is that a turtle? It's a llama! Oh, dude. Aren't those like little prairie dogs? Oh, chill chipmunk. Oh no! Oh, baby wolf, dude. Oh, it's like a small otter, dude. Oh,
Otter?
dude. It's like a small lobster. I mean, fucking beaver. It looks like a small bread. Crocodiles.
Cheeto. Let's say XQC. Carrot! Does Hassan say that he talks Papela?
Rare wood sounds fun.
A rare wood, 13 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring. Let's give this one a try.
A carrot! Rare wood sounds fun.
Carrot! I want to make sure my dogs don't get murdered. The H3 podcast.
Love was super jealous that you guys got to meet XQC.
Yeah.
The King Juicer.
I want to meet my juicer.
One day, love. One day.
I'm gonna bring you love
after this.
I'm gonna fucking sponsor you and bring you out here. You're gonna end up like stalking him or something crazy.
No.
Breaking into his house with a fucking blender. Here to make juice.
A carrot!
He's a carrot. When we were saying bye to Amaranth, he like dabbed me up on the way out. He said like, "Yo, I hope that wasn't awkward." You know, just messing around on stream. I'm like, "No, you good."
It doesn't seem like he's the type to hold a grudge.
Carrot!
XQC is never awkward.
Carrot.
I heard someone say, Why does he talking like he's doing an auction? He always talks like
like an auctioneer.
Let's give this one a try.
A carrot.
Okay, so I mean, there's a lot to unpack here.
Carrot.
Give this one.
Is he joking or serious?
He seems very
Very
serious.
fun, by the way.
Like, Love,
He's
you
serious.
know this guy better than anyone. Is he serious or kidding?
Yeah, it's probably serious. Yeah.
Rowboat waiting
That's the
room
beauty of it.
BC.
Does he not?
A carrot.
Why does he say carrot?
Carrot.
Rowboat waiting.
Hey, he has an accent just like me.
Right, that's fair.
Carrot.
That's awesome.
Carrot.
That I like that the alternate world of Harry Potter where they use carrots instead of wands.
10 minutes left. I'm in the VC. I edit my profile to say that I'm streaming. I don't know. I feel like I'm way too early. I need to pee though. I feel like I never figure out how to leave a Discord call. I don't know what's wrong with me. Deafen, unmute, turn camera on, share your screen, share to and then there's a disconnect on the top. Here, I'll wait. I feel weird being in there. I did some research today, which I didn't have a lot of time to do, but if you see all the stuff I was looking up. So hopefully I'll remember literally any of this. I wrote a bunch of notes, but we'll see if I remember them. I disconnect, yeah. They're like, finally, it's over! Friendly Flame achievement, let's go. I keep like wanting to play, but then I just like feel like I don't have time. Oh, I love this channel because every time that they post something, it's just like, this is why I don't care about like criticism. Not in general, but like when you're going on like a show like this, because it doesn't matter what you say. These like chicks are based as fuck and they're like blowing their ass out of the water, and then they still name it like really stupid shit if you're not like being a pick-me, you know? There's one about makeup I saw earlier. Makeup. Maybe it's one of the shorts? Oh, yeah. Oh wait, no. I said up. Makeup. Really? Did they take it down or something? This guy looks so lame. Also looks like he's permanently sunburned. Okay, I don't know how old their clips are. Yeah, they're like basically fresh and fit. Yeah, suburban fresh and fit basically. With like no drip, you just like it must be like it can't be that cold in the studio because these girls aren't wearing like an extreme amount of clothes, which means he's probably like boiling. That's probably why he's so red. He's like literally overheating because for the drip or whatever. I'm gonna turn the virtual camera on. I gotta mute. So I think how we have to do it is we're doing audio on Discord and video on this other program. I don't know why, but whatever. It's just what they use. So hopefully this won't be a shit show. Oh, this is the same program that they use. The other one did. Did they have a pop out? How did we do this last time? Huh. I thought there was like a pop out option last time. Guys, how do we do this? Just we had to full screen it, I guess. Okay, we're gonna turn off the monitor for a sec. We'll just full screen it. We probably won't have the chat showing because I feel like this is gonna be too annoying to set up. I mean, I'll be able to see it, but like, it won't be on screen. I don't have enough monitors for this. For everyone? I thought it posted that I was live. Or no? Yeah, it says... I mean, it posted. Is it not showing up for you? We're gonna keep it just full screen, I guess, for the time being. Going on a show, so we're getting ready to get that all set up, but they're using a program that's not Discord, that doesn't have like a pop-out option. So I just have to have it full screen. They specifically said not to show the link, even though I don't really think it matters that much, because it's the same program that the Crucible uses. I was so ready for this earlier today, and now I feel like I got distracted slightly, and now I don't feel like I'm ready at all. He will put up with me, yikes. It's probably going to be something that's totally fine. I should go in the waiting room. Bobo. Can I change my name? Those are not talking. Who made the meeting? I'm not sure. It's a panel, so it'll be a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people in the group thing. There's like 9 people in here. I don't know if all of them are going to be part of it. I'm not sure, but it will be on PrimeCayes. Cheetah, if you could put like a command for that. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Fuck. Just to link their channel. I don't know if I want to do shout outs all the time because I don't. I think those like might work differently. And it's this. I need to log in to send. God damn it! It's okay. It'll be okay. I'm trying to be more calm about this.
What's up?
Hey, I'm streaming on my end, by the way. So.
Yeah, I am too.
Don't be racist.
Don't be racist. Oh no.
Well,
or at least don't be racist and be racist in accordance with TOS, right?
It's a tall order for some people.
Racist, isn't being racist just a state of being?
Yeah, be racist against white people. You'll be okay.
True.
Like any self-respecting leftist.
Twitch is pretty fond of racism against the whites.
Yeah, that's why Hassan got banned for saying cracker.
Aren't you screaming right now?
I'm not calling anyone it. You can say the word cracker. Like, what, you can say you can't eat, like, crackers?
Twitch mods, I did not say it. Don't.
You can say
Technically speaking, you can say any racial slur to include the N-word, according to TOS, no matter what skin color you are. And so long as you're not specifically targeting a person with it, which is what the TOS is. Now, for cracker, they use that appropriately. For the N-word, they don't. They just ban people that don't have the right skin tone. But for cracker, they follow the TOS pretty clearly.
Well, there's just a lot of history behind that word. It's different. Okay.
Wow, I was just seriously talking about this with my boyfriend. This is like exact thing.
Do they want to say the N-word?
What?
Speaking of the N-word, I just saw a tweet.
Again, we're
a
two of
woman
us.
who was an interpreter, a white woman who was an interpreter at a rap concert.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, of course, you know, that word appears in many of the songs. Does she sign out that word or not?
Oh, no. I don't know.
I mean, okay, so if there's a difference between an A and a hard R, there has to be a difference between signing the word. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I would equate it to subtitles, and I think most subtitles will usually censor it. Like on YouTube, they will.
I think the consensus was in the thread was that her job, you know, her job is to be an interpreter for the band, and
just the messenger.
Right. Also, you kind of have to. You also have to think about the fact. You also have to think about the fact that, like, when you're signing or any form of interpretation, but signing as well, you're in like a stream of consciousness, right? Because like you're saying what they're saying right after it, and like whilst also trying to maintain your brain into hearing what they're currently saying. Now, obviously, with rap, you know the song, so you know the lyrics ahead of time. But even still, there's still a bit of like a stream of consciousness going there, where like it would be more difficult to self-censor in that instance, right?
I would what would you call that? Divert to the sign community, the signing community, because if there's a sign for it, I'm sure they've already had this conversation internally. So I'm sure.
I mean, I don't really care what the sign community has to say about it, but you know, fair enough.
Well, I mean, they go over the ethics of it. I'm sure.
Okay, sign community.
Yeah, I'm sure they've talked about it before. I'm sure, you know what I mean, which means they
it's a
probably
job.
had these discussions. Yeah.
Yeah, the signing community is one thing, but the interpretation community, right? If it's your job to interpret, whether it's to interpret by sign language or into like another spoken language, like there's surely that conversation's been had in terms of how accurately you have to render that translation.
I remember watching something from like the Daily Show like a while ago that was about like Trump and how they can translate the words that they say, and they usually just kind of like say it in a way that kind of gets the point across but isn't directly, you know, verbatim per se, because it doesn't, you know, translate directly. So maybe that's kind of like what
I think there was that question about the what was it that he said about like
the grab her by the pussy thing?
No, the countries, the shithole countries.
Oh yeah, it was around.
There was some conversation as to whether, you know, you could say that on cable news. Could you say it on network news? That sort of thing. I think they didn't say it on network news, but they did on like CNN and Fox and whatever. Well, Fox probably just ignored it.
I think that censoring of just random like curse words is kind of silly, to be honest. Or just your finger quotes, if you can tell.
Rules.
Yeah, puritanical rules, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. FCC rules do get ignored sometimes. They get broken in certain occasions. I think if it's late enough at night, they can handle it, or maybe they can say it, but there has to be bleeped. But the bleep can be so short that you can easily tell what's being said.
Right.
Like there's a lot of rules for that.
You ever watch the doc? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I find a lot of these conversations to be somewhat silly to me because it's just like, I just can't imagine people wanting the nanny state to like censor their television for them. Like, it's just dumb conservative hangups from the 1950s. And now, like, for like racial reasons, people are, on the left are like kind of taking up that arms. And I'm just like, dude, can you just not watch what your kids watch? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's
if
a tall order for some.
Although
I'm just saying, like don't let your kids watch TV at 2:00 in the morning randomly. Like, pay attention to what the fuck your kids are doing, and like get the government out of this. This is stupid.
I find myself wanting to show like clips from shows or news programs or whatever. This is the first year I've been doing this for 35 years. This is the first year I've had kids under the age of high school. So now I've got like middle school kids, and there's times when there's even elementary school kids in there. And there are things that I want to show because they're critical to what we're talking about, and I can't because I don't know what kind of language is going to pop up in the middle of the scene, like a scene from The Wire or something,
Yeah, they probably
Great
shouldn't show
TV show.
scenes from The Wire to elementary students.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're one of the few teachers in the world that understand that there are like appropriate and inappropriate things to show to kids.
It's such a good show, though. Like, don't we want them getting involved in good shows when they're young, so they know what's a good show and what's a bad show?
Hey, non-child having motherfucker. When you have kids, you can show them the fucking Wire when they're 7 years old. But like, until then, you know what I mean? Fuck off.
I do think that if you were to like have two control groups, like one group that watched The Wire as a kid, I agree. Like the violence is probably bad, but the writing is so good, they'd have more of an appreciation for art and culture. I think it'd be worth it.
It's Homeric, really. It's like epic.
I went to a Christian school, and one time they were showing a scene from like, what's the one? It's not Sophie's Choice. It's the other one. With like Liam Neeson.
It's got Liam Neeson's in it.
Yeah,
that's my boy Liam Neeson's.
It's about like World War II, and he's like trying to get many people out. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. The point is,
Schindler's List.
Yes, Schindler's List. Thank you. They were, I guess there's like a sex scene in there at some point, and they wanted to show
watching the origin story of George Soros. Got it.
Yeah, okay. And they wanted to show one particular part, and they were like scene skipping, and they had it up in front of like literally the entire school in like basically our church. We had to go to like church every Thursday or whatever for like an hour during school time, which was annoying. And they fucking like just switched directly into like the scene that is like immediately just titties out. It's just so funny because it was a Christian school in church.
Christian boomers don't know how to
use
technology.
that was a risky play. I don't know why they thought of that. That's such a bad idea.
Sign me up for things that don't surprise me at all.
Like there's some too that are inappropriate for entirely different reasons. Like there was a scene, maybe it was My Lift. I can't remember the name of the movie, but there was a scene where they're marching the Jews like off to the concentration camps. And one of the German girls, she's like maybe 5, is in the street waving at them saying, "Bye, Jews," over and over again. And it's one of those scenes that like is like, incredibly horrific. But at the same time, if you don't understand like the full import of what you're watching because you're too young or something like that, it will like it's comedic. It's
Isn't there like a Louis C.K. bit about that?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
I'm pretty sure there's a Louis C.K. bit. I might be wrong. Forgive me if I'm wrong about them and him just being overly dramatic about Jews. And it's like,
I do seem to remember something like that. And that's also like, it was hilarious. But if if you're just teaching that subject for the first time and you're trying to, show the import of what's happening. Yeah, for sure. That's he might have been talking about that movie when he was doing that bit. I can't remember, but yeah, it's one of those things where you really want to show it because it sort of contrasts how people can like be witnessing an event and not understanding the event that they're witnessing, which is one of the things I was trying to get across with a particular lesson I was teaching once. But I just couldn't show. I just felt like I could for sure I could show that to a high school class, but I couldn't show that to like younger kids.
Mm-hmm.
PrimeCayes is late to his own fucking panel. This is ridiculous.
That happens sometimes. Yeah,
He's having some issues. It happens.
Does he run a tight ship and time wise? I mean,
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
He does not.
No, he doesn't. And usually everybody else is late. That's kind of a role reversal here. He turns it on and then there's like 3 people. Maybe he's just like flipping the script.
Speak of the devil.
Debated.
Hello all. Can you hear me?
Yep.
That's good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been having like a whole list of technical issues like just this weekend.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And it just, yeah, not great. And I was hoping it wouldn't show up today, but it did. All right, so
what's up, Andrew?
Off we go. Can someone talk about anything while I get this set up?
Yeah. Hey, Prime, I wanted to ask you the same question I was asking the people on the panel. I just saw a thread.
Oh God.
About this was a video that was taken at a rap concert, and there was a white woman who was doing the interpreting, like, you know, sign language interpretation. And the question was, because the N-word came up in the song and she had to sign it because that was her job. And the question was that okay?
Oh, sign it as, okay.
Yeah, but
So a white
keep in mind
woman-
it's her job. Like, she's on stage, like, signing everything that's being said.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see an issue. I mean, if that's the
That's
job,
what I said.
then-
It was like it's a stream of consciousness. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to literally interpret to an audience, you know, and on top of that, like, you know, I don't know. I can't see these people being. I don't know.
funny.
Let me back up. It's just so ridiculous. It's so childish to be like mad about, like, to be offended about some sign language interpreter at a concert. I almost guarantee you weren't at. Like, the people that are mad are I'm sure at the concert there was like 1 or 2 mad people. Fuck them.
I want to
don't
ask her-
care.
I want to ask.
Somebody clipped like just that moment. Like, they weren't showing the whole concert.
Yeah.
They were just clipping that moment of her signing the N-word.
I want to see the
I
consistency
also
here.
want
real
to know:
quick.
is there a dedicated sign for that word, or did she just?
Well, I mean, it's a profession. I'm sure that they have already figured out these ethical questions at this point. We could look it up.
Well, I think that's an ethical question. What if it's not like sign language? What if it's like a different spoken language? If like you're translating a rap song for somebody and you're white, can you say, if they use whatever language and word they use, can you say it now at that point?
I think you would just say it in English. Like, that's one.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's a translation. You probably would just have to say it.
I don't. Is there? I mean, I don't know.
There's plenty of bad,
sure there's
horrible
other
terms
slurs.
for black people. In other, in fact, I just
True.
learned one the other day, which is fun. But yeah,
Can I hear
I
it?
don't know.
I'm looking for
I
new
guess-
material.
Oh, okay.
Is there okay? Here's another one. Was there an obligation for them to hire a black person to do that job? Like,
What?
was there something
No.
wrong with hiring a white girl to sign at a rap concert?
I feel like this is exactly how we got a fake sign language interpreter at the Nelson Mandela funeral.
Yeah.
All right, because people are like, "Oh
Yeah.
fuck, it's a Boer, it's a white fucking South African. Where can we find the black guy that can do this?" Someone's like, "I can do it," raising their hand with no
At the
ability to
funeral
do
for
it.
Mandela, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was amazing. That was an amazing moment in time. I always forget it, but when I'm reminded of it, it's like, oh yeah, that thing happened.
That was amazing.
We finally
I
figured
mean,
out why that happened.
why? Oh yeah. But he was
right. Just because
he,
you can't have
what?
you can't have a white guy, interpreting death to the Boers, without you can't have that.
Like if you saw like I remember like watching it like live at the time, and man, this guy was like emphatic on whatever he was doing. He was super emphatic with his motions. Right?
You got to admire the performance. Like that's the performance.
Yeah,
And then for a while,
he just kept going.
Then for a while, he insisted that he was just using a different kind of sign language. No one else was familiar with.
Gotta utilize VTubers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was wow. It was beautiful.
I'd love to do that.
Oh, just VTubers? Then it's just going to be Chud Logic fucking doing interpretations and translations.
Based.
Wait, so can I ask you guys a semi-related question? It's not related at all. It's just it involves black people. So the Scott Adams, the guy who made the Dilbert comic strips.
Yep.
There's some controversy with him because he's
canceled.
Yeah, he's canceled. Like he's been fired from or removed from a ton of publications. Because there was some like Rasmussen poll that came out where black people were asked. Well, it wasn't just black people, but the black people that responded to this poll. I think like almost half of them said it's either not okay to be white or that it's or they disagree with the statement it's okay to be white. Either it's not okay or they're not sure if it's okay, right? So he responded to this by saying, well, hey, if this is the case, then these people are racist, and if half of black people think this way, then maybe white people should just avoid black people entirely. And now, he's been like canceled, and
he said a lot more than that.
He said more than that.
That was like the gist of it, right?
That wasn't just the gist of it. No, don't do that.
Okay, hold on. What were the other things that I'm missing? Because I haven't watched the entire thing yet.
Yeah, he was like, well, black people are more violent, and you should avoid. That
he said black people are a hate group.
Oh yeah, black people are a hate group.
Not Dilbert, no.
Wait, hold on.
But if I actually really like Dilbert. I'm a big fan of Dilbert.
Are you still a big fan of Dilbert?
Echo, come on, you've done this before. Turn off your camera in Discord. Turn it on in StreamYards.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. And Doobie too. What the fuck?
Yeah,
but
1
second. Scott Adams, has made it kind of clear where he lands, like over a long time. It's a shame because I actually really like Dilbert. I like read a lot of that comic. Like I've gone on my way, gone to his website and just read
Oh wait, 1
through.
second. Prime, you're apparently muted on the stream.
Fuck.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Prime was agreeing with everything I said.
It's true. We all heard it.
He also said, so I don't think it makes any sense as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. That's a little bit much.
I was a bit disappointed in him for
Wait,
saying
what was the last
that.
thing? I didn't hear it.
He said, so I don't think it makes any sense as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. There's no longer a rational impulse. I'm going to back off being helpful to black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off.
That's
the only reason
to me,
to
that
do it.
sounds reasonable, actually.
And he didn't say this about the 24% of black people who answered this way. He said this about black people generally. That they're a hate group.
Well, the funny thing is that you cannot disagree with this, and at the same time be a proponent of like black identitarian politics, critical race theory, etc. Because it's the exact same logical conclusion, which is disparate outcomes that I don't like speak to the category as a whole. So if you think that what he said is terrible, then you have to be against critical race theory. You have to be against Black Lives Matter. You have to be against any form of like black liberation, etc., which is kind of telling that when you get the right-wing reactionary, if you will, to borrow a Marxian term, response, it's like, holy shit, that sounds so bad. But it's like, literally, that's what you tell white people all the time is. So like, how can you actually be against this if you are a proponent of any of those other things?
Yep.
Like,
And
I'm
also
against it because I'm against those identitarian politics, and I'm an individualist and a libertarian, and I'm an actual liberal. But like to the progressives and the socialists and the communists and the race Marxists and the critical theorists and all of those ilk on the left, how can you disagree with any of these things when it's just the same logic and rationale that you used in describing interactions with white people?
Yeah, so this is one of the rare times that Scott's correct, but also Prime, you never added me to
I'm
the
always
group,
right.
so I don't have the StreamYard.
Oh, I added the wrong. Oh, for fuck's sakes, dude.
Yeah, I have a new account, so if you guys want to be my friend, you need to add me on this account. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I was definitely hacked. Yeah, for sure.
Oh no!
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I can't
I
tell if
clicked,
that's a joke or not.
I clicked.
I gotta unfriend the other one maybe. So like, cause they both named the same thing.
I thought the new one was like a troll, but I thought I would accept it anyway. And
thank you.
Mm.
No, I
Well, did you send me one?
Who else are we waiting for? Oh yeah. Oh, he's probably gonna be a little bit late. That's probably what it is.
He's already a little bit late.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Well, I don't know. This whole stream's been fucked so far, so
Wait, so
this
Prime,
whole
you disagree
stream-
with what Scott said?
Thank you for
I
having
didn't
me
agree.
on.
I didn't agree with fucking anything that Scott said. I didn't even listen to it, but like I'm sure I don't agree.
Hey, Prime, have you noticed I don't look like a smudge
Hypocrisy,
anymore?
thy name is PrimeCayes.
All right, what, Aiko?
Have you noticed I don't look like a smudge anymore? Like my camera
Did you
actually
previously?
works.
I thought you looked fine before.
Oh,
I thought your
okay,
camera
all
quality
right.
was okay.
He prefers the smudge.
He prefers the smudge.
Yeah. Now you can see my pores.
We're gonna give our last guest a few more minutes, as is customary here.
Is
And
it Connor for real? I love
yeah, Connor's the best. I love him so much.
Connor's one of my. He's one of my favorite left wingers in Twitch politics. I love him.
Okay.
He's one of the, he's like fucking Sprout. He claims to be like right wing all the time, but he's actually just a lefty. Very sad.
Well, no, he's kind of the what I call modern conservatives. A lot of them I like to call them family values consequentialists. Like that's what he is, right? Like his moral system, his ethical system, everything is the same as a leftist, right? Same philosophy that undergirds what it is. But he just has different values than like cultural values than like a lot of left wing people have, right? And so he comes off having some like cultural right wing values, but the ones that he has are kind of like center right and like economically and government policy wise, he comes off very neolib. And so you see him kind of as like an enlightened centrist or maybe a right winger on certain topics. But ultimately, like his foundation is left wing.
You talk like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Oh, this guy?
Sound like Ben Shapiro?
in that he's correct on almost everything
Your
he says.
cadences or your the way you're making up random terms for people.
Massive fucking insult.
I think Ben Shapiro's a smart guy.
I like Ben Shapiro.
Ben
I don't know
Shapiro's
why
awful.
people hate him. He's amazing.
Why doesn't that
Shapiro's
surprise
a
me?
Zionist.
A
so he's
lawyer.
automatically bad.
He
You need a higher voice.
destroyed Piers Morgan. He destroyed.
That's
Piers
not hard.
Morgan.
Lots
Morgan's
of
an
people
idiot.
have destroyed Piers Morgan. He's
Okay, but he did it first.
moron.
He did it first.
Did you ever hear?
You know, Shapiro
He's
will
trailblazer.
occasionally concede when the right is off its rocker. Not usually, but occasionally.
Mute
got it.
yourself in StreamYards. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The
Go ahead,
voice of
Aiko.
doom.
Go ahead, Aiko.
I'm being extra boomer today.
We all are. It's all right.
Yeah, it has not.
We're
We've
gonna
not
see-
been
we're gonna
winning
see-
today.
We're gonna see banned Christian school titties here soon from iCal Rich as he accidentally
actually-
switches to the wrong
yeah.
screen.
I don't even have the correct mic set up
For
right
my
now. I
fourth
broke it.
grade curriculum.
Well, it's not broke. I just don't know how to get it to work. Actually.
Yeah. But I don't know.
So if black people hate white people, why shouldn't white people avoid them? Okay.
Well, no,
if black people
a
hate- do
portion
we?
of black people. That wasn't the survey.
No.
It was not the
Let's ignore that already, right? Like this well, we all know like this, like, is it okay to be white? Thing isn't about is it literally okay for a person to be white? It's like are white people
all know
allowed
that.
to exist? That isn't the question. We all fucking know that. I mean, like the ones who can do critical thinking here, the ones who can understand how that phrase has been used, no, that's not the way it's that what that means. And that being said, I'm not sure that everyone
does it
who
mean?
answered that question in that Rasmussen poll, like, was thinking it about it the way I do, but yeah, that's not.
But Prime,
It's
if
not.
you guys are teaching people that whiteness is like this fucking evil concept,
We aren't
why would
teaching whiteness is
you
evil.
do teach that? What? So why wouldn't they think it's not okay to be white? And further,
mean,
I'm curious
who's
as to whether
teaching
if we had a
whiteness is
poll,
okay?
you said this before that whiteness as a concept is like it's like bad, right? It's inherently
No,
Well,
exclusionary.
it's just the power.
Sorry. Well,
So if that's what you're teaching people,
no. That's two different things. Two different things. Okay, all right. So what I was talking about is like the white
Correct.
race.
I hate
right?
blackness.
Yeah,
Blackness as a
okay,
concept is fucking evil.
Yeah. Fine, that's cool, right? You're adorable, like having a temper tantrum. But like the whiteness in terms of like relating it to the. Of course you are. I know. I get it. Like white patriarchy, right? Like that is the problem. Like the whiteness in terms of like the power structure, not the individuals, right? So like what that represents, not like a skin color or the fact a person might have come from fucking England. Like those are different things. I hope you understand that.
Do you think there'd be like an issue if somebody said, "I'm fine with Jews. I just don't like Jewishness"? Like, there'd be like an issue with that?
right?
Yeah.
What is
it's like,
Jewishness?
if you don't like
hold on.
Judaism,
Yeah, no,
if it's Judaism,
people
then
do
yeah, I
legitimately
don't
say
have a
this.
problem with that.
I think people
There's
who,
plenty of people
if anybody says that, they're immediately sus on my
No,
or
not
further,
exactly
like,
that.
so we can be more.
But
We can
what
be more
they'll
specific, right?
say,
So if
I do want to.
oh god,
I do
what
want to
they'll say is that they're
PrimeCayes.
fine with
I do want to
Jewishness,
defend
but they're not
PrimeCayes
fine
just a
with
little bit.
like
do it,
things
Scott.
that the Israeli
Don't do it.
government does, and they try to make
No,
that
no.
distinction.
I'm not talking about Israel.
I really
Well,
do
they'll
want to
say they're
defend
not fine
PrimeCayes.
with Zionism or something.
I do really want to defend PrimeCayes a little bit, right? Because he is correct, right? In the it's okay to be white. Like I do think that plenty of people recognize that as like some form of dog whistle or a 4chan meme. It wouldn't be any different than if we pooled white people and said, do you agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter? And then all of a sudden we'd be like, look, we don't like white people. Like we shouldn't deal with white people because they can't even agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter, which is something they do constantly and nobody gets canceled for it. Even though, because the political power is within the left-wing perspective in terms of being authoritarian towards the existence of whites. Nevertheless, if you were to poll a bunch of white people and ask them, do they agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter? Plenty of them, myself included, would say, fuck the phrase Black Lives Matter. It doesn't mean that I think Black lives don't matter. I just don't like your race Marxism. Right.
They say all lives matter, though. They followed up immediately with all lives matter, as opposed
but it's a
to
poll,
here.
right? It's a poll. So like you don't get like an other response that then gets tracked in the data. It's just,
Okay,
do you agree with this phrase?
Okay, but the thing is that it doesn't make any sense because Black Lives Matter was never negating the fact that all other lives matter. They were saying that our lives matter too. Like, stop treating us like we're animals. Stop treating us like this. It was never about like, oh, nobody else matters but us. That's
But
just
neither is it's okay to be white.
Okay.
So the reason that meme came about is because there was this casual anti-white racism, which still exists, which is terrible. So they wanted to get the reaction from someone making a simple statement. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be a white person. And the overreaction to that phrase being put on in like colleges and whatnot is what built up the dog whistle, right? It's a fact they reacted.
It was a meme. It was a meme to say, I bet we can get the media to flip out and freak out about a simple statement that had no actual backing behind it, right? So there wasn't like a political philosophy behind it's okay to be white. It was literally just, I bet if we put up signs, they'll call it like hate speech. And then the media and the ADL and the SPLC all came out and said, look at this hate speech from Nazis saying it's okay to be white, even though it was designed to trigger them, proving that they are the crazy race Marxists that they are.
As these things usually go with these memes, right? Like, and I agree with what you said. Like, I don't disagree with anything you just said. But then
like
it became what they said it, like what they purported it to be, right? Like it became
really.
the way that. No, absolutely. I've seen it plenty of times. I've seen exactly how they use it in those fucking marches, right? In those neo-Nazi whatever the fuck marches, they've used that. Yeah, absolutely. It became that. So like
It's used by
I
white
hear you. I
people
hear you. The
who rightfully
origins was
believe they're
like
being discriminated against
like
from
a
white.
troll thing. You're definitely
Yeah,
right
I mean
there.
it's a
But
troll, right?
afterwards,
Like I think Nazis might use it as a troll. I think a lot of people use it
yeah,
as a troll, right? Like, you know, I think, but just like the left uses Black Lives Matter as a troll, it's a troll of a
sure,
fucking
whatever,
statement, right? Like
whatever.
it's not devoid of any like caring for black people, right? It's
Mm.
designed to be
Do
an
you know what
innocuous
trolling
statement
is? What do you
that you
mean?
can't that you
It's not a troll.
can't disagree with. It's a troll against right wingers that says
No.
accept our ideology. By the
The
way,
only
we have a
the
You know what
phrase that
trolling
makes
is?
you a
the
racist
only
if you
troll that
disagree
comes
with it.
out of that statement is from right wingers who think it's funny to be like, haha, BLM. Like that's the old. None of us left
That's true.
wingers are
Okay.
like, oh, we're getting one over on the right wingers. Like,
No, let's
give
be
me a
real.
break.
Come on. So if
It is.
if this were
You're
to
full of
happen,
shit, and
right?
you
No,
know it.
like Scott said, right? If the poll was, do you agree with the statement Black Lives Matter? And only half white people in the United States said yes, right? And a big portion of them said no outright. This would absolutely be framed as racist white America lashing back at black people.
Nina Turner would have a 27 fucking tweet thread and no one would be upset except for right wingers, and we'd all get laughed at for being upset about her tweet, right?
Okay,
But
you guys are giving these people like
come on.
charity that you wouldn't extend to the other side at all. The headline would be 20-something% white people say Black lives don't matter.
Yes, that would be the headline. Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with the poll a little bit, so I'm a little kind of confused with what we're talking about, to be honest.
It's
I'll
a
post it in
Rasmussen
chat for
book.
you
Yeah, I saw an article.
I saw one. I forget where it was, but there was one school that had a poll of like the poll was like, how wrong is it to like sexually assault somebody? And it was a scale of
72%.
1 to 10. And yeah. So they did like different kinds of like sexual assault, right? And so like people would say, okay, like penetrative is over here, like the
Wait,
9.
can I just clarify? Like when you say scale, because like the way you phrase it, it's sort of like a binary, and you're saying it's a scale of 1 to 10, as in like whatever 1 strongly disagree and 10 strongly agree that it's
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like how okay is this to like get like attitudes like if she says no, keep pursuing. Like that was one line.
I'm on the fence about that's a 5 on the fence. What?
Sure. Well, sure. What I'm saying is there was the poll that had all these questions.
Some things don't work in a Likert scale, but they'll intentionally use one section as reporting to make it seem worse.
Right. And so anybody who put at least a 1 on the 1 to 10 scale of how bad it was said like this percentage of people are somewhat okay with sexual assault because technically they didn't put a 0, which I thought was hilarious. So yeah, you can absolutely manipulate polls to say whatever you want them to say.
I mean, yeah, fair, but I would still, even if they use that tactic to sort of manipulate it, like I would still find that concerning, even if it's like whatever, somewhat okay. Obviously I don't know how the question was framed and how they go through.
I think the question was like how wrong is it? I think that's how it was phrased. Like how bad is it? And they had like different kinds.
The thing that's also important about a lot of these is like I remember there was this poll and it was like teaching history in class, and it was something like 60, Michigan State poll finds that like 60% of Republicans don't want to teach history in class. And I was like, that seems fucking weird, right? And so I go and I look at the poll, and there's a primer that they don't report that happens right before that question, which is talking about critical race theory as history. And so they prime you to say that critical race history is history, right? And then they ask you whether or not that should be taught in school. And then they separate it and report that like 60% of Republicans report that they don't want to teach history in school. But they primed them with a question before that seemed to insinuate that like history means critical race theory. And so it's like you can do all kinds of things, like slightly changing the question. One that's really interesting is we've seen like a drastic change in like the way that people respond to Gallup polls over time about like creationism and evolution. And like what's funny is that you see the number, it's doing a trend, which is less people believe in creationism, but you see the graph like spike from year to year, and it's slight variations of the question change like 10 to 20% of the respondents from year to year, because because like whether or not they add in an element of like whether it's mostly in humans or whether it's mostly in plants drastically changes whether or not people believe in evolution or creationism. And so I mean, like there's a lot of ways that you can get weird numbers from polls.
Scott,
All right,
what are you calling critical?
Let's move forward. So hopefully our final guest will be here soon. Hey everyone, this is the last stream of this month, and it's not been going great. We're trying our best. Thanks for being here, sticking with us. If you have, if not, well, we've got a great group of guys here. This is the every roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce all of our guests. If you've I don't know, for some reason like this stream. Maybe like watch me fumble around and trying to accomplish the basic things here. Then hit the follow button if you haven't done so before, and consider supporting this channel by subbing, because that's what supports us and allows this to happen. Like my ongoing humiliation today. So let's go with our
You're
friend.
doing fine.
We'll see. Like we've just gotten started. There's plenty of
Yeah,
room.
still time.
There's still time. Lactoid, our great friend Lactoid, is here. Thanks for stopping by. As always, one of our most reliable guests. Thanks for being here, bud.
Thank you so much, Prime. Thank you for having me on. Really excited to get into these. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, this next we have Scott. Our friend Scott is back with us, and harassing me as usual at the start of the panel. How are you, friend?
Harassment? I'm not harassing you. I'm just jibing amongst friends. All right. I want to say, so I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me everywhere, pretty much Fabian Liberty, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter. Though it's Liberty_Fabian, but if you search Fabian Liberty, you'll find me. Even though there is another account with like the same bio and image that has no tweets. That is the actual Fabian Liberty, but that one's not me. It's the one with all the tweets. I just want to say, yeah, I appreciate coming back. I love this. It's a great way to start the week. Debating in panels, get the blood flowing. It's you should always check out PrimeCayes Reverie on Monday. But the main reason that I like this show, it's certainly not PrimeCayes, right? Like, who the fuck could love this Marxian guy? As we've established, I'm just a little bit racist. So how could I like PrimeCayes? Well, the reason I like PrimeCayes Reverie is because these topics are always fucking dope. And I appreciate the work you put into topics. When everyone else is trying to talk about whatever the fucking drama is, or whatever the fucking
racist.
regular topic that everyone's talking about because somebody made a tweet, I'm sure there's going to be some panel later on today with the topic that Doobie brought up with Dilbert and things like that, because we got to talk about the hot thing to get the clicks and the views. I appreciate that we actually debate politics here. And so thank you.
Thank you. The kind words actually mean a lot. Thanks so much. We try our best here. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, usually Swiss pie. Corey. So I'm sure you'll be able to top whatever Scott said.
Actually, I'm just gonna plagiarize Scott. I echo pretty much a lot of the same sentiments that Scott just went through. Super grateful to be here. And yeah, this is something that I always look forward to start my week. And just like Scott said, in my mind, like the best topics that you clearly put a lot of effort into. And so yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. You can find me on twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. And on the topic of, like Scott said, of getting the blood flowing, I do workout streams. I cover science and news. You can also find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, always excited to be here and looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you. Let's go to Ginger, who we haven't had here in a little bit, but who's back here with us again. Her camera is the one we should be worried about, but like it's on point now. We can see her in full motion. So everything's great, and you're not blown out
anymore.
Yeah, you're not blown out either. Just your skin. Everything is going great.
You can see me.
So thank you for being here, Ginger.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me. I am Ginger Ramoth. You can find me at Ginger Ramoth on pretty much everything. Also, I do panels, I do cosplay, I do gaming. I have a new segment where we do every 2 weeks we do a group Among Us game for female streamers, where we just have a ball. So if that's interesting to you, just go ahead and follow.
What have you cosplayed recently?
The last cosplay I did was either Pikachu or the Joker.
Oh, okay.
The
I
classics.
was like, I was gonna in my head. I was saying over and over again, "Don't say Velma, don't say Velma."
Oh, it's been a minute since I've done a Velma.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like it. The sexy Velma thing that's happening. No, sorry. My my Velma is a very ordinary looking girl who's amazing and smart. I appreciate her for all her other amazing attributes.
She was
Put
always
that
wearing a
out there.
miniskirt, though.
My chatter just
No
reminded
one.
me that the last one I did was a Slytherin.
Yeah, like I don't know, like did that. I mean, but she wasn't. She clearly wasn't sexualized. She wasn't Daphne, right? Like she wasn't. I don't know. I guess Daphne wasn't super sexualized either. But still, I don't know. Like let's keep it. Let's keep it tight. Let's go to. Let's go to. I don't know. This is going great. Let's go.
Word choice, Prime. Word choice.
I leave it alone. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Nina? Or...
Nina, yes. It's spelled silly because I had to do that a while back in the day. But yeah, you can find me at Nina, Neina. It is pronounced Nina. Everyone, I feel like it doesn't seem that complicated, but everyone struggles with this, so don't feel bad. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. This is my first time on the show, so hello, everybody. Wanted to say a little shout out to Doobie. I have seen you in your interview you did with Vosh, because you run a political server, right? So it's an honor to meet you here. And hopefully I don't get clowned on too much because I am the leftist, I feel like, here, seeing your guys' opinions. But I'm mostly known for arguing in the John Zerka panel, or on the John Zerka podcast and in the Discord. So yeah, I'm excited to have somebody yell at me because I love yelling at people.
Only honor to meet Doobie. I think.
Yeah, I'll be the first to yell at you. Honor to meet Doobie. What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Oh, great Lord, who has interviewed Vosh. You have the scent of Vosh still upon you.
Honor to meet you, Doobie, with your frog avatar.
Oh, great.
Super honored.
Oh, great man with the horse semen that he uses to style his hair.
Yeah, I heard he likes horse
for being close to Vosh.
Yeah.
No, I thought you did really good managing the community.
Associated with Vosh.
Vosh smeared his musk on him.
I thought he did a good job getting a good group of people together. So I would just appreciate that.
No, you're fine. Okay. Well, no, I'll agree. I'll agree with that part. I'll agree with the second part. Nina, thank you for being here. Nina reached out to us. She braided us previously. Like another. Was that not you?
No.
No, it wasn't you. Okay, never mind. I don't know.
Wow, slandering my name already.
This is not going well. I'm struggling. But this is a person who DM'd me, and I was like, all right, come on.
We've talked before. I like how you pretended you didn't know who I was.
She knew Doobie comes on the panels. I gotta get.
All right. Okay. We're making our way through. We're making continuing the struggle session. Aiko, thanks for being around here.
Yeah, no problem. If I can hit the right buttons, I think I'll be okay. It'll roast the panel. Yeah. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, Joker, before he gets the green hair, naturally has red hair, at least like in most of the iterations that I'm familiar with. So it makes sense for Ginger to to be cosplaying Joker. I don't know if this was the before or the after version of Joker, but
It was it's Tim Burton's version of the Joker that I did.
Okay. Did you go with the green hair?
Yes, I did.
Yep. So I'm Mike Howrich. You can find me this way on Twitter. I can finally say, without Prime making fun of me, that well, maybe he will anyway, that I am finally trying to figure out. Well, I was trying to figure out OBS. He's got me going into Streamlabs. Apparently, OBS, is I'm too boomer for that. So he told me to go to Streamlabs.
Yeah, well, we're excited to see our friend finally jump into streaming, so we can all check him out as soon as he works out the technical difficulties, right? But we all have, apparently, so no worries there. But yeah, thanks so much, friend. And last, and as we've already just discussed, least, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie, thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm Doobie. Hi.
All right, I appreciate that. When Doobie gives me some sort of like emotional energy, he usually gives me nothing during his intro. So if this is the way to do it, then I'll take it. All right, so we'll just get started. Hopefully, our last individual will be joining us sometime soon. Topic 1: HR departments are beginning to use software algorithms to decide who to fire. HR software has been previously used to gather and interpret a large set of data points that could help with hiring employees and assigning them to projects. Now it appears that same software will be used for letting people go. Do you think there is anything wrong with this development? Is it problematic to reduce such an important decision to data points rather than an in-depth view of each employee? As of now, it seems that software is only assisting HR departments. But would your answer change if AI tools took over the job completely? What if the AI could be proven to make decisions that were more fair? So yeah, a little story I saw over the weekend and decided to share with you all. And it's a growing trend. The article that I shared of these guys talks about how like 300, well, 90% like the top 300 companies, like they'll be using software to decide who to let go. And I think it follows that at some point, someone's going to get the bright idea of just letting a computer do it completely, right? Like hands free, get rid of this for me. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that? We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Opening statement.
Yeah, so the opposition to this smells a little of the age-old complaints about self-serve gas stations and cars over horse wagons. I think ultimately, if companies want to automate certain positions, I have no problem with that at all. In fact, AI might actually make things even more fair, quote unquote, right? You would have, if you have bots deciding firings entirely off of objective metrics, well, then you don't have to worry about the human biases that we hear about so much. That's not going to be a factor here, at least not to the same extent. I do get some of the apprehension, but if you want to deal with a more human employer, I mean, you should know what you're getting yourself into if you're applying to Google, right? You probably shouldn't be applying to a large tech corporation. They're not particularly known for having very human employment policies anyway. So that's my opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go to Scott.
Yeah. So I'm going to disagree a little bit. Like, I agree with you that it is a labor saving device, right? And a labor saving device is always good for everyone because it, will allow us to fire HR people, have less people working in HR, which means that with less people working in HR, it means the products will be cheaper, the business can make more money. And because of this, the economy grows. As the economy grows, that means new jobs open up into the market for creative destruction. It's good for everyone. The problem, right, with this idea of like, oh, will an AI bot be more fair? There's a lot of problems with using AI. And the biggest one is that AI is not AGI, right? It doesn't have generalized intelligence. So whatever you program as an input, you're going to get as an output, right? And so whatever biases you have, you will program into the bot. And then there will be other things, unintended consequences and things that you miss. So I want to give an example. My mother used to work for the Social Security Administration, right? She handled cases as they came in. And she really struggled with that job, mostly because she cared about her job. Most of the people that did really well, got promoted, got praise, and things like that were individuals that would go through a large amount of caseload very quickly. Well, how do you go through a large amount of caseload in Social Security Administration? You deny people when they don't have enough paperwork. You tell them to fuck off and apply again, and you move on to the next case. Whereas my mother would find someone that was obviously mentally ill and had a lot of problems, but was too poor to get doctor's appointments. She would work with doctors. She would try and dig up documents. She would do everything she could to ensure that these people could get Social Security because they weren't able to work. And that took a lot of work, which meant her metrics were lower because she got less things done. So if an AI were to look at caseload and things like that, it might miss that if it's not programmed appropriately. You're also going to get disparate outcomes upon all kinds of measures that won't necessarily agree with people's sensibilities. If you want the most hardworking doctors, it's mostly going to be Asians and Indian Americans. And then that's going to be racist, even though that's just what you put into the system. So there's a human element that is going to be missing, and there's a problem that it's AGI, and there are things that aren't going to be captured. And the real controversy is when that occurs. Nevertheless, utilizing AI to go through massive amounts of data to get an accurate picture upon the metrics that you want to get an accurate picture of is a labor saving device that is both good for the company and good for everyone. If the company chooses to purely use AI to hire and fire people, I doubt it's going to be able to compete against companies that are smarter and use a combination of the two. And I doubt people that refuse this, like stupid fucking Luddites, and make people sift through paperwork are going to waste money on bloated HR departments that can't keep up with other companies.
I didn't. I'm assuming you called mine. I didn't hear that, or maybe something's off with me.
Corey, sorry, I
Okay.
muted. You know, I
That's okay.
muted myself.
So yeah, I think so. I guess I'm plagiarizing a little bit from Scott because I think he touched upon a topic that I will elaborate on more about, at least attempt to. So I'm certainly not an expert on AI, but as a scientist, I at least know something about data. And Scott touched upon it in terms of whatever AI that you implement. As far as I know, pretty much it needs some sort of data to be trained. And generally speaking, garbage in, garbage out. My real concern is actually taking a step back in terms of if an employer wants to use an AI to determine who to keep, who to retain or fire, they want to collect data. And I think this will, let's say, likely incentivize employee tracking software, which people hate, and they understandably hate. And there's not a lot of data, but all the data that I've seen emerging pretty much says that employee tracking software, nobody likes it, and it just leads to pretty much people trying to game the employee tracking software, leads to lower worker satisfaction, lower productivity, and so there's some sort of middle ground, but generally speaking, I err on the side of not using AI to make these decisions because I don't think we have, let's say, good ways to collect data, and also people, employees, or either people personally, they don't want to have their data collected. And I'm just going to add this in there. I'll use the somewhat on a tangential topic. This is sort of a personal crusade of mine. Let's say open concept offices. This is something that's been, I'd say, widely adopted under the guise of, it improves productivity, and it's great for collaboration. And we have data now, at least the data is pretty robust. Of all I've seen, that it leads to, again, lower worker satisfaction, lower productivity, and I would say just like these open concept. No one wants to work for your shitty open concept office, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. I like that extra dig they got there. All right, let's.
Sounds personal.
It is because it has bled into open concept labs, and I don't want to listen to your shitty music either while I'm working.
Fair enough. Okay, interesting. Let's go to Ginger.
Okay, so I honestly don't really have a hard opinion on the matter. I think it makes more sense to have an AI that fires people than it does to have an AI that hires people. Um, Firing is pretty mutual on like all ends. As far as why they get fired, they're not the productivity, their work ethic, things like that that get entered into the data. However, that's kind of impossible to do for somebody that's being hired. Um, I feel like there's a lot more to the process of hiring than there is to firing, um, and there's a lot more that is kind of based on gut instinct versus like data.
Thank you.
That's a quick response.
Mina.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on a few things that we've already said. I definitely agree with Scott, unfortunately, on that machine learning bias also does translate to, reflecting human bias. So it's not like we're looking at a pure thing. We're looking at AI, of course. I think we've all heard of the Microsoft bot that was turned into a Nazi, basically. It's not it's a perfect system by any means, and it does tend to translate into our personal biases. I mean, for examples going with the aspect of hiring versus firing, that I thought that was a really interesting thing to touch on was that when it comes to hiring practices, a lot more times AI is formed off of what they see. So if there's a lot of for example 27% of CEOs in the United States are women, So then most of the time, the AI is going to learn and be like, oh, well, CEOs are men then. And then they're only going to advertise those positions towards like men in that way. And obviously that doesn't really make sense because you're not getting the best person to the job just by that. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it is really a huge issue with discrimination when it comes to AI statistics because we cannot factor in things that you can't quantify. For example, people with disabilities. Like maybe the AI will think like, oh, well, it might cost more for wheelchair ramps, so let's just not hire anyone with wheelchairs. Or obviously mental disabilities are a lot more complicated, but the idea that AIs cannot quantify these things, I think, is always going to cause a really big issue in both hiring and firing, along with a lot of other issues that comes to AI, but I don't want to stick on my opening too long, so I'm going to go and pass it off.
Look at how these women are accomplishing what the men did in like a third of the time. Amazing. Let's go to
I gave them the framework. All right, they just had to agree with me.
Yeah, you see my notes, bitch.
I feel like you're just encouraging Doobie to give one of his like famously short intros like for every segment now.
Giga Chad.
Hi, I'm Doobie, and go to the next. Yeah. I just want to say that a lot of this has to do with the complexity of the AI, and my first and foremost my concern is actually with the employer more than with the worker, because I feel like if you're not making your firing decisions on the basis that will best help the company, then you're hurting all of the other workers that are working for that company as well. And that's my main concern. Like when you're looking at systems that are automated, let's take the very most simplistic one I can think of right now, which is when Elon Musk took over Twitter. One of the things he asked for was a list of the number of lines of codes that various different programmers used. And if the number of codes was too small for somebody, then they made it to the top of the firing list. Now, an AI would be more complicated than this, and would hopefully its complexity would like make more sense and would result in productivity. But this is an example of what Fabian was talking about in terms of automated systems not understanding context and then like really hurting the bottom line. It could be that the people who wrote fewer lines of code were writing code that was a lot more efficient and was able to get like things done. But that wasn't the basis upon which those people were being fired. I'm old enough to remember when computers first started entering the education space, and by using the web to aggregate like test answers and scores and things like that, we were able to grade a lot faster, but it didn't necessarily make it easier to grade. And I can go into it later as to why that was, but all of it had to do with the level of complexity that was involved in the automation. And then not just how complex it is, because things can be unnecessarily complex, but also how it's complex.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just from a person who's done coding, done IT, like you could just, I mean, if it's just the number of lines, then I can just like hit the return key, right, and break up the code to like be a ridiculous number of lines. It'll look like a fucking mess. It'll still work, but like I don't know if that's what you want.
Just like I said, you're going to game the system if we're tracking that.
Exactly, right? Great work, Elon. Let's go. Oh my, so stupid. Counterpoints is here. Our friend Connor. Shout out to my friend Connor. Looking good. I like the haircut, right? Looking smooth, right? Kind of like
okay?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. Glad to have you here, friend. Feel free to introduce yourself and then opening statement.
Yeah, so my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. It's mostly Warhammer 40K content, but I am, of course, running the Heated Hippie, which is a Friday night panel show. So obviously, I want to get folks over there. So if you want to see people yell at each other the same way that you see them yell at the Reverie Roundtable, come check us out on Friday nights between 9 p.m. and 11 EST. In reference to the topic, and then also I just want to say I'm very happy to be here. We're going to try to make this monthly, the last Monday of every month. I'm going to be here, and basically I'll be late just because I'm in the wage cage, but blah, blah, blah. In reference to the topic, I don't want to agree with everybody else about like all the nuances of the shit. So I guess I'm just gonna troll and I'm gonna say whatever gets these like fucking HR reps to fire themselves, I am down for. Whatever AI like exposes all the fucking administrators who think that they have important jobs, but realistically they just sit on ass all day and drink coffee and don't do shit. I hope the AI exposes that and gets all these people fucking shit canned. I hope that it's a self-eating monster where the people who are implementing the tool in order to take care of the, take out the wages who aren't carrying their weight. I hope the wages show that they are far and above carrying the fucking company, and then this tool just eats all the fucking administrators who are important, importing it in the first place in order to fuck over wages. So that's my sincere hope for HR-based HR. And then what I would cite as actual kind of serious backup for my perspective is the fact that if you look at like insurance, or if you look at the medical industry, or if you look at teachers or any of that kind of shit, the pay and all of that kind of shit has been going up and up and up. But like if you look at the growth in the field, it's oftentimes not the front end people who are actually doing the performance work, it's administrators. So if we can can unnecessary administrators, I would be super happy about that. And with that, I will shut the fuck up.
All right, thank you so much. And last, and actually, I'm really looking forward to this. Doobie being a boss, right? An employer, all right, part of the enemy. I'm really curious as what your thoughts are on all this.
Yeah, I think AI can be really useful for HR departments, especially. And I know that Corey earlier said he hates this, but if you're gonna have people working at home primarily, and since the pandemic, lots of people working at home, either full time or part time, or they do like 1 day in, 4 days out, or whatever the fuck it is, right? I think at some point, you're gonna need to make sure that these people are working, right? And you can do that in one of two ways, right? So you can track their output, right? You can track their productivity, make sure that they're filling out the reports they're supposed to, filling out the paperwork they're supposed to, sending the emails they're supposed to, etc. Or you track their mouse movements. So you track how many actions they're taking per minute or whatever the fuck while they're supposed to be there at their PC. And AI can gather all that information, then make determinations as to who's gaming the system, who's actually trying to be productive, who's actually doing the work, and who's just hanging out at home watching YouTube videos. And every so often they'll send out an email to make it look like they're busy, right? Which definitely happens. I've done it, right? I'm the employer and I do that shit all the time. Hey, I'm in a meeting. Actually, I'm just hanging out on Twitch, right? So
You
I do it.
This
I
is a
do it.
meeting.
I'm sure my producers do it. I'm sure my fucking secretaries do it. I know it happens, right? It shit happens. So um, at my level, right, which I'm not over 100 employees yet. I don't think it's reasonable to have it making decisions as to, like firing people, but giving suggestions, giving feedback for like performance, analyzing people's workflows, etc. That all makes total sense to me. Of course, you're going to need to deal with the bias, right? That could happen depending on how this thing is programmed. But at the level of like, if I had 100,000 employees, right, all over the fucking world, I can absolutely see it become the case that hey, actually it's way more efficient, way more productive to just have it suggest people for firing, right? And even carry out the firings if their metrics are bad enough, right? So if they're being totally unproductive, no work shown for the time that we're paying them, then yeah, those decisions make it on your own AI. Send out the fucking firing letter, whatever the fuck it is. But for people who aren't at that level, maybe give suggestions. Say, hey, this person looks like they might be at risk. You should talk to them, right? You should have a meeting, see what's going on. Maybe there's a life event happening, whatever the fuck it is. Right, so AI I don't think it's like as simple as saying, "Hey, this is all bad and we should just avoid it." I think there's definitely a use case here, and even for large companies like Google, I think it'd be reasonable for them to use these programs at that level, especially. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, well, I'm done, but give me a second.
I'm not sure if you mean like a second.
Yeah, I was done. I was
Yeah,
done
he
with
said
the
he was
opening,
done.
but I'm
Oh,
stepping
he's
in
done.
for like a
Okay,
minute.
okay,
I'll
go
be right
ahead.
back.
Everyone,
Still listening.
Opens the panel.
Here's one pushback I have against the people saying, look, the bias is going to be programmed into the AI. I understand that's a risk, but isn't that an easier risk to control for if you're, isn't monitoring maybe like the whole point of this is a labor saver, right? So you have to monitor fewer people. because the AI is going to do this. So isn't it easier to monitor the smaller group of people to try to control for bias as opposed to control for like with Google, especially, the article mentioned Google is doing this, or they deny it, but they're probably doing it. Is the question like for them with the amount of HR they would need, there'd be a lot more risk of bias.
Well, my company has like 100 people, and there's only like one HR person, and they do perfectly fine. There's have enough time
with
to spend with
100
everybody.
people, sure, but for like Google, or Meta.
I know Counterpoints is here, and so I know you've done some stuff in insurance, right? And so when we look at like car insurance companies, I think Counterpoints, we've talked about this a little bit before. Geico, for example, is like famous for being like this. Geico is famous like having programs track your mouse movement, like how many seconds it takes you to get from like one screen to the next screen, etc. And because of this, Geico is able to run a really, really tight ship, and it also stresses their employees the fuck out, right? But because they're able to, what they do is they burn people out. But the thing is that in this market, what ends up happening is there are some people that thrive really well under pressure, and they actually do great at Geico. The type of people that there are certain types of people that love that type of work environment where it's highly meritocratic and it's based off of like arbitrary fucking measurements from like computers. And like they do
fucking hate. Yeah.
And then there's some people that are like, fuck that, I will never work for Geico. And then there are some people that are like, look, I'll work for Geico for a couple of years to get it on my resume. And Geico, because they save so much money with this product, with the way that they do this, also gives out industry standard training. Like if you want to move to another insurance company, like having worked at Geico before and like not been fired and worked there for a couple years means that you're probably got way better training than somebody at Nationwide or anything like that. And like it looks really good on your resume because it says this person is a hard worker with a high output. And so like the thing is that like some companies will adopt this and other companies will not. And then there'll be varying degrees to which it's adopted. And it's a good thing that that's in the market. I don't give a fuck if certain companies adopt it and it works out poorly for them, then it proves that it was a bad idea for them.
Yeah, okay, so what you just said is exactly what I would kind of be hoping, where like fucking stupid ass middle managers and higher managers would be like looking at like click-through rate or how you switch to screens instead of like claims settled or customers dealt with or policies sold or something like that. Because that's actually so I work for a fucking megacorp. I hate it, but they're the best of the megacorps basically. And so there are different brands for different reasons. Some of them are tracking your clicks, and some of them are like take care of the people because that's our brand. So what I'm actually borderline hoping is that like the maniacal hyper manager people who miss the trees for the forest or the forest for the trees, I hope they focus on all the wrong things and destroy companies. Because basically like this like creative destruction or whatever would just like highlight the better things in the market anyways. At least that would be my hope. So I think
it makes the AI better, right? Like that's the other thing too.
It would be like the perfect tool to disrupt like absolute micromanagers.
Can I kind of piggyback off that as in, like an idea? Would you be because you obviously hate the idea of like micromanaging assholes that are like up top probably doing like 3 emails a day and like doing absolutely nothing else but then bitching at your productivity. Would you be open to the idea, or like could AI maybe be used if you're going to do it at your company, you have to be the first one to do it and you have to show everybody what they're going to see from you?
I would love that
because I think that's based as fuck.
Yeah, but you know for a fact that's not
exactly. So I think if they're gonna try and implement that, then maybe we should have to do that way.
But see that's like my funny thing is like I think what would happen. This is actually how it rolls in my head. Like during my training at Megacorp Incorporated, there was like this like really smart guy like out of Harvard or Yale. He was hanging out. Slumming it with the new hires and all that kind of stuff, trying to see like the next new idea that was going to come from the fucking schmoes in order to make the business more effective. And I gave him an idea and he was like, oh yeah, that's really cool. But what I realized through talking to this guy is like this guy basically his job, he was handed like 300 grand a year, probably going to be shit canned in 2 years, but he has to find a reason or find the ability to save the money more than his salary.
Right.
And if he doesn't find that, he's fucked. And so the fact that people like that exist at all is frustrating for me. But then if this is like the ultimate tool that screws over that class of people, I would love to have like creative disruption has like screwed over the proles so many times throughout history. I would love to have like creative destruction screw over the management class. I would, God, that gives me a mind boner.
It seems like you just want companies to fail, though.
That'd be a
You just
mind
hate your
blower.
No,
boss.
I don't want companies to fail.
Oh,
I want
okay.
I want micromanagers at the wrong companies to destroy their fucking companies, and then I want them to fail, and I want them as a class of people
Yeah,
to get
but
fucked over.
some
Well, then the
micromanaging
company
is
would
like
fail.
necessary though.
Sure,
Like
I agree.
so when you say micromanage, because I mentioned like tracking mouse movements and whatnot, right?
Mhm.
So with people like working at home more, you have lots of people who will do nothing most of the day, right? They go from like being productive employees to doing the bare minimum to skate by, without like raising any red flags. Or if they do raise a red flag, they do it like once a week, so it's not like a huge, right?
Mhm.
Or they'll take overtime, right, to finish the work they should have done during the day when they were hanging out playing YouTube and jerking off, right? So
Speak
I
for
feel like
yourself.
Is
like,
that is,
Is
is
that
that what
what
you're
you do?
like? Is that what the software is telling you?
So-
That's how you do the
You're-
mouse
you're-
movements.
Yeah. So
exactly, right?
for instance,
So I
it's
think
about the metrics you put in. Sorry, I'll let you finish, but I have like a direct
go for
response.
it.
Well,
No,
okay, so my direct response is, yeah, there's probably people who are like that. But if you have somebody who's like mouse movements are like every 3 seconds and they're frenetically clicking between shit and they're fucking, going from this app to that app to that app, and then they produce, let's talk about like claims adjusters for a second. And they settle 5 claims that day to the satisfaction of the customer and to the satisfaction of the company. And what is it? And like nobody's complaining on the customer side and nobody's complaining on the like the, I don't know, the fucking company side. And then you have somebody who's doing a third of the work, but like from mouse clicks and all that kind of shit. But they have the same output and less or the same amount of complaints and all that kind of shit. That wouldn't be a red flag for me to say, oh, hey, productive person who's as equally productive, I need you to move your mouse more during the day because the AI is tracking you. I would be asking that person, it's like, hey, you just did the same amount of shit for half the effort. How did you do that? And then figure
that's
out how to like ramp up efficiency. But that's going to be
no, that's
on the
you took
middle
the
managers
wrong
who are going to
lesson from that
decide
though.
what variables to track.
So you took the wrong lesson from that, right? So the lesson
I
that I
did
would have
not.
taken from that is the person from this hypothetical is that the person was clicking all over the place and working 24/7, but only pushing out the same amount of like productivity as the person who was like hanging out most of the day. That the person who's being really, who's like working harder probably doesn't really know how to use the system. Is probably struggling somewhere, so they're having
Yeah.
to work twice as hard at the same thing, right? So I'd reach
AI
out to
would
them
have
and be like,
told you that.
hey,
Yeah.
yeah, hey, it looks like you're spending this amount of time on this screen, or you're refreshing the page this much, or you're saving and then going back and making changes. Do you know how to do this, right? Is there like an issue here that you don't understand? Can we train you better? Like what is it, right? That's what I'd get from that, right? So you reduce the stress on that person, make sure they know how to use everything so that they don't have to go that busy to get the same amount of work done. Then you still go to the other guy who's hanging out most of the day and say, hey, what the fuck are you doing, right? Like what yeah, you're doing something, you're not breaking anything yet, but you're also not working most of the day that we're paying you. We're paying you to work 8 hours a day. You're working like 4, like so. You want to like start?
Of course.
I want to.
Sorry, you go first, and then I have a
Well,
rebuttal.
yeah, I'm gonna attempt to rebut as well. So, again, I'm gonna bring in my personal crusade against open office spaces. Like, there's a reason why. Okay, there's multiple reasons why people don't like open office spaces. One of them is like a lack of privacy, where people do want privacy. Like there's obviously a time and place for collaboration and interact with your coworkers. People generally don't want that sensation of someone breathing down your neck. And there's a reason why, again, all the emerging evidence that I've seen, employees don't like these employee tracking softwares. Where if like there's a way to implement employee tracking software, where it's like, yeah, there's some sort of compromise. But when you're like tracking mouse clicks, when you're tracking like how much you're tabbing between windows, but yeah, like you're breathing down the person's neck. And as far
No,
as I
that's
could
not
tell,
work.
nobody likes that. And there's a reason why.
No.
Also,
So
Because it makes it
but
harder for them
like
to slack off, actually.
so
But when we're tracking it, let me get just Scott. I'm sorry, just really quick. Let me give you an example.
good.
Because so I run an insurance.
You're breaking up, I
where,
think.
You're breaking
His
up.
workers are unplugging his
hello, hello?
cord.
Yeah,
hello,
right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
You're
we
not
hear
being
you
as
now.
productive. With
Okay.
this, registering.
So I run an insurance company,
faster.
right? Not like a carrier, but like a wholesaler, right? Um, and one of the things that we do is we have teams of underwriters who go through, and like they need to make changes on policies, right? And we're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars in coverage, and we're dealing with like endorsements that are extremely important. They need to make sure that these things are put on correctly. Put on the day that they're meant to be effective, sent out within a certain amount of time period between that date and the day that it was sent in, and between that date and the end of the policy, etc. It's extremely important that all this is like on the fucking dot, right? With new people coming in, and even with old people, right? Because there's some stuff that you don't deal with all the time, right? So like if you don't deal with like midterm cancellations a lot, and one shows up on your desk, and you don't actually know what you're doing, but you try to go through the process anyway. I've had situations where a person, like an underwriting assistant, will spend fucking 3 hours working on something that really takes 10 minutes because they don't know how to do it and they don't want to ask, right? So we say, oh, look at they're spending this much time on this page. This is what they're doing. Or they're making a change and they're refreshing, going back, removing the change, trying this other way, trying this other thing. It's tracking not just like the mouse movements, but the actions on the page, right? So it seems like this person doesn't actually know how to do this endorsement, and they're wasting a lot of time building up a backlog of other shit they got to do because they don't know how to do this thing and they're not reaching out for help, right? So all that means is, hey, I need to reach out to them like, hey, what's going on? Like, do you need help with this? You need training? Can I help you with it? Right? And then you do that, and then going forward, their job's easier. I don't need to worry about them wasting all this time burning away money, right? Because that's what they're doing when they're spending so much time on something like that. And we move forward, right? So it's not like we're breathing over we're breathing over their throats. Sorry, their necks to make sure that they know what they're doing it properly, and they're doing it as smoothly as possible, right? So they're not stressing out,
Talking like a
building a
boss.
backlog.
But yeah,
So Doobie, I think you point out and highlight the ways that AI can be utilized to gain knowledge quicker in a cheaper way, which is awesome, right? Like counterpoints, you brought up this idea of like, productivity versus time on screen, and you're kind of like going back and forth on that, which is cool. By the way, it's a simple problem that can be solved once people realize that it's a problem and then program it into the AI to look at the ratio of output versus the amount of time, et cetera. And you can come up with a new metric and you can find those people that are struggling. I think the topic though is dealing with the idea of a large corporation, right, that has 100,000 employees, that doesn't want to investigate and then fires 10,000 people based off of a very cold, AI program that may not be sophisticated, that doesn't reach a certain level of fairness. And I think people are upset by the idea that it's not fair that they were fired because some machine told them they were doing a bad job, even though they believe that they were doing a good job or might actually be doing a good job, but the machine just had the wrong inputs. And I do think that what I would say, right, about the actual topic here, right, is like that there are responsible ways to use AI, and then there are ways that are just stupid. But the thing is that it is a cost benefit analysis within the market. It is a good idea that companies fire 10,000 people for their company if it's going to cost them 10, 20, 100, 200 times in order to pay humans to investigate who should be fired and who shouldn't. It might actually be beneficial to both them, the market, and everybody involved. And then other smaller companies that are more human can handle those people that are better talents that might outcompete them in another way. And you find that balance between those because of honestly, because of Hayek's knowledge problem, because you can't centrally plan these things because there are millions and billions of interactions in the market, and that knowledge is played out in the market.
Okay. If anybody else wants to rebut, go ahead, but I have a rebuttal to that shit.
You know what, counterpoints to go, and then we'll go.
Yeah. So basically, like, I want our jobs to be eliminated. By the way, I find it shocking and frankly upsetting that we have like 3 pseudo professionals who probably make a decent amount of cash, and they're all fucking insurance industry. I want to fucking seppuku myself right now because I work in this goddamn industry. And by the way, it's because basically, if I Doobie, please don't judge me too harshly. But the way that I view this industry is basically it's a giant fucking money laundering scheme. where what they do is they get a bunch of motherfuckers to pool their resources together, invest it into the market. Of course, there are like, quality investors, but at the end of the day, it is the market. So it seems like there's a decent amount of gambling. And then if they get good returns, then the house wins and they get to make a shitload of money while paying out the minimum of claims. And then also, if they lose, they pass on the cost of the consumer anyways. So that's like where for me, the house always wins. It's like working at a fucking casino, which is part of the reason why they pay everybody so well. So it's actually disgusting. But just to get back to like make this in general, so it's not about my personal disgust for the insurance market. Basically, what I think would happen with the advent of AI is people like the untalented middle managers would focus on the wrong things and they would destroy their companies, whereas the talented people would focus on the right things. So I think Scott pointed out, I'll shut up in a second, I swear. Scott pointed out that like this is something that would self-correct, where dumb managers would fuck up and destroy their companies, and then smart managers would dial in the fucking variables. That way you're not destroying your companies. And I think that would be good for the market overall. Whereas I think a lot of the people who are avoiding AI, they're doing so out of a fear that they'll be the ones on the chopping block. Fuck me. This
Yeah, I
fucking
gotta
video game
say,
is hard and I keep getting my ass pounded.
yeah, I'm glad
That
to
was
get
a
your ass
great
pumped.
rebuttal where you.
I'd like to
agreed with
pound
me
your
on
ass after that bullshit.
I
Look,
appreciate that rebuttal.
I think people fell
And those are
upward
the
all the
rebuttals I
time.
love the most.
Look, Scott,
My butthole.
Connor.
Yeah.
Look, I don't appreciate you bad mouthing the insurance industry.
Disparaging the
Okay,
industry.
how dare you? That's yes, it's like a big casino, but that's how I make my money. So fuck you. It's
Yeah, exactly.
actually not. I don't see. Actually, I don't see it. I see the total. You see, it's like some like grimy fucking back alley thing where we're like stealing from people. I see it as one of the most beautiful industries that exists on the planet. Okay.
Doobie, you're losing my favor very fast.
Look,
Yeah.
we have tens of
Such an
thousands,
honor.
hundreds of thousands, millions of people pooling their resources together, right, and saying, "Hey, if shit happens, right, if my fucking life falls apart, Allstate's going to be there. State
It's a
Farm's gonna be
community,
there."
right?
Yeah, it's
So we
just-
should
it's
have the
literally a
government do
community
it and make
pooling money
socialism.
together.
It's
and
your
agreeing
friendly
to-
neighborhood church.
agreeing through a contract, by the way, to take care of each other, to make sure that if their house burns down, they're not going to be on the street, right? They're going to have some money to put together that they wouldn't have otherwise. They pay
Unless
you miss one payment.
Yeah.
Unless there's an
Yeah,
exception
I've
that
had
you
people play.
understand.
Well, then
Two
fucking
payments,
hold on,
actually.
wait. Then read your fucking policy. If you're gonna sign a contract as a grown-up adult,
Oh,
not know
classic.
what the exclusions are, then the fuck you fucked up. Right?
Or-
However, there is such a thing as an emissions insurance. If that happens and your insurance agent didn't tell you about something or lied to you about something, sue your fucking insurance agent. Right? Go to.
How are you gonna do that if you don't have any money?
Policy.
Yeah,
You don't
I was
know,
about to
make-
say.
file
No
a
way,
claim,
that's
file a
easy.
claim, file a claim with the air emissions policy. You can absolutely go after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, I want to point
Yeah,
out.
that's
real quick,
easy peasy.
Well, so having no money and suing people is so fucking easy because there's hordes of just plaintiffs' attorneys who are just chomping at the bit. Please let us sue for you. We'll take only 1/3. You get 2/3. Please let us sue for you.
Yep.
So yeah, you don't need anything.
Yeah, you don't need any money.
Sidetracking
What? Are you
me.
really?
Yeah,
That's
you are sidetracking me, and you
I'm
are
dead serious.
disgusting me. No, yeah,
You know it,
exactly.
Connor,
Because
you know
what
it's
happens? No, what happens? So let's say that we created like a public option, which I know disgusts you, or the just like all Americans pooled their resources together in order to just pay out insurance as it was happening. We eliminated the suit. Everybody negotiated in good faith. All that kind of bullshit.
socialized.
Then you wouldn't see all these fucking costs piled on. And I get fucking disgusted when I see fucking insurance lawyers driving fucking Maseratis and Ferraris down the fucking block. And I get disgusted when
Yeah,
I see
Lactoid.
fucking high-level insurance
Maserati.
fucking executives.
What's
driving
wrong with
Maseratis and fucking
insurance
Ferraris.
lawyers?
Because
when
those
they
are
find
fucking
ways-
those are dollars that could have been paid out on claims that
Well,
they
they
chose
shouldn't have
not
been.
to by nickel and dime.
No.
Not that they
Insurance
chose
lawyers
not to.
defend.
Stop. No, please. I need to say that. Please.
Bullshit.
Please.
Yeah.
It's not that
They
they chose not
defend.
to. It said that the contract that was signed had an exclusion that the client wasn't aware about or didn't give a fuck about. You don't know. I can't tell you how many fucking
Bullshit.
times, right? How many fucking times I've had some rich asshole, right, who doesn't want to pay the extra $2,000 for another $2 million of coverage. Some shit happens, his house falls apart, and suddenly he's pissed off because he doesn't have the coverage that he didn't pay for. Well, shit, I told you about it. You didn't want it. Fuck you, right? So that's
You think that's the majority of your claims?
and then they sue, and then they lose a lawsuit, and then we move on. Right, so and those lawyers,
So
please
it's not
stop.
easy.
Those lawyers, right? So the community that's paying, pulling the money through this contract, right? To ensure that if shit goes bad, life doesn't fall apart, right? If my house burns down, I'm gonna have somewhere to sleep at night. If my car fucking blows up, I'm gonna have a way to get a new car. These people, right? Please, if the company keeps paying out on bad claims, pays out on fucking every sob story that comes through, right? All the more, all their premiums go up. Everybody pays more when the insurance company
There's
pays
so
out on
much
bad claims.
fraud. Yeah.
Doobie, okay? So if you want to come back on, we can't pay every fucking sob story. I agree with you. Groundwater, right? No fucking insurance companies cover it. Nobody fucking knows about it. Everybody gets fucked on groundwater. It is what it is. Okay. But that being said, you and I both know that, like, if you're good faith, you tell everybody everything, you try to walk them through everything, and they just fucking don't listen to you. Awesome. But you and I both know that this industry is filled with fucking agents who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow. They've never seen a fucking a claim paid out in their entire fucking life, so they have no idea how the claims process works. You and I both know that there's adjusters who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, and you also know that there's adjusters who are burnt the fuck out. They have crazy fucking claims loads, and as a result of having fucking crazy claims loads and companies that don't care and companies that don't give a fuck, they basically cut a check for the customer and then don't explain how the claims process works or what they're legally entitled to, and then basically walks away. And plenty of customers, I would say like 10 to 30%, depending on who you're fucking working with, they walk away with a third of what they're actually legally entitled to, but because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing, they get fucked.
They're
And
adults.
those
It's their
dollary dues
responsibility
end
to look
up
at the
with
fucking
other fucking
contract
people.
they signed and understand what they're entitled to and what they're not entitled to.
Okay,
Okay,
I will understandably,
okay,
last
great.
rebuttal, I promise, I will let us move on. But last rebuttal, I live in the United States of America, where easily a third of the population is sub 80 IQ. I do not agree with everybody's an adult shit.
I love how we're a family, but like if you don't like read this policy, I'm gonna fuck you over. Just like family, just like Mama did, right? Like
That's how my family works.
That makes a lot of sense.
And when I think of insurance, I think of Hurricane Katrina. That's the thing that I remember. And all those claimants who paid on time, who paid on, I mean, surging water is not covered. Who paid on time and they got fucked over. But guys, this is not on insurance. I don't know why.
True.
Yeah, you guys went off the rails a little bit.
That is another panel.
Yeah, we should. Like, oh my god, and it can all be against Doobie. I love it. We're gonna make it happen. All right, so we can go to Scott, but like, guys, let's focus on AI. I want to be able to bring everyone else in because this is what we're here.
Well, Iko had his hand up for a while.
I go first. It's fine.
All right, yeah.
Okay, I just want to say, I mean, there is an AI answer to the conversation that we just heard. Because if you do have people who are not paying out the claims because, not necessarily because they're dishonest, because I can see that creeping into the AI, but AIs do not get tired. Like they can pay out exactly what's due. They can like do the math and like make sure that these things work, and they can have like another AI or another section of the AI like can do the auditing against it. So so I think there is a place for automation of services where if like a rote exercise that happens over and over again like fatigues employees and causes them to make big mistakes, like an AI can be a solution for that.
Okay, I real quick rebuttal, Scott. I know you want to go. But basically, like one, the things that you have to track are almost untrackable. Basically, it's drywall damage, water damage behind walls, what kind of insulation you use, all that kind of shit. I can't picture a computer program that would be able to capture that without like physically being in the room. And so I don't think that's necessarily true. It could probably compute averages and find aberrations in the formula, but it couldn't pay out. And then also the companies are not incentivized to. So if you were to design like a perfect AI system that makes the perfect payment all the fucking time, you're the one losing money because everybody else is doing the shady shit. So actually, so while I'm complaining a lot about this industry, I'm actually really happy because I probably work for one of the least shady fucking groups out there. But even in the least shady groups, you still see shit that makes your fucking stomach churn. So
That's true.
Yeah, I think
So-
ironically it's not ironic. It's just true that the shadiest groups are going to be the brokers and the small companies, typically, because they hire on people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, basically.
Yeah.
So-
And then a lot
I
of
wanna-
people just don't know that they can go after your email.
Ginger wanted to say something.
I want to bridge this gap, right? Between this insurance conversation and back to the topic on AI.
Fabian, can we have
I think-
Ginger say what she wants to say?
I mean, sure, after me.
Yeah,
or when you host a panel, you can tell me to stop.
Well, you just seem like you're changing subjects, so I wanted to keep it on track a little bit.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, all right.
PrimeCayes tried to steer the ship before, like you know what I mean.
Oh, okay.
I let ICANN relax.
Yeah, Scott.
So, anyways,
yeah.
Bridging this conversation, I think what you guys are discussing, and the reason why, not just because so many people have worked in the insurance industry, but the reason why the insurance industry is such a great conversation here is because what you're describing is what is profit made of. And profit in a company is made of two things, right? The universal time preference, which is that people want things now at a higher rate, more so than they want the exact same thing later. So the capitalist gives the means of production or the capital investment that is necessary to produce things now. Right. And then because we don't live in an evenly rotating economy, they give you they're rewarded with profit for allocation of resources. And that's based upon knowledge. Right. And insurance is such a fucky game because the entire industry is based upon trying to predict knowledge in the future of so many fucking variables. And yet what we're talking about with AI is we're talking about knowledge. We're talking about how do we gain more information so that we can more appropriately allocate resources in a more effective way so that we can gain more profit, which thus grows the economy, increases new jobs, creates new jobs, creative destruction, and all of that. And so I think we really need to recognize that AI is an incredibly powerful tool for that knowledge. And I think all of us agree that the way it can be programmed and the way that it can be utilized can fuck us over. But that knowledge should be something that is celebrated and worked towards and not recoiled from like a fucking Luddite.
Ginger.
I mean, the problem is that there'd have to be somebody that like continuously checks on the AI to make sure that the AI is functioning
don't worry,
properly.
Doobie will.
You could have an
Well, I
AI
agree.
check on the AI, all right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Like if you just
An
let it
infinite
run
AI.
rampant, it's going to be useless fucking knowledge. Like you're going to have to constantly update it, figure out what it's doing, give it new inputs, find problems, etc. But who utilizes that technology to the best of their ability are going to be the people that succeed in the market. Like period.
Well, I mean, the problem is wouldn't the AI just eventually fire that person that's
Yeah,
So-
Interesting
it's not
point.
a Terminator movie.
Oh, okay, hold on. So the AI, this is something that I see all the time, and I've heard this complaint when it comes to driving as well. I think people really overestimate how good humans are when it comes to making these decisions as opposed to AI, right? Well, who's going to monitor the AI? Well, to be honest with you, an AI could probably monitor that AI better than a human could, right? In the same way that people
No.
think, oh, what if I think so, right? When people say like, what if the AI makes a mistake and I crash my car? Well, sure, as it is right now, there might be certain circumstances that we want a human driver, but you can get it to the point where an AI car is going to be superior, where any human input is going to actually throw the system off. Where once you get a human involved, you're going to fuck up the system, right? Because you're going to have a human make a mistake, because humans make fuck tons of mistakes all the time. And an AI, if it's tasked with something that it's very specifically programmed for, doesn't make mistakes at nearly that
So-
scale. Or
That's
theoretically
completely
can't.
false. It's
Yeah.
completely false because we're not talking about artificial general intelligence, right? We're talking about something that is programmed with the inputs that we give it, and cultures change, economies change, individual decisions change, all of these things change. So there will always need to be until we invent the fucking God AGI that takes over the goddamn world, if that's even possible, there will always need to be a human that looks for unintended consequences and then tests out programs in other places and tries to improve upon it. Because even if you just leave it alone, someone else will be improving their AI in another company as
No,
culture and as things change that will make it better
can I-
than yours.
No. What I'm saying is
I
like,
would
what
have
if
this AI
you
thing real
designed an AI, like a generalized AI or whatever, that was like could improve the AI at a better rate than a human could?
Okay, but eventually
Okay,
you're gonna
now you're
have
talking
to
about
have
AGI.
Yeah, but eventually you're gonna have somebody checking on one of the AIs, regardless of how many AIs you have.
Why?
Like, are you serious?
Why should I trust a human over a robot?
Because you're talking about like, well, why can't we just create an AI that has deductive and inductive reasoning skills? And the moment we do that, whoever that company is takes over the fucking world, right?
Well,
that's not a simple fix.
We're close.
Or we're not. It depends. on
No,
who you
and
ask.
we're not. I gotta rebut this shit because basically we were talking maybe like 5 years ago about how nobody should be a truck driver because basically like automated driving is on the way and shit. And as far as I know, basically like I know a whole bunch. What happened is a glut in the market where a whole bunch of people stopped being truck drivers because they thought it was going to be a dead industry. And as a result of basically a whole bunch of new drivers not coming up, now there's like a fucking huge logistics fucking hole. And on top of that, people are capitalizing on and they're making fucking like surgeon salaries and shit because basically people counted on computers taking over the market and they fucking haven't. So like
So
I
they
think like
miscalculated on the time, but it could still happen, right? It
okay, but we're
likely
still
will
talking
still
about like
happen.
millions of dollars of fucking like maybe billions of dollars of logistics damage caused by this expectation that AI was going to destroy everything. So basically, like my advice to any young people who are looking at an industry, if you see a salary and you see a skill set that looks good to you, do it until the fucking AI destroys your fucking job. Because if you listen to all these fucking Nostradamus motherfuckers, you're not going to do shit.
I actually agree with part of what you said, which was like timing this shit, I think is incredibly difficult. And so many times people say, well, this will replace this when it actually doesn't. Sometimes it does, right? Sometimes an industry does get replaced, but sometimes it doesn't, right? I think this is like trucking is a perfect example that you brought up, where the apprehension of like becoming part of the trucking industry because of all the optimistic talk about self-driving vehicles. I don't know if that was the only cause, but that intuitively would have contributed to it. But that being said, even that being said, right? Self-driving vehicles compared to where they were only 5 years ago to where they are now, right? They're tremendous. Like they've made tremendous progress, and if they make the same progress 5 years in the future, or maybe it'll take 10, maybe it'll take 20. I don't know exactly how many years it'll take, but I think it's coming. I think it's reasonable to think it's coming, and like once it does, those jobs aren't going to exist
arguing is two
anymore.
different things. You're arguing two different things, though, right? So you're arguing that AI could eventually get to a point, right? Self-driving cars that they can take over that job from humans, right? I think so too. That eventually, I see your hand, Ginger. I think eventually that will certainly be the case. It's just a matter of R&D. It's a matter of time and investment. And we'll look back, right, at this moment in time, the way we look back at when cars first emerged, right? And the amount of accidents that happened there, it was crazy, right? And we had like no safety mechanisms. It's a different time. You wouldn't even recognize
Currently
it.
46,000 a year.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, what's a few
right.
dead toddlers amongst friends, right?
But so there's that, right? And I agree with that. But then you also said at some point we'll have an AI or AGI, right? That will be able to run other AIs, and I think that's where like most people will give you pushback. I don't think it's impossible. Right? I don't think this is impossible. That like the idea that programs one day like end their own job, right?
Yeah,
But
this is a Tool song, right? Like, let's not get too far away from the topic where we all fucking, eat mushrooms and talk about the AGI taking over.
I can't wait.
But I mean, I'm just saying that those. I'm just
Right.
trying to separate those things.
Right. And yeah, but I think the only real separation between those two things is just a matter of time, right? So, the only thing I'm pushing back against here was, well, we're always going to need a person to look after this stuff. I don't think so. I think as time goes on, is the programs right now that they're using to fire people good enough to not have human input? Probably not. But I think it's like wishful thinking to think like just assume, well, we're always going to have a person watch over this. I don't see why.
Let's look at Ginger, then Aiko.
Okay, so the way that you're saying is that you think that once like they have like the AI capability of a car running all by itself and doing everything by itself, that they won't have like a manual override option.
They might, but they're not going to use it, right? There's no reason to use it.
But the idea that it's there is comforting. So the idea that there's a possibility for or there's somebody looking over the AI is not far-fetched, is not a stupid idea. Because eventually you're going to have to make sure that there's something there backing it up.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be
near
simple.
doomsday, and I'm not memeing.
It could be
I'm not.
something as simple as what I said earlier, where the AI makes suggestions, right, for either promotion or firing or retraining or whatever it is. And then a human looks it over, right? And if there are problems with the suggestions being put forward, you can adjust the data in the AI or whatever the fuck to make sure that it's not there's no like bias built into the machine, right?
That's right. You didn't fire enough black people. All right. So Aiko, then Corey.
So I think the problem isn't whether or not you should have like a person who can like check the work or make sure that the AI is not doing anything wrong. I think the question is, I think what we're all getting around is the point at which we arrive at the singularity, the point at which AI is so complex that humans really aren't capable of understanding what it's doing. Doesn't mean that it's like intelligent in the way that a human is. It just means that there's a level of complexity that sort of like runs beyond us. And at that point, I don't even know that we would understand the feedback that we're getting from a sufficiently complex AI. And so to be able to correct it at that point, I mean, I'm not sure that we can. Like that's
well, I mean, at that point, why
when-
wouldn't you just like upload yourself into the machine and watch people from their webcams? I'd watch Connor all day.
Okay.
Well, no, we're already there with facial recognition software, right? Like AI helps write that software.
Right. What I was trying to get at, like Aiko, kind of, I guess what I'm poorly explaining is, if I'm running a company, every expense matters and every option for profit matters. And I have a algorithm that fires people based on lack of productivity, right? And then I develop an algorithm to monitor that algorithm, and it more or less functions correctly. Why would I hire somebody to learn the prerequisites to manage the AI when I don't have to? If it doesn't become profitable for me to have that kind of safe switch anymore, there's no reason.
Did you forget how humans work? Like, I don't understand. Like, you're not even gonna factor in like there's no way an AI can quantify like the other like things that people do in the office. Like, it's so weird to me that we're talking about an HR, specifically human resources AI, and none of you guys want to talk about like the things that you cannot quantify. It just seems odd to me.
You can quantify anything.
But the
mental illness.
Yes, of course you can quantify that.
How are you quantifying that? If you have it or you don't, or what?
Nina,
yeah, you can like measure certain reactions and certain stimuli that the machine like.
That's so invasive.
In fact, I bet a machine could probably diagnose somebody with mental illness better than any average human could. Probably.
Nina,
why don't they have that then?
Nina, it doesn't matter if there's a human element that's lost in the process. What matters is the human element that's lost by firing the HR people more valuable than the accuracy of the information as opposed to the salary of those HR
yes,
people?
because have you ever heard of ADA? Have you ever heard of ADA?
Well, yeah, I don't give a fuck about U.S. laws. I fire all.
Okay, but it pays out $400,000 in lawsuits, my dude. Like, if you don't have that one person,
because there's the laws.
Right. So again.
Oh, so you want to get rid of the laws? Like, are you that libertarian with this shit?
Actually, I want to point out one thing though. You could actually use this to dodge liability, right?
No, you can't. You're still discriminating.
No, the robot is not.
It doesn't matter.
Jesus Christ. Back to what I'm fucking saying.
Oh my god, like you're complaining about somebody talking too much.
I'm not complaining about someone talking too much. I'm complaining about someone pivoting, right? The problem, you're wrong, and the reason you're wrong is
wrong or
because
right pivoting?
the human element doesn't matter if the AI is sophisticated enough in order to fire someone with a $70,000 salary. They can lose $40,000 in terms of information that may have been.
And you're telling me that exists?
Yes, it's entirely possible, right? Just think about it for a moment. If you have one HR person, right, and let's say they're more accurate because of the human element that you're describing, the question is, are they more accurate enough that it justifies their salary? Because I can lose $40,000 in bad decisions if I don't have to pay an HR person $60,000 or $70,000.
You can also lose $400,000 in a lawsuit, like from like them saying that you have discriminatory AI practices.
Okay, this is irrelevant, right?
No, it's not. If you're talking about how much money you can get from the HR person, you know that their job is to protect the company, right?
Okay, presumably.
No, not. I mean,
And they're
you could
supposed to-
say it that way, sure, but you know that's what the HR's job is, to make sure that there isn't like grounds for like lawsuits on like disability and like harassment, like sexual harassment, stuff like that. Like you think an AI can deal with that?
Well, hold on. They
eventually, yeah.
And the HR
Oh.
people, the HR people
What do you
fuck up
mean,
all the
how?
time.
What do you mean? Well, how would an AI deal with a sexual harassment claim?
The amount of sexual harassment claims that came from HR managers that I've
Denied.
dealt with, right? I'm telling you, like, they are like a source of liability in of themselves.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. First
What?
of all,
That there's claims? That's a really stupid point. It doesn't matter.
They're people.
from the
They're
very
people that
onset,
are
we're
sending
not
dick
talking-
pics to their employees, right?
Okay, so let's just fire all the people and have all the
getting
robots work. What are you talking about?
You're getting
Yes.
distracted. Like, I don't think you're following what's occurring here, right? Like,
Well, I thought
nobody
you were talking
is
about something different.
Nobody is talking about sexual harassment claims and not having employees to deal with those issues.
That's what
we're
HR
talking about
does.
Is the step? Okay, yes, but you're overgeneralizing here and like not talking on.
Bro,
the
you've been
topic.
talking about insurance
What
for
we're
like
talking-
an hour, dude.
Dude, like that was Doobie and counterpoints mostly. Relax. Like what I'm saying, the only time I talked about insurance was to bring it back to the AI conversation.
All right,
What
so
I'm
get to your point.
talking about is the topic is about firing people, right? So what you can do is you can reduce staff in that process, right? Like we're not saying that an AI can do everything, though eventually it probably could. But that doesn't mean, and you're saying, but there's a human element, right? That there is information that would be missing. And all that I am saying is that the cost benefit analysis can be to where the AI becomes worth the cost, because a software company sold me something for $1 million for 10 years. And I was able, if I'm able to purchase that software solution, and even if I lose some money, it doesn't matter if I don't have to hire people that cost more than the money lost, because that's a net gain for me.
Well, you know, hiring employees is significantly more expensive, right, than just retaining employees.
Hold on. Nina,
Okay,
you're
apparently
missing
you
the
can't
point.
engage
This is
with the topic, so
exactly
never mind.
what I want, though. No, Nina, you're missing the point. This is exactly what I want. I want Scott and Fabian Liberty and fucking Lactoid to be like, yeah, fuck it, fire all the HR people. Who gives a shit? Fucking set up the AI in order to deny the first sexual harassment claim, and then if they file it again, then we'll fucking look at
Well,
it.
you're wanting to watch the world burn. I get it. You should be wearing the Joker
No, not the
costume.
world burn, just the insurance industry. So, yeah. So, anyway, but no.
Let's
This
go
is
to-
Wait, do we want to read the prompt again? If you guys think I'm off base here, like, what the fuck?
No,
Let's go to Corey.
Not
Let's
you,
go to
sorry.
Corey. Let's see what- No problem. Yeah, Corey. Let's see what he's got to say.
Well, yeah, I might just derail it further, or like go down the same path. But so Doobie, I would ask you if you cared to like. So, would you be in? I don't know. Maybe it's already the case. But on the computer that you use, do you have employee tracking software that, let's say, is basically with someone looking at you
Fuck
and
no,
tracking?
but I own the company.
Yeah. Well, so I'm curious. So, would you be in favor of like having employee tracking software on your computer, and then like well, that's sort of my larger point.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't like it. I also wouldn't like
Well, exactly. I'm totally in favor. I'm totally in favor of employee tracking software and AI when it's universally applied. There's a reason why. Again, going back to my Crusade Against open concept offices, it's like it's for the non-managerial employees, and then the managers get the offices. Because again, like. Just like my concern is like
work your way up so you're no longer a pleb, and then you don't have the AI tracking software.
Not everyone can be a manager, as far as I'm not an expert, and whatever.
Get
whatever.
good, you fucking losers.
But yeah, exactly. But so yes, as long as it's universally applied and everyone is subjected to the AI and the algorithm and the employee tracking software, then I'm all in favor. And then to Counterpoint's point, then we watch the world burn, and then we see what happens.
Yeah, Corey. So this is kind of been my point. Like, I know this is like a Twitch panel, so we do deal with like hypotheticals and all that kind of stuff. But like you, me, and everybody who's worked a job for more than like 20 hours knows that the bosses are not gonna have that shit on their fucking computer. And if they do, they're gonna have the report go to one of their boys. That way, if they're fucking jerking off during lunch, like nobody finds out about it. So that's my thing. Is like,
Look, when you run shit, you jerk off whenever you want to. Okay.
That's kind of.
But you also have different metrics. Like part of your job as the CEO is to schmooze with other corporate types. Like how do you
can quantify
get an
that.
AI
That is
to determine whether or
quantifiable.
not you're schmoozing enough?
That's quantifiable. With enough
How many of you guys have fell for crypto scams, dude?
You have not had enough martinis this week, so sorry.
Insufficient martinis for schmooze hour. Get your shit together.
Right.
Middle management did not make enough TikToks about how awesome our company's cafeteria is. You're fired.
I think as to the liability question though, like ultimately the fewer people you have in the workplace, like the less liability you're going to have. People are just beacons of liability, right? They walk in, they're going to slip, they're going to trip on the things that people trip on will surprise you. It's incredible, right? They'll trip on something and they'll fall and they'll break something and then you're sued, right? They'll get pissed off because somebody made an off-color comment. They'll sue. They're angry because they got fired because they didn't show up for 3 weeks, and they fucking sue because actually this isn't because I didn't show up for 3 weeks. It's because I'm a woman or because of XYZ, right?
Yeah,
like
that's true. Women can't walk.
Had that woman example loaded up and ready to go.
These are just. I'm just giving.
Why are you so against your own self-interest?
I'm giving you examples of like things that I have litigated. Right, these crazy cases where, and then here's the reality. Like as
those people settle.
Yes, 98% of cases settle. So people know I can make the dumbest fucking case, and the insurance company's going to settle for some amount, right? Because I'm going to get something out of it. So if you just get rid of people, liability goes like fucking way down. You're gonna make so much more money.
All right, then maybe Minecraft yourself then.
To be fair to Nina, right? She didn't show up to work for 3 weeks because she kept getting sexually harassed, and you fired all the HR people that were going to deal with her complaints. All right, so that's your fucking fault for bringing in the AI in the first goddamn place. All right, so
I'm sure the AI would have caught that beforehand.
Hold on.
No, I would have gotten fired before that.
Okay, when the example that Scott fucking said, where it's like, oh, well, is it cheaper or whatever? Well, it's cheaper when you fire a fucking $50,000 a year fucking HR employee and the software costs 80 grand. But then I'm pretty sure your calculation recalculates when you fucking get a $500,000 suit every 3 years because you trust the fucking AI to make all your decisions.
I'm telling you.
And then you tune it in.
The liability that would come from like these rare examples where you actually have like a person not like looking at this. That the total amount of dollars there is a drop in the bucket compared to all the liability that you'll be avoiding by just having people at the workplace. In the same way that like you're gonna have a fuck ton less liability when you're not having human drivers, because the car accidents are such a major portion of fucking claims and lawsuits. What is the basis? Somebody fucked up. Somebody didn't stop when they were supposed to.
Why do you want this, Mr. Lawyer?
That's what I'm saying.
This is how you know I'm honest. I am advocating.
I just think you kind of hate yourself.
Losing all my income, right? That's how you know.
Right on the money.
See, you are railing against the insurance agency because you know it's fucked up. I'm railing against lawsuits, which you kind of associate with the insurance agency because I think it's fucked up, right? If we can solve liability, then like hopefully I can make myself obsolete and I can go do something more productive than like argue with somebody who's tripped on a rug. It's fucking stupid.
So my
arguing.
counter argument for AI can do everything fucking argument is basically like there are I agree with Nina that there are intangibles, basically like human intangibles, that you're not going to be able to calculate and that aren't going to be like you can put fucking ADHD on like the 1 out of 10 fucking disability scale, and then you can put Down syndrome on the 7 out of 10, but now you're kind of being a fucking asshole. And basically I think you're going to get sued more than that, disability scaling system is going to help you. And then when it comes
just
to
not hire those people.
Right. You get tax credits, by the way, for ADA stuff.
New problem. Then you're creating new problems.
Most
not
of
everything is money.
Most
of the disability lawsuits,
but not everything is money.
Counterpoints. Like that's acknowledged. Though I don't think that Scott or Lacto would disagree with what you just said. Like
Scott said fire all the disabled people.
Well,
no, fuck them.
I thought that was Doobie.
Well, it was both of them.
I didn't say it.
They're both terrible people, so take your pick.
Yeah.
Like I think that
never meet your heroes
for this, right? So that's what Scott was trying to say before, right? That's why he made the differentiation between artificial intelligence and artificial generalized intelligence, right? Like, there are.
Well, I said in the beginning, you need humans. Like,
yeah. We don't have a level of AI that can handle the intangibles that Nina was trying to get to, right? Like, and it's not coming anytime soon. Like our level of AI is just so primitive, right? Like in a lot of unfortunate ways. So like, yes, we can acknowledge that you can't do that. At this point, we still need humans to back it up, right? Like It's a pretty mundane point, right? Like at this point, software isn't good enough to run itself.
I mean, according to Lactoid, all we have to do is like just to create an AI to create AIs to where they're smart enough to do that. So,
but I think
ideally,
I think he wants the annihilation of the entire human race and just have it be like robots.
Yeah, dude.
Or that Come What Rain short story.
No, I think employers shouldn't have to put up with these fucking workers anymore, suing them and taking all their money. It's bullshit.
Yes.
so nobody should be employed.
Yeah. 100% unemployment.
Unironically,
It's anti-work, but not the way you don't want.
Well, maybe it should be that. I'll
made
entertain that.
150K instead of 300. Wah, wah. Like,
I'll entertain that for a second. Yeah, maybe nobody should be employed, or like, isn't that like the goal? Like, wasn't that the future that when we thought of like automation and robots, is that they would take over the work, right? That we live in a beautiful socialist society in space, where like all the work was taken for us, and there was that Disney movie, right, with the little robot. I forget what it's called. Right?
Wall-E.
Yeah, Wall-E. Yeah, it's Wall-E. Yeah, and like they just take everything for us.
Had
That's the future we're
osteoporosis
trying to
and
get to.
cardiovascular issues and shit, and they were just on blood thinners for eternity. Yeah.
Well, they didn't have osteoporosis because I think it had like no bones, which was just
we'll also have like the virtual reality like hookup, right? Like
they just had porosis.
Well, Prime. So
no
this
osteo.
This is my take on this, right? So I think ultimately it's going to happen. I think if you get fully automated where you move beyond scarcity, I think just looking at like a supply and demand graph, I think the answer is obvious, right? I mean, economics is going to end as a practice.
Post scarcity is impossible.
So if it's I'm saying if it happens, right? If you move to that point,
end of history shit. Listen,
it doesn't matter what machine you can do, right? Like it doesn't, like you cannot get to post scarcity, because even if you could solve every fucking material problem, humans exist, and the scarce resource is human ingenuity.
According
to AI could figure out how to do that fucking better. AI is creating people that are more entertaining than the people that like
it does.
Go on streams.
Even if they do it better, a human has an idea, and that is a scarce resource, so long as they maintain that idea within their head and do not share that idea. So human innovation is still a scarce resource because there's only one of you.
But
you
how
cannot get to post scarcity?
We're letting the girls get away with something right now. So Nina, you said never meet your heroes to.
Oh, I thought you were talking about them.
To Doobie.
No, I was talking about Doobie because I was such a fan of Doobie, and now he's letting me down.
Okay,
look, you're just not there yet. Okay, so this.
No, you're capital.
They get really worked up. They get really sad that I don't agree with them. They're fucked up worldviews. Then eventually you'll start agreeing with me, and you realize that I was correct all along.
Yes.
You're a business owner.
That ever happened to you.
Eventually, you realize that it's mostly just a troll, and he's full of shit.
It's racist.
Doobie.
He's a centrist.
Frog racist. It's mostly that I hate your VTuber.
Because I was talking about.
He's center on the compass, but way up.
Ico.
Yeah. So people keep talking about how AI can't get to the point where it can catch up to a human or understand humans, and I understand that. I think that's true, but I think we'll get to the point. I think things are bifurcating, because I think we'll also get to the point where AIs are too complicated for us, and neither one of us is understanding each other. And I'll give you an example. Everyone's heard that story. Or maybe not everyone's. I think most of us have probably heard the story about that interview with Chat GPT, where it started like hitting on the questioner, and it started asking all these questions that were like very inappropriate, and it had even been programmed to stop a particular line of questioning if it was told to stop that line of questioning. And
then they outwitted the line of questioning. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And then when they asked the Google engineers like what happened, they all said, "Well, I don't know." And this is not the first story. Like, are
you talking about Replica or ChatGPT?
Stories about programmers saying that they don't understand why the AI that they programmed did a thing that they did. You had these unintended consequences that were happening as a result of the programming because it was able to start programming itself. And because of that, that's what I mean when I talk about singularity. I'm not talking about the sci-fi concept of an ultra intelligent like being that arises like a ghost in the machine sort of thing. I just mean a level of complexity within AI that then sort of goes beyond the understanding of its programmers or anybody that could fix it. So when we say, oh, well, we need a human being who can check this, we're going to reach a point at which we can't check it anymore just because we don't understand the thing that we've built. And building another AI that we also don't understand to check that AI may not be a sufficient answer to that problem.
Okay, so if that occurs,
Wait.
right?
Infinite AI, right?
Then you build an AI to control the AI.
If that occurs,
like the
right,
Russian
if
dolls.
that occurs,
right.
If that occurs in a AI that's designed to fire people and it works, why do I give a fuck?
What do you mean
If there's a company
works?
that then
That's
manages
the question. Yeah.
like, well, it beats out other companies in the market in terms of its
By-
efficiency at getting rid of employees.
Okay, so then I have
that
to.
are net cost.
I have to ask you,
Or
like,
not as efficient as others.
You guys sound like my dad right now. Where like I asked him once, like he is like super into machine learning, and I asked him about the ethics of it, and he was just like, "What?" Like I feel like you're kind of forgetting the human factor. What is the point of AI if it is not helping us as humans? Like I know obviously Lactroid wants to genocide all humans or whatever, but the rest of you, I think normal people, like honestly, what is the point of an AI if we're just saying about companies making money? Who gives a shit if it's a company's making money for like one person? Do you just fantasize of being that one person, Scott? Like I don't understand.
If your company is more if your company is making more profit because it has more accurate information, then it's delivering a better product and engaging in growth in the market and creating wealth that benefits everybody.
How does it benefit everybody if like two people are working at it?
Benefits all the people working there.
You think they pay taxes, motherfucker? Like what are you talking about?
And
what are you talking about?
I think we should.
Can I respond to the
I think we
allegations
should-
of genocide?
I think we should tax. I think when we get start eliminating a bunch of employees, we should start creating a special tax for AI, right? So and that tax can be
Tax
used for the
AI.
general
Yeah,
fund
shit.
of humans, and then that'll work out. But go ahead,
I get it. You
counter
stand in the way of progress.
So,
like,
okay, so I was gonna. All right, so I'm kind of memeing, kind of not. But like the fucking, there's two memes that popped into my head when you're like, wait, Fabian, you only give a shit about market efficiency, and you don't care about like morality or like human improvement or any of that kind of shit. One of them is like the astronaut,
false.
like on the moon with a fucking meteor smashing the Earth, and it's like, oh no, the economy, and then and then the other one is it's like a business guy and he's buying an oil drum and his suit is in tatters and he's talking to a child and he's like um he's like well, for a really beautiful window, we had a perfect market and we got a lot of value for our shareholders, and it's like the world is all crumbled and fallen to pieces and shit. And so
So do you have an argument or just memes?
yeah, I don't think that the market
You said they were
actually
memes.
provides for every negative externality. I think that you have to have different values besides profit and fucking market efficiency. Like, believe it or not, like human beings are not hyper specialist creatures that only care about two fucking variables. And I want Reagan fucking laissez-faire capitalism to fucking die. I want to crucify it in the fucking
Let's
public
go.
square.
So do you have an argument other than people should have values that you think aren't captured by the argument? So you think
I
there's
would say-
negative
I would say
externalities.
every
What's the negative
time- I would say-
externality that you're
I think he's
proposing
asking if you
exists
have
in
any
this scenario?
humanitarian values besides just like profit.
Separate from your fucking ANCAP shit. And Fabian, you're
So
talking
separate from
to me like you're
my
trying to-
political philosophy, do I have any values? Yeah, I have personal values separate from my political philosophy, but I'm the only one here that actually gives a fuck about ethics. Like, fuck off.
Yes, you're the only
Make an
person out
argument.
of 9 human beings that give a fuck about ethics.
Spoken like an ANCAP.
I get in trouble on this fucking panel every goddamn week because I bring up ethics, and we're like, we're not talking about ethics right now. So make a fucking argument instead of just
By
saying
who?
memes.
Nobody here's doing that.
So, well, no, I wanted to say the memes, and then no, it's funny that you're trying to back me into make a positive argument about your entire fucking world philosophy. Besides the fact that I don't think it takes into externalities, whereas when everybody brings up like negative externalities that are like very obvious and like a logical inference of like you can't rob or steal or whatever, you're like, well, you're violating like a fundamental principle, therefore it it doesn't make sense. like that's your whole argument structure. So like, what the fuck?
Okay,
Like
I'm glad. I'm glad that you're talking about like.
black
I'm
pot.
glad that you're trying to like succinctly describe what I've said in the past in a memey way, but you've still yet to make a fucking argument.
Well, I think we're way off topic at this point. So what do you want me to
Yeah,
make an argument about?
it doesn't not really
Okay, well I'll just take that dub that you're just engaging in
Wait, so
fucking
You can
memes.
copy him if you
I'll-
want.
I'll-
Caps don't consider
Yeah,
negative
guys,
externality.
you got it at the end of this one. At the end of this one, okay? We're going to the next one. Go to the next one.
Can we real quick? I do not support genocide. Keep going.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, he just supports
Oh, this
people
one.
being jobless.
Oh, Nina, you're definitely gonna agree with me on this one. I'm gonna earn you back. Okay.
Let's
doubt
okay. Let's jump into it, guys. If you've been enjoying this conversation, and it's been a been a fun one, I think. Hit that follow button. In case you haven't done so before, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know when I'm live and have all these great people here, right? And then you can come in when I first start the stream, and then be privy to a lot of fucking technical issues. It'll be great. But guys, thanks so much. And if you've enjoy the content, consider subbing to this channel so we can keep doing this. Like, we can't do it without your support. So shout out to people who are supporting. Consider subbing to this channel, gifting bits or gifting subs to keep us around and let me guide these people to have this kind of fun. I hear someone typing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You could, no problem.
Download NVIDIA Broadcast. It'll make your sound.
I just
better,
didn't
and
realize it was that
it'll make
loud.
your keyboard sound.
NVIDIA Broadcast. I've heard of that before. They're like a
fucking mansplaining over here. Counterpoints.
It's free software. Well, I explained it to a man as well, and he's black, so I'm not racist. Or maybe I'm racist because I explained it to a black man. Never mind. You're right. I'm saying racist. My bad.
Yeah, what makes you
have
think
to
a woman
listen.
and a black man
Oh,
don't know what they're doing? Okay.
Because they don't.
I have my noise thing on my stream, but I forgot I don't have it on Discord, so that's my bad.
Yeah, that's no problem. But yeah, counterpoints. You got to use smaller words for me. You know that, all right? So let's move on. Thanks all. And yeah, thank you someone for following. Gonzo Stash. That's a fun name. That's a really fun name. Okay, so next topic. Topic 2. In Massachusetts, a bill has been proposed which would allow prisoners to shorten their sentences by donating organs. There has been a lot of backlash against the idea, as some feel like this puts coercive pressure on incarcerated people. But this would indeed help deal with the backlog of those desperately waiting for organs. Are you in favor of this bill? Whether you agree with the specific wording of this bill, are you in favor of the principle? Should prisons specifically ban such a practice so that even if a prisoner decides to do this on their own, they'd be denied? Or should we let prisoners have the ultimate decision on this bodily decision? So yeah, this was a fascinating one. I just stumbled upon this yesterday. And wow, we've talked about the idea of like selling organs on this panel a few times actually, because it's one of my favorite topics, honestly. And this has all kinds of like interesting like intersections, and I'm curious if the battle lines aren't as clear as they usually are here because of the very the specifics of this topic. So I'm excited to jump in. Let's start with our friend Lacto.
In reading it, I think I'm leaning towards supporting it actually as it is. But in principle, I mean, obviously there's some improvements, but on principle, my theory of justice here holds 3 values paramount, which is restoration, rehabilitation, and deterrence. We want to make the victim of a crime as whole as possible, and we want to minimize the risk of a crime to the public if the person's already done it. Having prisoners work off debt to their victim makes sense for all of these goals. Selling organs, while may not be effective for rehabilitation or deterrence, could be effective towards restitution. If prisoners wanted to sell their organs to willing buyers to obtain the money to help pay off the victims that they victimized, I would be all right with that, right? Their body, their choice. You're giving people a choice about their own body where otherwise there wouldn't be one. This isn't wrong, and I can't think of any example where it could be wrong. The one caveat I will put is, although I am in favor of forcing prisoners to work, I am not in favor of forcing them to donate organs, given the risk of innocence and also the risk of death.
I'll have to say that for for the panel. But thank you for that, Lactoid. Let's go to Scott, please.
So, as a real libertarian over here, right? I only care about two things in justice. All right, that is restoration and restitution. Right? If someone, in principle, this is a great bill. Right? It allows people to sell their organs in an open market voluntarily, which isn't something you need even do. Especially if someone murdered someone, you can harvest their organs. It doesn't fucking matter.
Bro,
They
this is
can't argue
literally
for human
fucking-
rights. They have no human rights because until they pay restitution, which would include their life. That being said, if someone, let's say, robbed someone or did something bad, if you were to force them to do this, then you might accidentally kill them, and therefore you would become the criminal, right? Because you forced them to do something that ended in a loss of life, and you would be the one forced to pay restitution. So, in principle, I kind of like the idea. The problem is the bill itself and the corporate state entities that are working with it. WellPath, which is formerly Correct Care Solutions, is a horrible fucking corporation run by fucking monsters that are shielded by the state by working under a pseudo monopolistic entity, and they're not engaged in the market. Jorge Dominicus is someone that has spent his entire life working with NGOs and different political affiliations, using regulatory capture to be able to gain tons of money from your tax dollars. This company is constantly being sued for their mistreatment of prisoners. Now, of course, it's WellPath now, but let's be honest, it's the same fucking company as CCS. Also, who's one of the co-chair people is Patrick Kennedy. You have fucking Ted Kennedy's fucking kid, sitting on the fucking board, working all of his fucking connections to make sure that they don't face litigation and crime and things like that. And then the former CEO of this company recently was just sent to jail for 3 years for mail fraud and for blackmailing people and giving out like dole outs so that like sheriff's departments wouldn't investigate the evil shit they're doing. So like the company that stands to benefit from this is fucking horrible. So nobody should support that bill until we have like an open market. But in principle, yeah, if someone murders somebody, I don't give a fuck. Harvest their organs against their will. If someone robs somebody, they absolutely should be able to have the option to sell a kidney so that they can pay restitution to the victims that they did, because it's the only logical way that they can re-enter society and argue for the non-aggression principle.
Thank you, Scott. Corey.
Yeah. So, I would say, I think this question or prompt presumes that I agree with the current like U.S. justice / like prison system, which I don't, but I will take it as is. And I'm gonna like in typical, I guess, Corey fashion, I'm gonna sidestep a little bit. In terms of like this article alludes to the organ shortage, and that one way to address the organ shortage is like through the bill like this. And I would say to solve or like, at least to ameliorate some of the organ shortage, we should stop overly respecting the dead. If you die, we should harvest your organs. I don't care what your wishes are after you die. So all that to say, based off how this bill is described in the article, I'm against it, and I think it's coercive. And also add to the fact, I think Lactoid alluded to it, there is some percentage of people in prison that are innocent. I don't know what that is, but I'm hoping it's a very small percentage. And I don't want an innocent person to have to sell their organ to get out of prison. But basically, to solve the overarching real problem of the organ shortage, we should just harvest your organs when you're dead.
Let's go to Ginger.
Well, I'd say that the issue with it is the incentive is too high, and um, it pushes people to do something that they necessarily wouldn't do otherwise. Um, there's a like Corey said, there's a lot of people in prison. Not obviously not the majority, but there's a lot of people in prison who are there because the law sucks, um, and uh, not to mention, um, it seems like a way to kind of um, diminish them even more than they already are. Now, I do believe in them being, punished for their crimes as far as being in jail. But maybe we could incentivize, like, um, instead of a lighter sentence, maybe some some extra things in prison, like a smaller incentive, like maybe give them more outside time, or and like make it level up to where, or maybe they give them a lot of money for their goods inside jail or something like that, but not freedom. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous, and it's too incentivizing. Like, who does it not work for then?
I can't wait till we get to the open panel. This is gonna be a fun one. This is gonna be a really fun one, I think. Nina.
Okay, so I'm on the wrong one. Sorry, I was on the wrong one. I unmuted the other thing. It seems pretty clear to me that some of you guys did not read all the information that we were given. It is illegal to sell an organ for money. That's not what's happening. That's not what this bill does. What this bill does is it's saying that you can get up to a year taken off and at minimum 60 days. That's not a huge incentive. That doesn't really matter. What the problem with this bill is that obviously it is inherently coercive for a significant amount of reasons. I want to rebuttal to all of you guys' points, but let me just get through mine real quick. I think it's inherently discriminatory because if you were going to provide the option to get a year off if you have, give a kidney or something, what does that say to somebody who does not have 2 kidneys? They can't give their kidney, right? We've actually already tried this. I don't know if you guys knew this. We've tried this before. We have a lot of bills that we've gone, which is why we have a lot of research on this, with the death sentence. They were actually kind of proposing the exact same ideas in different states here and there with the death sentence. And the reason why that didn't make sense in that context is because then potential jurors would look at it completely different based off of, if their organs are going to be helpful or not. And on that note, if we're talking about death sentences and like getting the organs that, I'm sorry, I think Scott had said this, or maybe it was Corey. I don't remember. About the idea of
I should
like
be insulted.
no. Hold on, let me finish. About like harvesting the organs of executed people, and not like loving or not having such reverie for life. I think that was you, Corey, that said that.
Reverie for dead. I revere
Dead.
the
Sorry.
living.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Dead. China actually has been doing this for a while, and it turns out that it tends to target marginalized communities like Uyghurs, for example, to have more harsh sentences because there is a organ black market in China that is incentivized because they do sell it, which in America, we actually have a very robust system to make sure that that does not happen here. And I know I'm going on a little bit long here, but I just wanted to address those points. Hold on, I scrolled a little bit too far in my article here. Also, I don't think that the idea of being able to give bone marrow and give an organ, like, these are not like easy processes to do. Like, if you're giving bone marrow, it takes like a week to get back to normal, and like up to a month to get like okay, and then like a month to get back to normal potentially. And these things are not like, we're not like living in a great system if you're in jail, right? Like, I think we could all agree that the fucking jail system is fucking terrible. Like, if you want to see about shit that like they did with COVID and stuff like that, the healthcare in prisons are atrocious. So I don't think that is at all ethical by any means. To say like if this is ever going to be reasonable, I think like also a year for giving up a kidney is really silly in terms of like it doesn't seem that it all matches, let alone the idea that it is insanely coercive. And it is illegal to sell your kidney, even if it was something outside. So that's nothing that would ever happen. What I would agree with this is my final point, is that I don't think that it should be banned as a practice, because I think if you want to give up your kidney to maybe like your family member or something, I think that is totally fine, totally acceptable. But I don't think you should be incentivized to do it with like a year off your prison sentence. And then I will go ahead and pass it on.
Thank you so much, Aiko.
Yeah, I was going to make a similar point, except the example I wanted to put forward was disenfranchising, like the felony disenfranchisement. Because if you were to look at that on the surface, and if you were to ask, and this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to talk about that particular topic, is if you were to look at it on the surface, you would think a lot of people would think to themselves, well, it makes sense that you give up certain rights if you commit certain crimes, until you realize the perverse incentives that come along with it, right? Especially like in Florida under Jim Crow, the first thing they did was make it so that you lose your right to vote if you're a felon, and then they went around arresting as many black people for petty drug crimes as they could, turning them into felonies, because there was a desire for this thing, which was the direction of the vote as they wanted it in certain states. They incentivized increased terms. I think here too, if you can address a real shortage, a real need for organs, which saves lives. To be fair, like one can understand why it's tempting. You can then understand how that would incentivize capturing more people and putting them in prison, so that you'll have a larger number people who are willing to donate their organs in order to get back out of prison. And it's that perverse incentive, especially in the private prison system, which Fabian pointed out some of the flaws in that, makes that whole entire thing just unworkable.
Okay. Counter points.
I don't think Fabian's problem with the fucking prison system is that it's private. But anyways, I'm with the people who are anti this thing for the ethical reasons. The only base thing I heard is and by the way, like I have a whole like death penalty thing. Basically, you have to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt for capital punishment. That would be my ideal system, and then I would keep capital punishment, and I would murder the fuck out of people. So for instance, like Nicholas Cruz or whatever, the guy from Florida who did that mass shooting, that dude should be drawn and quartered in the public square. But anyways, and then his organs should be given to healthy or unhealthy people who need that assistance. But
his quartered organs.
Yeah, remove them before he's drawn and quartered, and somehow keep him alive. I don't care. But the point being that like the ethical concerns alarm me, and especially China being brought up as an example. Like, it's a fucking horror show in China. Like, literally, the body exhibit or whatever. Like I had a feeling that it was pretty fucked up. And the body exhibit that was like touring around the country for a while, it's pretty cool until you look at everybody and you're like, oh, these are Chinese males in their 30s. How many of them died from natural causes versus signed up to being fucking donated to this shit? And so it gets really fucking sketchy really fast. So I think there's too many perverse incentives. That being said, I would be okay with if somebody signs up to be an organ donor but doesn't go through the process itself. Maybe they get 30 days off or 60 days off. That way it's not something that they have to do immediately. It just means that if they get into a car accident, once they're freed, they just get a little bit of time off or whatever. And then also like a non important function like a healthy kidney or whatever, I wouldn't give a shit if you got a year off for that. I think that's fine. And as compared to lungs or skin or some shit like that, I just think there's such a perverse incentive to be like, well, do I want to be disfigured or and lose like skin on my arm for skin grafts, or do I want to get out in a year? I think that's fucked up. And then finally, I'm absolutely against trading vital organs or non-vital organs for basically commissary, because then what's going to happen is a bunch of dumb fuck sub 80 IQ motherfuckers are going to be like, I would absolutely kill for a fucking honey bun. I would give up my fucking left nut for a kidney, for a honey bun. And then they'd be like, oh, really? Well, sign this
I
paper and we'll
don't
take your
feel
left nut
bad
for
for
a fucking
those
honey bun.
people.
Well, there's a lot of dumb people in jail and prison, so I don't know if that's ethically correct. Taking the left testicles of dumb people for honey buns. But anyways, I'll leave it there.
Honey buns are fucking mean. Okay, a good honey bun is just life changing.
I was about to say
I'm
that's
like I'm down
that's
to lose a
jail
testicle
primo
or
food.
two.
We don't want them having kids anyway, so
Oh boy.
I rescind
Remove
my
both
previous
testicles.
statement.
When you say you're not
Two
pro
honey
genocide,
buns.
You know what? They won.
Let-
I'm on the other side again. Never mind.
3 honey
And
buns.
our friend Doobie, please.
I agree with think everything Scott said. Yeah, I don't care that this is coercive. I think it's fine. I think these people should be coerced. Right? This is their pound of flesh that they have the option to pay, right? If they'd like to get a reduced sentence, right? They fucked up. They harm society. They harm their community. So yeah, if they're gonna trade a kidney or their fucking fingers or whatever the fuck it is for some time off that sentence, I think it's totally reasonable to give them that option. And to be super clear, I think people should absolutely be able to sell all their organs if they want to. That
Illegal.
makes total sense. I know it's illegal right now, but I think it shouldn't be illegal. I think the fact that it's illegal is actually discriminatory. I think that there are plenty of poor people there who would sell a kidney, who would give up drinking for the rest of their life for a chance out of the fucking ghetto.
So Nina, did he win you over?
You're such a fucking capitalist piece of shit. I'm so
Are
sad.
are you still honored to meet Doobie?
No, I'm not anymore. I'm disgraced to
You'll
meet
get there
Doobie.
eventually, okay? You'll get back there eventually.
Oh man, capitalist is such a great compliment, though.
That's as a libertarian, you're saying that?
Ignore that.
Always and capitalist.
That's also a compliment. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true hobbit.
Oh my God.
Go back to your socialism hole. Oh, you weren't done.
Why
I'm sorry.
shouldn't there be coerce? Like, why is it wrong for there to be some coercive force here?
What do you mean? Why is it wrong to have like? Do you just think coercion in general? Well, I mean that makes sense because you.
No,
ever,
here.
I think even you would agree.
coerced by
Doobie, that
you ever hear the Coconut Island?
We put them on Coconut Island, okay, forcibly.
They put
coercively.
themselves on Coconut Island. When
Oh,
they fucked up, they
we
broke
put
the
them
law.
there.
Okay, what if they're
because
completely
they
innocent?
Shot somebody.
You think that doesn't happen all the time?
No, it doesn't all the time. I guess it happens, but the percentage is not as like a significant.
Okay,
Compared to the amount of fucking
really?
people. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
So you don't want to rehab people
because some of these people are innocent.
So you wait. Do you think that prisons are supposed to be rehab or just straight up punishment?
Partially rehab, but partially restorative.
What part of them are restorative? What part of this is restorative?
So I get right the kidney, right? You're
restitution. For
Yeah, they can help them feel like they're contributing to society in a positive
Okay,
way.
what if they only have one kidney?
Like an eye for an eye.
Well, then they don't give up the
situation.
kidney. They'll give up the toes or
They
some
don't.
shit. okay?
Right? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Their left
The
nut.
toes.
Yeah, they can give up their fucking nose for all I care. Okay, I don't look. If they can't give up the kidney, they'll give us something else.
And
Or
it's
if they have
a
nothing,
choice.
if they have nothing, let's say they're a drug addict and they're all their organs are all fucked up. Well, then hey, they have nothing to give. They got to work off their sentence.
Okay, but this isn't donating body parts. This is donating like organs. This is
Those are
Yeah,
parts of your
I-
body.
I mean, I agree with you guys to an extent when it comes to after they die.
I would say these people should be able to like
No.
donate or like give skin grafts, right? Like give chunks of their skin to burn victims.
That's an
in exchange
organ.
for time
though.
off their sentence.
It is an organ.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
what's your
and
point?
just, oh my God, Scott! Just because something an organ's a body part doesn't mean body parts are organs. We are simply discussing organs. We are not discussing like chopping off your finger and giving it to somebody.
Although you
What
can't
if the
do
principle is
transplant
the same.
and put transplant.
What?
What are you talking about? The principle's the same.
I think you should give something of your body.
But that's not what we're discussing, though.
They are.
Okay.
You are.
To somebody like you shouldn't be coerced into doing it. It's like a huge decision to do that. Like if you want to give it to like your family member like that needs it, that is totally understandable by me. I don't think anyone of us would disagree with that. I hope. Can we find some common grounds? I mean, I know Lactoid hates human beings, so maybe he would.
I got a question for you. What if I like commit a violent crime like most people in prison are in prison for, and I shoot somebody like in the liver, and now they need a liver transplant? Doesn't it make sense that if I'm the one that shot them in the liver, that I have to?
There's no like guarantee that you even have the same blood type. So why would we have it on that metric? No, because that's silly. It needs to be consistent.
Identical twin in the liver.
No, I'm saying let's say you shoot somebody. It turns out
hypotheticals.
Yeah, it turns out you're a match. Do you think at that point like we should just take the liver, right? It makes
No,
sense.
that's completely fucked on your own body autonomy. Like, what are you talking about?
Hold on, stop. You can't argue for body autonomy if you prove via your actions that you don't care for body autonomy. The only way that you can argue for body
Wait, you're a libertarian? You're anti-choice?
Do you look, hon?
Wait. That's what you just fucking said.
This is a stopple. This is Stefan Kinsella, right? This is liberty.
You're just gonna start saying random words? Like, no, that's what. Are you saying that you are not pro-choice?
Estoppel is a principle within.
Are you not pro-choice?
Can you just answer my? Can you answer my
question? What do you mean by pro-choice? Like, how much are you going to pivot and run away from the fact that you?
No, it's very irrelevant.
It's a very clear, concise question.
Okay, so we're gonna run away from it. Got it.
The majority of people
You ran away from my question.
What was your question? He started talking. I was responding to him.
Okay, my question to you that you said was stupid, by the way, and didn't engage with. Okay, so
Okay.
my question for you is: if you shoot somebody in the liver and you're a match, should you have to give them your liver? If otherwise they would die.
No.
No.
Why?
Okay. First of all, your question was based on the fact that you said that the majority of people in prison.
For her, let her answer the question.
No, she's just talking. Oh my god. What do you mean? I answered the question. I said no.
She didn't answer the question.
All right, there you go.
What, you're not a lawyer? Like, what? I thought you were a lawyer. I said no. You're asking me a question on the stand. I said no.
I followed up.
Okay, what was your secondary question?
It's a one-word question. Why?
You just why? Why? Because I think that is a complete violation of bodily autonomy. There's no reason that you should owe them that. Like, as restitution, like what, they go free? Like, what do you mean? That's so, like, that is so insanely, like, legislative.
Keeping someone locked up in a cage for years on end is like a violation of their bodily autonomy?
Well, no, because that is more of a keeping away. I think that the fact that prisons are hellscapes, there is an argument for that. I don't disagree. But I'm just saying, like, the idea of prisons is that people should be kept away from the general society. And I think that we all get that, right? But I don't think that they should be the hellscapes that they are.
Bodily autonomy, though, by forcibly imprisoning them.
Right. You cannot argue you cannot argue for your bodily autonomy once you violate someone else's bodily autonomy. So let's say I murder Lactoid, right? And let's say I murder Lactoid. And then this is Walter Block's argument, another libertarian, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna name drop tonight.
I murder Lactoid, right? And what ends up happening is there's a machine, and the machine can resurrect Lactoid. But in order for this machine to resurrect Lactoid, I have to walk in the machine and it has to kill me. That's restitution. I can't, like, if the family would have every right to demand that I walk into that machine and die to bring back Lactoid because I killed Lactoid. That's the prince. Like, that's an example of restitution.
You did the bad thing.
So wait, you're trying to say that everybody that's in jail, like, killed somebody? Like, is that what we're trying to get? Or are you just trying to...
That's exactly what we're saying, yes.
Goddamn. This
100%.
You are so stupid, it's hilarious. Like,
Well, you wouldn't admit if you're pro-choice or not, so I'm a little confused about that.
I just want to.
about a lot of things.
I don't
Oh, it seems like you're calling me stupid just because you can't answer that question.
I just want to go back. I just want to go back to what Lactoid was saying earlier. Is that this is kind of all based on the statement that most people are in jail because of violent crimes, which isn't true.
Yes, it's true.
No, it's not. The majority of people who are in prison are for drug offenses.
Distinctions.
The majority of people who are in prison are from drug offenses. The next
wait. Are you looking at just federal prison, or are you looking at federal?
Moving the goalposts left and right over here, my dude.
For fuck's sake, pay attention.
Ginger, listen. Most people in prison are in a state prison. When you look at the breakdown of people who are in state prisons, it's overwhelmingly violent criminals. Okay. Yes. When you look specifically at federal prisons, who represent a tiny minority of overall prisoners, it is mostly drug offenses. But when you look at all prisoners, the vast majority are there for violent crimes.
And even so, drug crimes are violent crimes, actually.
Oh my God, stop, Dewey.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Fuck up. I can bridge the gap. I can bridge the fucking gap. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so jail and prison are two different things. So jail is where you go for less than a fucking year or while you're waiting for sentencing.
Yes.
Prison is where you go away for a long fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
So majority of the people who go to fucking prison, they committed felonies. So they're either burglars or they're violent felons. Whereas there's a shitload of non-violent fucking drug offenders who cycle in and out of jail all the time. If you're talking about incarcerated people or people who are arrested in general, I almost guarantee you it's probably disproportionate fucking trespassing, drug offenses, DUI, all that kind of bullshit.
It's drug offenses
incarcerated for more than a year.
They're not donating their organs.
There.
Right, they're not the ones that are going to be donating their organs. The ones in jail.
It's drug offenses, extortion, fraud, bribery. Like those are big federal crimes.
Wait, hold on, Lactoid. Lactoid.
Wait. You said the word federal. You said the word federal there. Are
It
you
doesn't
looking at just
matter.
federal prisoners?
No, I promise I'm not. Jeez.
Okay, here's the thing though. Like,
I'll
I
Google
know this. Like, I know for a fact that
You have
like
just become pro mansplaining on this fucking panel right now.
I don't think this is the
Jesus
first time this
Christ.
happened.
Scott,
You
you're
guys
so
are
bad
sexist,
faith.
okay? I am a feminist. Lactoid, are you telling me that you don't think that people in jail should be allowed this option?
so ultimately, I don't think anybody should be in jail for drugs whatsoever.
That's
But
retarded.
okay, I know you think that. But I'm also somewhat tired of, because this used to be my position that like, well, we can't do this stuff until we fix like this other problem first. I think we can do this concurrently. I think it's fair to like push for the legalization of drugs while
You
at the same
misunderstood my
time.
question. I'm asking if people in jail for violent or not violent crimes, right? Either one, should be given the option to give up an organ or a fucking leg or whatever the fuck it is, right? For time off their sentence.
So
The answer is yes, by the way.
I want to say yes, but the only thing I'm like concerned about is like I've seen these fucking backlogs, and there's really not going to be, there's not an incentive. We want to talk about perverse incentives, right? Like why would a judge ever want to speed up their backlog if the bigger their backlog, the more organs you get?
So the
Is
right
your judge being
answer is
paid
the
by
right Doobie. The right answer is the only way that that is actually like a good thing is if restitution is paid to the victims of the crime and not society as managed by the state.
I agree with
So
that
if
most.
we open up a black market and we allow people to purchase organs and those proceeds go directly to the families or the individuals that
Wait,
are
you're
harmed by the crime,
supporting
then it's
black
perfectly
market?
fine.
Well, it wouldn't be black market at that point. It'd be
I think it should be
Amazon
totally legal to sell your
FBA.
organs.
Yeah, I'm totally
They'd
for a
ship it
market.
to you on
That's
a
a whole
drone.
different ethical issue.
I think you should be able to sell your family members' organs if you own
Yeah.
the corpse after they die.
I think we should sell people's organs that they're on with Discord. I want to sell yours, Scott.
So all right, listen. I actually looked it up for the Federal Bureau of Prisons or whatever, and it's 44% for drug offenses at the federal level. So I mean, like
Base?
you're
On
right.
the
But
federal
you're right
level.
by 5%. So okay,
No.
you're talking about prisons in general.
It's the federal
Okay.
level.
Yeah.
Did Ginger just fuck up the lawyer?
So no. So we live in a federal
destroy
system.
Lactoid.
We live in a federalist kind of government, right? So there is a federal level, but there's also a state level. Okay, we have 50 states within one country, the United States of America, and every state has its own prison system, and there also is a federal prison system. Among the federal prison system, it's like the plurality is drugs. I already admitted that. But if you look at
interstate commerce, that's
right.
why.
What is the Department of Corrections considered?
Interstate commerce. That's exactly the reason why the drug traffickers are going to be charged under federal laws. But when we're looking at violent crimes, right, those are almost always, unless they're like a multi-state crime spree, those are almost always going to be state prisons, right?
Yes.
And the vast majority of prisoners are in state prisons, and the vast majority of people in state prisons are there for violent crimes and like violent property crimes, like burglary.
Okay, so you think
the gun.
so are you saying that drug offenses they either only go to federal prison or they only go to jail, but the middleman is mostly just violent crimes?
Can I bridge this gap?
Wait, no, let him answer.
Yeah, I want to. Maybe
I said mostly.
Yes, you said mostly, but you also started off by saying, well, like only the drug dealers only go to like the federal. That's not true. Like there are state prisons that have drug dealers.
Okay,
in
but
them.
then I followed it up by saying mostly. So
Yes,
let's
mostly.
go with the second statement. All right, and
I'm just clarifying. I'm not trying to be. I'm just.
no,
trying to be
but
very
Scott
clear.
is trying to be a dick. So
Okay. Well, let's ignore him.
It just comes natural to me. All right,
It comes
especially
natural
to
when
him.
surrounded by stupidity.
Just
yeah, we're all
ignore
stupid
that.
except for you, buddy.
So if you look at the total like prison population, you break it down by like state, break it down by federal. People, you look at the state population. It's violent criminals, and it makes sense because people who commit violent crime are going to be there for the longest time period.
Okay, so
period of
I
time.
found the stats, and basically, 55% is violent crime, 20% is property crime, and then another 15% is drug, and then another 5% or 10% is fucking public order. So my thing is, it depends on who's arguing what. Because if you say non-violent offenses, you could technically fit property and drug in there, and then you're at 35-40% of prison, which is like a significant amount of the population.
Property is a violent offense.
Yeah, so
Okay,
look at
how
those.
is any of this relevant to the topic?
So here's why.
I'm trying
Why
to
does
get
it matter?
Ginger and fucking Lactoid to fucking
Yeah, if you steal a TV, you gotta give them a kidney, dude. Duh.
So look at those property crimes. Like even that is broken down like burglary, shit like that, right? Where it's like pseudo violent,
motor vehicle theft, fraud, or
yeah,
whatever.
So worth a
Grand Theft
kidney.
Auto, right?
Okay, but for me, all right. So just full disclosure, like I worked previously in law enforcement. I wouldn't consider like burglary unless it was like a home invasion. I wouldn't consider that a violent crime.
Would you consider it worth a kidney?
If you have a different, like if they taught you as a lawyer, like, hey, this is a higher level of offense or some shit, I don't give a fuck. We're splitting hairs at this point. I'm just saying
a little bit, sure.
If you're
Wait, so
a
Connor.
hippie, I'm almost done, buddy. I promise.
Jesus
If you're a hippie, fucking progressive, libtard, and you want to say that a shitload of people are in the prison system because they're nonviolent offenders, blah blah blah, then you could technically argue for burglary to be a nonviolent offense, and therefore around 40% of the population is there. But what you said is correct, which I think a lot of lefties and progressives would find shocking, which is like 55-60% of the fucking population is just straight violent crime. It's like rape, murder, aggravated assault, battery, all that shit. So I think that actually is a shocking stat, by the way.
Yeah, domestic violence. People have this like the idea that like they're innocent,
So domestic violence equals
Well, yeah, but none
give
of this
kidney.
matters, because even if you are going to say we're give this option to violent offenders, then what you're saying is you're rewarding violent offenders with an option that non-violent offenders might also ask for. So I think
that's a good point.
Yeah, so none of that matters. What matters is the perverse incentives that get introduced. And the only time, near as I can tell, the only way perverse incentives don't get introduced is if you're doing the direct restorative justice thing of like, I've destroyed somebody's kidney and now I have an opportunity to repair that by giving them a kidney. At that point,
You're
there is
welcome.
no potential for perverse incentives. You could do that, and you would be serving restorative justice, and you wouldn't be creating all of these other like potential incentives to make the system worse.
That's the best way to do it.
I don't know. The way that I think about it, we have all these people in prison right now who are costing us tens of thousands of dollars a year per person just to keep them fed and clothed and whatnot. So we should be working them, right? They should be working, and all that money should either go to the victims or to the state. And if we can generate some other some like use out of them, whether it's selling their organs or whatever the fuck, I think that's totally fine. I think death row inmates should definitely have their organs sold by the state afterwards, or not sold, maybe just donated if you want to go that route. I think that I can't think of a good argument for this like against this, right? So yeah, it's coercive. Okay, well fuck. Well, an innocent
It's the
person.
perverse
Okay.
incentive. That's the good argument.
Well, one argument
what's the
against this,
perverse
Scooby.
incentive?
There was one argument against this.
The perverse incentive is that you would be more incentivized to put people in prison so that you can increase the number of available.
Yeah,
exactly.
So there's that,
Wait,
Doobie, but
hold
like,
on.
but if you make people work while they're in prison and then give them the option of giving away like their kidneys or whatever the fuck, like
How are they
you're
going to
still
work
getting- you're
after
still-
they did that?
Rich already addressed this. He basically said that like you're still going to have the general impulse to get as many people as
Right,
possible.
exactly. Because they already do this. There's already people who have said literally they don't want to let prisoners out because they are working. You know, a lot of prisons are for profit, right?
Well, but
don't go to prison.
Right, but what Scott said is like if the money,
break the law. I don't know.
You better be careful about your books, my dude.
If the money coming from the work and the money coming from the organs goes to making,
There's no money coming from the organs.
Okay,
It should be.
We're saying what should happen. What should happen is that the money comes from organs and like the money comes from work and it goes to the victim. Then you get rid of the.
Wait, can I ask you a general question that is basically what you're saying, right? So do you think poor people should be able to sell their organs for profit?
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
To who?
Whoever wants to buy
whoever
them.
they want to.
You.
They can already sell.
Are
their
you
body,
fucking
like,
serious?
like-
Do you think you should be able to sell your children? I mean, I know you're a libertarian, so do you think
their organ?
do you think you should be able to sell your children?
No, I don't think you should be able
No,
to
there's a huge right. Oh, come on. You're like, I think you even fucking quoted the guy other. He literally advocated for like selling your fucking child because they're property and shit.
I am not in favor of selling your children.
Not you. I'm talking about the
First,
Scott here.
No. She's talking about an adoption market, and she's talking about Rothbard, right?
That sounds
and
right.
Rothbard called an adoption market. What he's really just talking about is like we should be able to pay to adopt children if we want to do that. Now, I don't necessarily like. I don't think that you should be able to sell your children, because ultimately I think that if you abandon your child, which is to say that you want to sell your child, right, any individual is then able to take over guardianship, and you don't necessarily have that right to sell it because
But that's what he was
you do not
advocating for.
own the yeah, Rothbard made some mistakes, sure, in the way that he described things. He also argued that children should be able to run away from their parents when have like the first come user privilege, which kind of like cleaned up by Hoppe in terms of language later, but that they would have the right to run away from their parents. But yeah, the founder of American libertarianism wasn't perfect on all of his theory. Modern theory and the way that we've looked at it is like much closer to like Walter Block, a rational theory on the rights of children. So yeah, if you engage in abandonment of your child, then any person can take over that guardianship. And if the child has a preference, then obviously that would be where they would go.
I'm so sorry to bring up the idea to him.
So, Nina, why shouldn't a poor person be able to sell his organs to Corey so that Corey can build a Frankenstein?
Because there's a fucking perverse goddamn incentive there, and fucking poors like if you need a fucking
Okay, so why wouldn't
then you're gonna sell your
You're describing all labor.
Working at McDonald's.
why wouldn't that advocate or why would that not incentivize killing people and like literally taking their organs to sell?
Right.
Like China does.
Are you serious?
Well, because killing people violates their consent. They don't consent to being killed.
No, but it doesn't matter. We're talking about incentives.
To kill them.
There is, like, this is like the whole thing where you can't take out like insane life insurance policies out on people without them knowing. Like that's what they used to do back in like the fucking what? No, they used to do that back in the day when like around the prohibition times. They used to just do that.
They're disanalogous. What we're describing is if you
we're talking about incentives,
right? If you kill someone,
yeah, people would kill them for their insurance money. You guys are insurance bros.
Listen. You're just throwing out random words. You're not understanding what's going on. So let me explain to you what's going on for like the 10th time. If I kill you, right?
For the 10th
your
time.
family can demand restitution from me.
Okay, what if you don't have any family?
Argue. Okay.
Oh, this never happens. There's no possible way that anyone has a family or doesn't have a family.
That's actually a good question, Scott.
If you have zero family, right?
Uh-huh.
You have zero.
There's plenty of people who have that.
It is still true that I cannot argue that I'm stopped from arguing.
You can't argue
personal body rights, right? I cannot validly argue that the non-aggression principle applies to me because I have proven that I've violated this. I would still have to pay restitution to someone. Even if there was no one to pay restitution to in terms of your family, I would still have to give it to charity or give it abroad in order for me to validly argue that I believe in the non-aggression principle and that my rights should be respected.
So actually, I hate fucking ANCAP theory, but I have a question. So if somebody violates the NAP, do you just like fucking just like annihilate their butthole? Do you just like fucking draw and quarter them in the public square because they like violated the NAP, or you're just like fuck it, we can do anything to this motherfucker?
It's called the gentleness principle, right? So if I come over to you and I like
We're all about
let's say I
principles.
sock you in the jaw, right? And then I stop punching you in the face. I back up and say, I believe in the non-aggression principle now. Like, please don't hit me, right? You have every right to demand redistribution and restorative justice, which is to say whatever the value of 2 punches in the jaw is. But if you come over to me and you
what would you value that as?
Gone way over that.
Okay.
It depends.
The problem is that
if somebody murders somebody with a claw hammer,
Okay, what if they don't have anything?
Claw hammer slow.
You make them
So
work.
the problem is that value is subjective, right? And so it behooves almost everyone to an extreme degree that you have voluntary contracts of how this will be handled before those things occur within that society, because the fact of reality is that value is subjective. And so it's, as an observer, determining the value of a punch to the face is going to be different for each individual person. So that's why you need voluntary contracts ahead of time.
If somebody molests a child, can we draw and quarter them with horses in the public square? Because that's my subjective value.
I mean, first of all, the Covenant community or wherever you live likely would have things set up ahead of time that say if you do such things, you give up all of your rights, and we're going to draw and
I'm
quarter you
down. I'm in
and
ANCAP
fucking
now.
murder you.
You got me.
No, wait. I actually, I'm really opposed to like the whole like drawing and quartering the pedophile. Because like, what if we just
No, you
Pro
signed
genocide,
when you
port
bought a house in my
slavery,
neighborhood.
pro
okay.
pedophile.
The reason like I'm opposed to this whole like drawing and quartering them is like
We
like,
waste the vital organs. I know.
you could use them, right? Like we could get something out of them to pay for the kids' therapy, right? Like if what's worth more, like a moment of revenge or like tearing this guy apart, or like having him work for 40 years?
It's
My
not,
value
it's
is subjective,
listen,
so you know.
No, it's not. It's not for me or you to decide.
guys are,
It's for
like,
the family member and the individual that was harmed to decide.
It's a child. The child can't decide.
Right. That's why we have guardianships, right? Like the parent is the guardian, is a guardian of the emergent will of that is the property of the child. Right?
Okay.
Just like you have a will when someone dies, except you just you translate that will over like 18 years, let's say, and then eventually it's fully translated at the very end. They can kind of tell you what they want, but it's your job as a parent to be like, yeah, I know you want cookies right now, but like you're gonna get an upset tummy. It's like you don't get to eat cookies before bed.
Right. But the cookies are like actually bad for the. This would be like, I would assume there's like more empirical evidence that like financial resources throughout the kid's life are going to be more helpful than knowing that 20 years ago, my parents caught this guy doing something and now they had him like torn apart on the city square.
Well, it's hard to tell.
It's not hard to tell.
For some,
I'm sure
people,
you can measure that.
That's real fucking cathartic to know that person was drawn and quartered and that they're never going to harm somebody else again and that they're fucking gone.
But if they're working, they're never going to harm somebody else again because we have them contained. They're working.
They cannot argue for their rights after they do.
Look, I gotta say really quickly, like
we're hitting some
the anti side on this is incredibly weak. Corey, you've barely spoken. Like where's your fucking Chad vegan energy? Like, why aren't you telling us?
I never claimed to be a Chad. Only vegan.
I'm claiming. Okay, explain why we're all wrong and you're correct. Okay.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, like, I think you asked a valid question in terms of like, why shouldn't a poor person be allowed to sell their organs to maybe lift themselves out of poverty? I would say, and I would, go back to sort of what I brought up in my opening statement in terms of like, yes, there are multiple reasons why this bill is being proposed, but it's also, let's say, being proposed for the purposes of maybe solving the organ shortage issue. So I would call this like a Band-Aid solution. That's why I bring up sort of larger, hopefully the larger solution of like, just pretty much harvesting the organs of the dead and not overly respecting them. Just as I would answer your question that you, why should a poor person be allowed to sell their organs to lift themselves out of poverty? It's because like there are better solutions available. Just as there are better solutions to the organ shortage than like harvesting the organs of prisoners. We have the technology to harvest.
What does it matter that there are better solutions available? That someone, they could get marketable
What's
skills
a better
and work
solution?
them way up, work their way up, and maybe someday they won't be broke anymore. Okay, sure.
Don't let him get away with this.
I'm not.
What's the better solution than
let him get away?
I don't think it matters.
Sell organs.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, right? Because whether or not it's the better solution, why shouldn't I have the bodily autonomy, if you guys care about this so much, to make decisions about my body? Hey, this guy wants to buy my finger. I should be able to sell him my finger, regardless of whether there's an organ shortage or a finger shortage or whatever the fuck it is.
We've already done this in the 19th century, and it ended up with super fucked up results. So we don't have
in
to
the
relearn
19th
every
century
fucking lesson.
Yeah. Wait,
I don't think we should be. I don't think we should be making decisions about today's society based on what the fuck happened in the 19th century.
Yeah, you're trying to go back to the 19th century.
No, I'm trying to move forward.
He wants the industrial era.
With more freedom,
no, we've
more
done
bodily
this
autonomy, having learned the lessons of the past, right? I think again,
where kids lost their fingers to fucking pickle jars and shit.
Please,
yeah, fucking awesome.
If 15 homeless dudes, right, don't want to be broke anymore, so they sell various parts of their body to Corey so he can construct a Frankenstein body for himself. What the fuck is the problem with that? I don't understand how you guys can be like so in favor of bodily autonomy.
I think there's a stage in between,
so in favor.
Wait, what are your guys' thoughts of prostitution? Because I feel like that's a step in between.
To deny people the right to cut pieces of their body off themselves if they choose to.
Yo, okay, listen, Nina fucking said like pro-choice, like it's fucking like if you're not pro-choice, you're fucking cringe or whatever. But like, yo, don't throw me in that fucking camp.
I didn't say that.
But do you agree with me? I'm curious on your
Should people not be able to get piercings because they're better ways to decorate your body? Like it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, spaced.
But do you at least agree with my position of like, if you're dead, you give up the right to your organs? And,
Yeah.
like, so basically, your bodily autonomy.
Not necessarily. Hold on. So I think when you die, your body passes on to some person in your family. Probably, they own you, and if they want to sell your organs, they can go for it.
Corey, do you think, would you be amenable to the idea of everyone that dies has to go into a government regulated organ market? So you're not selling it. It's just the use of your body, you know?
Yeah, I think it should mostly be an opt out at the most. I would
Opt
be more
out,
just like,
yeah.
I'd actually more advocate it, just like, yeah, if you're dead, you give up pretty much. You have no bodily autonomy after you're dead. You become an inanimate object.
Right.
And so that's where my.
I don't think you actually believe that.
Your corpse.
So wait, hold on.
I agree with that.
So Corey. So if Prime died, and for some reason he left his beautiful body to me, and I said, "Hey,
No, not the
I'm
insurance
gonna
man.
Take Prime's body. Take Prime's body, set it up on a wall somewhere, and turn it into a fucking glory hole where people can just fuck Prime's ass 24/7 whenever they want for $20 an hour or some shit."
That's Lactoid's position. He already
Would-
advocated.
Corey,
for
would
that.
you be okay with
He
that?
command a lot more than $20 an hour. Okay.
God,
Don't sell
Well, I feel like it depends how long of time goes by.
So,
Yeah,
Corey,
see,
would you
there's
be okay
nuance
with me
here.
doing that?
Would I be? I'm not sure if I caught your whole.
Would that be something that would be legal in your system?
Yeah, it's just
You
an
want him to
inanimate
repeat it?
object. Who gives a
He's
shit?
selling access to Prime's dead asshole.
Yeah, like he's he's no longer, and by my definition, he's no longer human.
Hey, he put the
Yo,
bullet on
I
that one.
blame no. I blame Danny DeVito for this shit. Y'all watch fucking It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia too many times, and you watch that fucking clip where he's like, "Just throw my body in a dumpster. I don't give a shit. Throw me in the trash."
Even if
Like,
it were my own body, like,
y'all-
so we're gonna get to the point, okay? Like, what are we
fucking
gonna do? What are we gonna do with our dead? Like, there's only so many dead bodies we can bury. We can start burning them too, I guess. But like, there's an actual cost to like how we deal with our dead, and if we can actually meaningfully contribute to people's health and well-being by harvesting their organs, just because like you have, let's say, like, again, your sentimental value to organs, I think, ends when you die, and at least by my definition, you're no longer a conscious human being. But I'm also like not religious,
And it's also like it's a food source too, right?
Okay, can we
you know
use
how
it
I,
for
you know how I do
military
these like
purposes?
You could just
Hold
ask
on.
him, "Hey, do you still
hold
want
on,
your kidney?"
hold on.
Say
Hold on.
anything.
You know how
They're
I do
dead.
these like things where I try and get Corey Campbell to like
No.
agree to like an extreme end of the distribution that his analysis or moral framework is setting up something. You're doing that for us. Like you're basically saying that people have no property rights whatsoever and we can do whatever we want with the dead.
He's saying
And
property
anyways,
rights?
like yes, when
dead bodies are
someone
property.
dies,
No, he's
it's
allowing for the
property
opt-out.
of the family. Now, if you're saying we're going to get to the point where we have to figure out what to do with the dead, yeah, it's real fucking simple. Mausoleums, crypts, and funeral services that don't involve cremation will get progressively
Throw 'em in the
more
trash.
expensive, and then only certain people will be able to afford those.
Human composting, bitch.
Oh wait, no, Scott, answer
There you
Doobie's
go.
question though. Like, if the family decides to sell like the body for like nefarious,
Yeah,
degenerate
they can do
purposes.
whatever they want with
All
that
right, all right,
body.
there you
Now,
go, there you go.
granted, I don't want them living in my society, and I'm not going to do business with them. But like,
What?
and
You
I
don't
might
wanna
live.
bang
I might
PrimeCayes
I might
corpse?
live, and I might live in. I might choose to live in a place where that is something that is not allowed via the contract of the covenant community. But that being said, I don't have a right to use the police to kick down their door to stop them for doing something that is their property that is inherently not aggressive. I can
You're
just
not a
say
very
that's
Corey
morally
hasn't
flawed.
taken.
That's fair enough.
Corey hasn't gone to that extreme, right? Like Corey specifically said, he allows for opt-out. So
Yeah.
if anyone wants to put in their living will, I don't know. Some of my brethren, like pre-Vatican II Catholic, do not want to be cremated because they believe that their body will be glorified in the afterlife, and so they
Mhm.
don't want their body to be cremated or whatever.
yeah.
They could opt and put in a living will that they don't want anything to happen to their body, and then
It's
it
a
gets
bullshit
buried in
argument
the-
because we already live in that society.
I have a
Like, you
question.
choose to be an organ donor or don't.
I
Well,
would
we
actually.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Doobie, but I want to clarify as well.
Okay, so this reminds me of something. I've been reading lots of Brandon Sanderson books recently, right? In one of the books, there's a character who basically is able to wear people's bones, right? Like under their skin.
You finally started reading Mistborn?
I finished it, both eras,
Nice.
actually. Yeah. And one of the things this character does is, they'll go around and ask people like, hey, I'll pay you, and when you die, I get your bones, right? I'll pay you right now, and you live your life, and when you're
Wait,
dead,
you know
I
that's
get your
based off
bones.
of a
I
real
take away
story,
your-
right?
I hope so. That's really cool.
It's based off of a giant, the Irish giant.
That's cool. So I'm wondering, like, so would you guys be opposed to like a poor person, right? Or anybody, having the ability to go to some business and say, hey, and that business says, hey, I'll give you $50,000 right now, but when you die, I get your body and we get to do whatever the fuck we want with it. Like, would you be opposed to that?
Yes.
Why?
Not
Why would
at
you be
all.
opposed to that?
Because I believe in a god, unlike you heathen
my
body
God.
raping
Ooh.
fucks.
Well, okay,
Jesus
this is where I want to
Christ.
clarify my I think like after you're dead, your body should specifically be used for medical purposes. I'm not saying that like pretty much the scenario that you outlined in Prime is like I'm not going to advocate for
If
that.
I just
or
want a
even, like,
house made out of homeless people, like.
And by the way, this is not the society that we
I
live
feel like
in
that
now.
really
because
that
what Corey was describing was opt out, and what society that we live in now is opt in. That is to say,
Yeah.
they can't use your organs unless you specifically have said that you can.
I
This
think
is something that comes up in the debate world about once
I mean,
every 2
sure,
years.
it's a
It's the question
percentile
of whether or not we
difference.
should do opt out or opt in, and those are two very different systems.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
it's
think
a
the bare minimum is
percentile
opt out.
difference in terms because some people will not actively opt out, but they won't necessarily actively opt in. So you get a higher percentage of people that engage in the program. But I mean, if like that's what you're
The
talking
vast
about,
majority of people
I
don't
mean,
opt out or in.
right, but it's still, I mean, sure. I mean, at that point, you're talking about like a slight difference in terms of, well, I mean, you're talking about a difference in percentage, but you're not really talking about a rights difference. I mean, I don't want the fucking state using my body one way or the other. But I mean, if you want to do that, do that. But
Selfish.
like, I hate to see how that's really, really like, I don't know, like how much are we gaining from that? How
A
does
lot of
that
organs.
change? I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure, but I mean, what we're really talking about is individuals that are still healthy that are able to sell their living organs, right? I mean, like, how many organs are we really gaining from people that die from old age? I mean, when you read the article itself, they were talking about like, some of the reasons people didn't want to do it is because it costs money to do the procedure or they have to do the executions differently, right?
You didn't read
So,
the article.
I don't know. What?
I know you didn't read the article because it doesn't cover that at all.
Who the fuck reads?
Absolutely.
I did the work to read both articles, assholes. What the fuck?
Wait, but the article
Okay,
does mention that.
I obviously did my research because not only did I read the article, but I knew the company and the people that are on the board of the company and what the name of the company was before. I also happen to know that they make 1.2 billion.
Of the
but
article?
The article says 1.7 billion.
1.7 billion what?
Bajillion.
In terms of
Bodies.
Yeah, bajillion. His bodies.
So yeah, Doobie, I'm definitely not advocating for your ability to, have, like you said, a home full of homeless people that are no
No, a
longer
house
alive.
of homeless people. That's what he had.
Whatever. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
Why not?
I thought he wanted it built out of homeless people.
I don't. So Corey, you're not religious, so why not? Like that doesn't make any sense. So Connor has some weird fucking Christian shit going on, right? So okay, but you're not one of those. So why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I be able to sell my policy? Cringe. So why shouldn't I be able to sell my body, my dead body, while I'm alive? I just sell the rights to it.
You whore.
As in after you're
Yeah,
dead, like this is what happens.
They want to turn me into like a sex toy. That's cool. I'd live on.
While you're alive,
Or
yeah.
a house. With that clause that says, of course, if you actually are the one who kills me, then you get nothing, of course. Right?
Yeah, I will totally be a consequentialist in this regard. In terms of like, I think they're a bit much better. That's why, like, I think I might be wrong.
That's
But
stupid.
I think I specifically said in
There
my
are
opening
better ways.
argument of like we should specifically harvest your organs after you're dead. We should not respect your consent of your dead body.
Corey, Let me throw one more wrench.
Can I
wait,
just-
wait. I want to address
So
this
we
real
don't.
quick. Hold on.
No,
real
no,
quick.
it's okay. Corey figured it out.
last-
He doesn't respect your consent while you're alive.
Wait,
or
no,
while
no.
you're dead.
So this
Lactoid
is
and
this-
Ico.
Oh, it doesn't work
so
on
this-
him the way it works
so
on
the-
you.
Lactoid, then Ico. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Corey, what if I wanted to build I was like Doobie? I was weird. I wanted to build my house out of homeless bodies, but I promised that I would actually
Like a good capitalist.
for every homeless person that I would buy, I would
You would
donate.
donate?
I would donate enough money to medical research to actually outweigh the value of using those homeless people for medical research as opposed to building my house. Then at that point, the raw consequentialist analysis would dictate that you should be able to build a house out of homeless people. Correct?
In principle, if that calculator exists, then yeah, hypothetically on paper.
Okay, all right.
I've seen something like
hate
this.
consequentialism.
I've seen something like this. If you go to Italy, there's an entire church called the Bone Church,
Which
which
is
is made
Romania, I
out of the bones
think.
and specifically skulls of the many monks who have lived in that church for over the past 2,000 years. And it's literally built out of human bones and skulls. You can look it up right now. It's called the Bone Church. It's amazing.
It's in the Czech Republic, but I've been there, and it is really fucking cool.
Yeah, it is really fucking cool. So there's
Dude,
nothing
Doobie's
wrong
an
with
artist.
using dead bodies. This was in a sanctified way too. So like Counterpoint shouldn't object to it on a religious basis. But
Well, okay, so
let me
but
just
if
say,
I need to ask
some-
Doobie. Sorry, you go, and then I'll ask Doobie a meme question.
yeah, I just wanted to correct something I said earlier. It's not the vast majority. I thought it's not. In fact, 54% of people opt into organ donation, which is great. But if you switch to an opt-out system, which is like what Corey wants, that 54% jumps to 90%, which is close to double. So you can imagine like how many more lives would be saved if all we did was switch from the opt-in to the opt-out.
I support that.
That data is kind of rough because it's like
Corey for president.
when you say opt in, opt out, right? Opt in means you're making an active decision, right? And you admit that
Yes.
the reason for the difference is because the active decision requires you to opt out. But my question is like what
Ginger,
level
we
of
can hear you a little
informed
bit. Ginger, we can hear you a little bit.
Ginger, mute yourself. So the question then becomes like, in the opt-out procedure, what level of informed consent are you given?
So
Because
the-
if it's
the
like
level
a
four-
if it's like a passive thing, like you're at the DMV and then they're like, "Hey, do you want to opt out?" and you're like, "Oh, I don't know." Like because the state is doing that, what happens if someone comes down and has a sit-down interview and describes in graphic detail every
No,
single thing
it's
that
not
is
that.
likely to
It's-
occur with
it's-
your body? You might actually see the number go under the amount of people.
Well,
that
it's
opt
this.
out.
I mean,
it's
you're
this,
dead. Who
it's this.
cares?
Right now, there's a simple check mark that says, "Do you want to opt in?" And if you leave it blank, then you're opted. Then you're not an organ donor. All this proposes is that you flip that and say, right now we are going to assume.
Yeah,
that
no,
you are an
I
organ
recognize
donor.
all that, but you didn't
Yeah.
engage with what I said.
Well, no, you asked me which it was, and it's the former. It's
No,
all
I'm
it
saying-
is you just flip what the check mark means. That's
right,
it.
but do you understand that like what you're describing is you have to opt in for something, right? And so
That is the
the-
definition.
it becomes
yes.
your choice to do something. However, the ethics might change if they were going to do something to you, unless of course you opted out. And so the question is if they informed you what they were going to do, how might those percentages change?
Yeah, and the question then becomes like, to what degree do you do the informing? Like, do you
make
give
them
the-
watch
do you
an
give the horror
autopsy?
show
Right.
in a room that takes 20 minutes of
Yes.
explanation
Well-
and a video, or do you just say, this is what organ donor is? Maybe have a little paragraph that explains it on the card, and then you can opt out if you want to. Like, to me, that's what it would be, and that is what it is in certain parts of the world because they
Yeah,
do these
yeah. Can I jump in on here real quick? On that same note, just before we get too far away from it, there is a organization, at least in the United States, that is specifically meant for taking care of organ donorships. It's called the United Network of Organ Sharing. That is, or also another word for it is the organ organ procurement and transplant network. This is the thing that's been in the United States as a law, or a organization since 1984. It's a government organization that do manage how your organs are going to be used, and obviously they have a lot of ethical basis on why they choose to do things, and it seems very on the up and up, so to say. Is that something that does I mean, I know you're a libertarian, so I assume you're against, but does that not seem like a reasonable thing to have if you're concerned about like what's going to happen to your body? Like, this is a government agency that is specifically meant for your organs to not get like just like fucking your heart or something by some random dude. It is like an organization that makes sure that your organs go to the right place.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm against it because it's a state monopoly that has been captured by.
Well, it's not for profit. It literally made less money.
It's for profit.
Okay.
And really, there's no reason this industry shouldn't be for profit. I think it's.
Oh my God, Doobie, what happened? I should never talk to you.
I have a question. I don't, Doobie. So if you were to build your fucking homeless body house, would it be more like Sicario, where they're like pinning up and drywalling the homeless people into the walls so the whole house stinks? Or would it be like a gingerbread house but made out of human flesh, where like you basically like you skin the homeless people and you use that as your drywall?
This is why he doesn't show his camera.
The date. Do you know what the demoncula is? Or is it? Fuck. How do you pronounce it?
Demonculaba.
Demonculaba.
He's got blueprints apparently.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
where they birthed Chaos Space Marines out of fucking stitched together human corpses.
Yeah, I've had a situation like that. I think.
Okay.
I stitched together homeless people.
So
that have
you
children
try
living
to recreate the Demonculaba with homeless.
Basically, yeah.
Isn't the entire point of Warhammer that it's like a shit place?
So Doobie.
So I guess we know now how long, like when Doobie goes into like his drunk-induced state where he learns to like mankind. We know how long that lasts now.
Yeah, the
2
ego
weeks.
death. But
yeah, the ego death is over.
So Doobie, so I think your response earlier in terms of like as I guess your rebuttal to me, when you die, your body gets pretty much your family now owns it. Is that correct? And they can choose to do, or unless you have prior instructions, but if there are no instructions, like your family or whatever next of kin. So I will repose the question in a different context. What if you have no family?
Oh, then it goes to the state.
Or finders keepers, right? Abandoned.
If you
at that point,
no, that's
no
actually
family.
true.
That's what Lactoid does on the weekends.
Right. So
that's a natural incentive to clean up the dead bodies. And no one else is gonna pick up.
Oh my God, do you want to go back into like mercantilism, dude?
So what should the state do with it, Doobie? Do you think?
Probably criminally investigate some people, but
yeah, but like,
hold on.
Aside after
so if they just find like medical research, organ donation, if that's possible. If not, just fucking burn it.
Would their insurance like impact at all how you would treat it?
No,
not really.
Okay.
No, it's first user. If you don't have a will and you have no family, you have no next of kin, then the first person to come into contact with your body that says I will.
Well, what if you say like, okay, so who finds random dead bodies? Like who does the cleanup? The state, right?
I don't know.
Well, not in Scott's world.
So what Scott's saying is that we should be able to go to like the top of Mount Everest, pick up all the dead bodies up there, bring them back down, and just like wear them around.
Okay,
Do you know how ridiculous that is?
No, I love how much of a nightmare society this would be because like private cops would just be running around finding homeless corpses all over the
place. I mean, that's like the libertarian dream is the old school shit where firefighters would get into fist fights over while the building's burning down in the background.
No, wait, not to be.
No. She brought up an entirely bullshit point. Privatized firefighters were actually way better.
Oh my God, I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah, so I want to point out something on this topic because I think all of you are actually okay with the finders keepers things for bodies, but you just have a longer time period on it than like we might, right?
Who's we?
Then I guess me and Scott and Doobie, right? Because I mean, currently when people find like 40,000-year-old like mummified bodies, like they take them and they put them on display and stuff. And also, if a body's been laying in the grime long enough, it turns into dirt. Are you telling me I can't go like take a big cubic, thing of massive dirt?
Well, that actually is.
It happened to once be a person. Like no,
that is actually a way to donate your body to preserve certain like national parks and stuff. That's an option. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that like when I brought up finders keepers, people thought it was. It's funny phrase or whatever. But what I'm saying is that like all of you believe that. If the body's been sitting for long enough, then you all believe in finders keepers, right?
Yeah, it's
You're
temporal.
right, Lactoid. In the hypothetical scenario in which I don't give a shit about corpses, I want a 90-day finders keepers.
Yeah,
We're talking about like mummies and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the way that they have like stray holds for dogs at the pound, where you can't just give away somebody's dog, is the way that you can't.
I'm just imagining a leash over somebody's neck, and you're just like pulling this dead body.
Yeah, but like I think it's an interesting point. You know, like that it's just a matter of time before no one gives a damn. I mean, like it's in terms of like
Zeno's paradox is all.
Well, can I say
that is? I want to hold on one second.
Okay.
I don't know what that is, but so Aiko, you should explain that to me later.
Yeah, I will.
Like this reminds me of like burial plots. Like in the U.S., like we don't like we have so much land that we put like no effort into managing burial plots, but like in other countries, like that's not the case, right? And so you only have that space for like a limited amount of time. And like they cycle through those things. Yeah, like it's not something you think about, but like, and there are a lot of countries that like have to do like be really creative with their burial lands. And sometimes you got to lose them because it's just like how many
You're from New Orleans, right?
Like how many people are around who know you, right? Who remember you, who give a shit that you're buried there. At some point, move them out, right? Yeah.
At some point, the name's
Boston
forgotten,
used to do
right?
that shit. Well, okay, so I got some wild shit. Y'all went on some wild shit. I got to go on some wild shit. So in Boston, they used to have like a downtown, and it was a burial ground. So they would cycle the corpses through the graves. But then Boston became such a big city that they couldn't fucking cycle through the graves fast enough. So they were digging to bury new people, and they were finding corpses. And then one year there was like a particularly horrific flood, and the grave was on a hill. So then fucking like dead bodies were just luging down the fucking street in the middle of the fucking
We got to stop burying. Like, we have to find better ways to deal with our dead.
We gotta let them decompose. We gotta get rid of coffins. Put them actually in the ground. Let them be reclaimed by the earth.
I promise you, Corey, if we did finders keepers, the bodies would not be buried.
As a consequentialist, I'm all on board then. Sign me up.
Aiko, what's Zeno's paradox?
Okay, so Zeno's paradox is, as I'm sure panel is a paradox in which, in order to get anywhere, let's say you're getting from,
half a
where
distance.
I'm sitting out of my front door, you
that
first
one.
have to get halfway there. You have to get halfway there, and then you have to get halfway there, so on and so forth. And you never get to the end, according to the paradox, right? And it's sort of, but there's a point at which, of course, the answer to Zeno's paradox is that there's a point at which you sort of hit a tipping point to where you can just say you're there. And I think that that's the case here, right? Where we're talking about, well, when is a corpse no longer a corpse? When is it just a pile of dirt, right? And there's no real like absolute like singular threshold at which that's becomes the case, right? You can say it's the point at which I no longer recognize grandma sitting on the table or whatever because it's decomposed so much. Or it can become the point at which the bones are no longer connected, or maybe that the bones have gotten so soft that they're not really bones anymore. Point is, there comes a point at which you would no longer, and a lot of this is legalistic too. I'm sure Lactoid could cite maybe statutes that say the point at which a body is no longer a, or a point at which a possession is no longer a possession because it's been abandoned for a certain amount of time, whatever it is. To some degree, it's arbitrary, but there does come a point at which we no longer consider like a body to be a body, and at that point, it doesn't really matter what people do to it.
Yeah, like if you thought Nina, if you thought the Bone Church was awesome, then like, I mean, shouldn't that be a horror show? Because people's bodies were.
They were specifically saying that they consented for them to do that because they were like such a big part of that church that they wanted to, in death, still be a part of the church, which is beautiful in my opinion. If that is your choice to become like your bones are just doing it, like
there is a message. The church
Okay, so Nina, do you agree with me then that people should be able to sell rights to their body while they're alive?
they're not selling it. It wasn't for money. It was because they spent their life there, and that's where they wanted it.
Why can they give it away for like some religious shit, but they can't sell it? Like, why is it wrong for them to make money off this?
Because then there's incentives.
You're gonna buy them and turn them into dimming.
Yes, I don't want to be part of your house, asshole.
there's an incentive that individuals want to be in the church. It's just what they're valuing is different. Like that doesn't make any sense. You're not
Yeah,
being
like
consistent.
good things, not fucking being fucked to death in some weird.
Okay, well that's their own choice, though. I don't understand what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
mean, look, the church used to sell.
Okay, but here's a good thing. No. Here's a good thing. Okay,
Mhm.
there is a good thing if I sell it. Let's say I don't give a fuck that my body is fucked to death when I'm dead, but let's say I'm having financial problems or I just want to do better. Let's say I sell.
So how does
kidney
that
for
not
20
incentivize
Gs,
that
and then I put a down payment on a house? Like, yes,
with 20
that's a good
Gs?
thing. Do you
Well,
not
hold
know
on.
how down
I mean, the
payments
church
work?
used to
Like-
sell indulgence too,
I-
but then
yes,
Martin Luther, like,
I
nailed
do.
his 95 Theses, said, no, you can't do that.
You're
And
cutting
now the Catholic Church, like, agrees with Martin Luther. Like, there are differences between different, like, human values. Not everything is just a transaction.
Money.
Okay,
Yeah,
but again,
explain that
what's
to this
the
crowd.
difference? Like you're just saying, like, look, good things as defined by my moral preferences. Therefore, I get to use the power of the state to tell you that you shouldn't do the things that I don't like because my religion says so. And I say to that, fuck off.
Okay, I'll send cops to your house when you start creating demunculaba.
So
We get it. You're an inherently aggressive individual, but no, you're wrong.
But yeah,
Wait.
Nina, I don't understand the difference. I'm trying to like pick up where Doopy was going with this. It's like there's all kinds of incentives that you can present to a person, right? Like to be glorified. Like I imagine the monks look at in the church, right? Like my body be glorified and appreciated in a way that most corpses will never be, right?
Mhm.
So that's
To
an
remind
incentive
humans of that they are mortal. That was their
Memento mori.
I would
Yeah.
agree
so, like,
with
what's wrong with like the incentive of money that could go to help your family, to your children, college fund, or whatever it is, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That can
What
radically advance your life.
Probably
Okay.
sign that contract when you're young.
No.
you're
Well, he's asking
dumb,
me this
you don't give a
question.
Shit about it, and then you're probably not
Counter,
gonna be
come
able to
on.
get out of the contract later in
No,
fucking life because
Don't add all that other shit. Hold on,
Okay, no, I get what you're saying. Okay. So the big difference.
Counterpoints. I'm ignoring you.
Counterpoints. Counterpoints. Do you think
I would have talked to Nina.
Okay.
I asked.
So the thing is, if you're talking about glorifying your
barging in, Nina, please. Like, what's your response?
Oh my god, I didn't realize I was muting. I was like, are you guys really talking over me like this? Sorry.
They really are.
That was on. No, I muted myself. So my bad. But thank you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, so the reason I would say that it's different is because the concept of glorification is a personal thing, as much as it could be for other people to some extent. But I think that is not it's not a currency that can be transferred to somebody else. When we're talking about money, somebody could use your body for whatever the fuck they wanted and make money off of it and say they're you and that's your wishes. Like, I think that's a big difference. We're saying, like, you do not have the same current. If you want your body, you have lived this pious life in this monastery. I want to be buried here. This is what I want. Whether or not there's like some sort of significant glorification of it doesn't really matter because it's for you. And obviously for the monastery itself, but it cannot be used as a financial incentive that like finances can be used for like anything, like
wrong
with that?
Yeah.
Well, because that's not what you want.
But that's what I want.
No, we're talking about the bone church, right? Those people wanted to be there.
Yeah. Hold on. Just a second. Scott, I promise you, I'm going to give some space. I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't like when you're
making this. I don't understand why you're making this distinction, right?
Because
you're
money
saying
bad,
that money bad. It sounds like money bad. But like church stuff good. Like
no, I think your personal wishes is fine. Like if you really want it, I guess like you could like have the
wish is,
okay.
For Doobie, who can afford it, to give me $100,000, right? So that
I want to buy Bitcoin. Fuck, who
he
cares?
can make a glory
my
hole out of my
personal
asshole after I'm done. That's my fervent wish. Oh my god, don't
I
quote
would
this,
take
'cause
that money,
it'll be used.
100%.
So, but yeah, like
that's an
my
open
fervent
offer to
wish.
anybody out there.
So then why can't I do that? What's so different by that fervent wish?
Well, for one, I don't think it's good for it, but I could be wrong.
It definitely is.
But
Like,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then he's probably going to be adamantly like wanting you to die.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Because he's not going to get an ROI until you fucking die, right?
We can
so you don't think he might like try and go out of his way to kill you?
I mean, like, try to go
There are
out
other
this
reasons
way.
for that. Like,
the contract can get nulled if
What you're saying is that like life insurance shouldn't exist, and we shouldn't have life insurance policies because
no, I don't think life insurance. Yes, that actually was a very predatory way that you should know in the insurance game that we've changed because it was used in that way.
Wait, hold on, but this is actually a good.
This actually functions just like life insurance.
Listen.
Yeah, life insurance was used in that way. We literally covered this earlier.
Wait, please. Some old people who don't have any like kids, right? Their kids died or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
Or their kids are wealthy, who have life insurance policies.
On who?
Yeah, they've had on themselves. They've had their entire lives.
Okay.
There are plenty of companies out there or investors out there who will pay them money right now while they're still alive to be a beneficiary in the life insurance policy, right? With the typically the only trade-off is, hey, you need to make sure that my body is taken care of in this way, so this portion of the money is used for that. But the rest of it, whether it's $1 million or $2 million or whatever the fuck it is, it's yours, right? But you give me money today, right? Like so it functions the same way. They get money to do whatever the fuck they want with right now. They live their lives, so they're happy, and then they die, and then the person gets the benefit of their policy. Now, what's wrong?
Why
with
would
that kind
somebody?
Of system?
Okay, so if you're asking me what's wrong with that, chances are there's a bunch of dementia-ridden fucking old motherfuckers who are getting paid pennies.
Isn't that what reverse mortgages are?
What? No, stop this. You keep bringing up individuals. You keep bringing up individuals that you think can't consent to a contract to invalidate the idea of contracts. Like it's bullshit.
Yeah,
You're
we
like,
shouldn't
well,
have
it's a
any
bunch of
contract
young,
ever.
dumb. It's some 18-year-old kid. So here's my question.
Who's doing
Counterpoints.
that?
Do you think that it was unethical and wrong for the Marines to exist? And that it's actually a piece of shit institution to sign up 18-year-olds to go fight in war. Do you think that as a Marine yourself?
I think it's like a fucked up institution that takes advantage of the naivete of fucking young people, and I would prefer that it was honest about its fucking naivete, but I also think it's socially necessary.
Okay, so it's socially necessary by some consequentialist analysis, so it's okay then, but it's not okay for people to voluntarily sell their bodies because they're young and they totally can't consent to it. Even though one is going to go bomb people and murder people, and then the other one is an individual that is just freely selling their fucking body for their own personal benefit.
Do you guys consistently feel that way about sex work?
You nailed that.
We are very consistent on sex work.
Yeah.
You're pro sex work?
I personally don't
I'm
like
incredibly
sex
anti-sex
workers,
work.
but I don't think that I have any right to say
What? You guys are...
Yeah.
Oh, you're trolling me, Prime.
Wait, hold on. Wait. So Nia, real quick. So we don't like it. Like it's kind of like gross or whatever. But we would never illegalize it, right?
No, I think most porn should be illegal. I think most porn should be illegal.
Doobie, what the fuck?
So Doobie's on a whole different level. Okay.
Yeah, Doobie's a fucking.
Well, this is because I'm a feminist.
Really making me regret me saying
No,
that.
it's because I'm a feminist and I don't like.
Yeah, you're a swerf. You're a swerf, which means you're not a feminist.
I'm the most feminist person on this fucking panel right now.
Doobie, do you want to ban gambling? I'm
Doobie, I thought you were
gambling.
For poor people. I'd have there be like a
what's your cutoff?
Minimum threshold, right? Income threshold.
Interesting.
You got to make more than 30 grand a year.
See, because
what if I
we've had this
spend
argument before
25?
where you guys are always coming after my fucking loot boxes and games. I love loot boxes. I buy thousands of dollars of loot boxes in video games, right? Shit that I don't even ever use, right? I hold on. I got ESO for the weekend. I spent $1,400 in 2 days just buying loot boxes, and then I played it for a week and never touched a game again, right? And I had a great time. I had a great time.
Donate that money to this channel.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, gift us all subs to PrimeCayes.
Doobie, real quick. So you think that poor people shouldn't be allowed to buy insurance? Why do you think that? Because that's just gambling,
wait,
right?
No, it's not. Insurance is not gambling.
I mean,
How is it not gambling?
It's not gambling at all.
You're paying money in case something happens.
You're paying for access.
Anyways.
Okay, you're paying for access to a pool of money.
Pool of assets. Yeah.
Exactly. To ensure that if a thing does happen, you have the ability to pay it off. That is not gambling.
How is that different than a slot machine? I'm paying access to a pool of money. If I pull the lever, I might get the money or I might not.
It is gambling,
Probably
yes.
know this from the fucking from the fucking contracts and from the fucking training for that shit. Like you can't technically profit from insurance. Like there's all of these fucking like moral safeguards and ethical safeguards specifically put in place legally to avoid all this shit.
Right. Hold on. But you can dodge a loss.
The principle is the same.
Let me finish. All of my complaints about the industry, like I'm okay with the idea of insurance and the principles behind it. I just think that the way that it's practically applied by human beings is fucked up.
What's the functional difference between dodging a loss and profiting?
Dodging a loss and profit?
Yeah. Like philosophically,
this is why deductibles exist, by the way.
Well, no.
Does anybody know?
That's not
Is there a limit?
deductibles. Hold on, deductibles exist to like it's basically an anti-fraud. Like I understand, like an anti-fraud component. But my question is like,
it is anti-fraud, but it's also to make sure that fucking people don't profit off of insurance.
oh, okay. So they're not like profiting, but like even absent the deductible, assuming the deductible is not the full amount of the loss, the point of insurance is that you don't suffer the full loss. And so my question for you is like philosophically, what's the difference between dodging a loss, like dodging a negative financial event, and having a positive financial event? I don't see any functional difference here.
You're saying it in your question, like a positive financial event is positive and a negative financial event is negative, and you're hedging loss.
But you're dodging a negative financial event.
Bro, we're not on the stand right now.
One of those scenarios.
This
is like saying, hey, what's the difference between like not losing a dollar and gaining another dollar? Well, shit. In one of those situations, you're gaining a dollar that you didn't have before.
Yeah, but if both events happen and you lose a dollar and you gain the dollar, you're exactly where you were.
Do you think you should insure?
Okay, if these two completely different events happen, yeah, you're at the starting point.
In insurance, you will always lose. As a customer, you will always lose money. You will always suffer a loss.
But but the whole point is because you're not going to lose as much as you would if the risk event happens. This is why it is gambling. The foundational idea is
like asking me a question, but you're answering your question with the question.
Let's go.
I'm arguing against you. I'm making a point against you. That's what I'm doing.
Aiko.
Can somebody tell me if there's a limiting? Is there a limit to the profit that a casino?
Dude, you're breaking up.
Yeah, I think you need to get closer to your mic.
Casino?
Yeah, your noise gate. Your noise gate is low.
I don't think there are limits to losses in casinos at all.
Okay, so
and
in
if
the
you get
insurance
banned
industry,
from one, you can go to another one. Yeah.
At least in the health insurance industry, ever since the AC, there's now what they call the 80-20 rule, which is that in health insurance, your gross profit cannot exceed 20%. So anything above that 20% has to go back to the right. So that limits the amount of abuse that you right. So is in that way it's a little bit different than gambling, right?
That's based. Yeah, that's completely fucking different. Yeah.
Yeah.
So because there's one specific regulation on one other than the other. That doesn't mean you could similarly do the same.
Wait,
gambling.
Like you could.
Yeah, good. Do it.
One, in terms of, I'm getting out to the bodies, okay? Like, I don't get this counterpoints. Like, you could have the same, similar safeguards against abuse, right? Like, obviously, we know there's going to be, there's room for abuse in any sort of system like this, right? But you put those safeguards. We're very aware. We're going eyes wide open into what these abuses are going to be, right? And if there's abuses that show up later on, we can legislate against those too. So I get about the principle of it all. The principle. What is wrong with doing this? Well, it's been proposed.
Selling your body or hyper regulating gambling. Which one?
Well, selling bodies, corpses.
So to prohibit abuses of the corpses, yeah, like I would say if there was like, but then I want Doobie to be able to have his fucking homeless skin house. So I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You just kind of rambled for a second there. Yes, is the answer like are you for it now or are you against it with all the rules and regulations?
So real world, I think that's a fucking horror show. I think it's morally reprehensible. I think people who think this way should be fucking drawn and quartered in the fucking public.
Why do you want to draw and quarter people so much?
It's his kink, dude.
That's my thing.
The mortar for your house.
He wants to harvest the organs.
My kink is drawn and quartering mass shooters.
Look, I just want a house made of homeless people that I can raise like adopted children that I've also purchased in.
Okay, but I want Nick Cruz to basically suffer medieval punishment for what he did in this life. So
reasonable. I agree that that's reasonable. Okay.
Yeah, how much would you charge to insure the person house, Doobie?
a lot of money. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Counterpoints.
Prime, just to answer your question, the legal prohibitions would basically eliminate the point. That would, for me, it would be like, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it all. And it's kind of like gambling. Like if you had like, oh, you can only gamble $20 if you're like making under 30 grand a year. That's like a fucking dumb rule. Like I wouldn't institute it. We either ban gambling or we don't ban gambling.
Counterpoints. The problem is that you're playing the same game that like pro-choice advocates play when they argue against like
Oh, so you're not pro-choice.
I'm an evictionist, and I'm not going to explain that to you later.
An evictionist?
Yeah. So, anyways, the problem is that you're engaging in like the same argument where they use the absolute
afraid to
limit
explain it,
cases,
huh?
where they're like, what about like when someone is brutally raped, right? When even though we know that like most abortions are due to people just not properly taking care of their birth control, properly engaging in safe sex, etc., and then this occurring. You're doing the same thing
It's
with the
very
selling of the bodies, which
anti-libertarian.
is that you're using. Hey, Nina, just a second. I'll respond to whatever questions you have later. So, anyways, you're doing the same thing with like Doobie's House of Horror shows. You're falling into this extreme limit case when the fact of the matter is that the ability to sell your organs on a market overwhelmingly will mean that rich individuals will come out of this like mutual aid system and they'll want to purchase organs. And then other poor people will be able to get through college or put a down payment on a house or do other things. And what this actually means is that wealthy people gain the ability to live longer and be productive members, and poor people have the ability to gain new opportunities and not be burdened by whatever financial debts they have. And everybody in society does better. Like you're using a consequences analysis on the
yeah, you're
extreme
right.
end.
So yeah, but you just answered your question for me. I want rich people to die and not be able to buy their way out of mortality. And then I want poor people to be forced to engage with the world in such a way that they don't take easy fucking shortcuts in order to stop short-term problems.
Yeah,
And
selling
then they
bo-
actually
selling body
have
parts
to
is like
work
easy.
their
of course.
fucking ass. They have to work their fucking asses off in order to fucking survive, and then maybe
Right.
make them something of
So
themselves.
just
so they
force people
don't
to do
make a
whatever you want
mistake
based
when
off
they're
of your
19.
bullshit.
Yeah, you want to
market
have
value.
people to forced to give birth because you're an
Unless
eviction.
you're
You're right.
dude.
They
It's all
can give
subjective
their body up
morality,
to the
and my
church.
morality is yours. Yes, you nailed it.
Just-
Okay, what's the market value of a kidney? Does anybody know? I'm not
It's
talking about
illegal.
real
It's
now,
illegal
saying
to sell that in America.
No,
Nobody
and
knows because it's a black market right now.
Okay, all right. Well, so what's the black market value?
Can I just say something really
If I can
quick?
answer that question, that might be somewhat.
Well, evictionist is to believe the advance in technology will continue to improve medical ability to preserve a life living fetus after removal from its mother. So that's what this guy believes in.
I mean, that's
Don't kill the baby.
Sort of. It's a lot.
I
more
mean,
than
that's literally the definition. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Well, I've actually spoken to Dr. Walter Block, who fucking invented
I
this.
don't
and
give a
had
shit about Dr. Walter
intense
Block.
conversations with him.
No, I was just saying
I
that
know
really
you don't,
quickly.
but, like,
You like swerved that
it's
idea.
not-
It's
that's not
like
exactly
pro-choice
right.
life.
It's more complicated.
Yeah, but you were too afraid to even just say the quick description because you knew that it was
Afraid. I
gonna
just don't
look
think
silly.
you're smart
We're
enough to
afraid
be
to
able
say
to have
what
a
you think.
conversation
Don't lie.
with. Like, I have no problem
Well,
explaining.
yeah,
evictions
just so you won't say if you're
to you. I
pro-choice or
don't think
not.
you'll get it. No, I'm
No,
not
I
pro-choice
understand
or pro-life.
this.
I'm an
You're
evictionist.
waiting for some future technology to come out.
He's
No, I'm not
essentially
waiting for some
pro-choice.
future.
Nina.
I'm not.
No,
waiting
he
for
won't
future
say it. I
technology.
don't think so. He's saying that he's waiting for technology to come out that will improve the medical ability to preserve a living fetus after removal from its mother.
No, here's
Look, I understand that you appreciate.
That's
Voss
not a
as well,
libertarian
Josh,
value, my
a quick
dude.
fucking Wikipedia search. But
Do you
like,
hate
don't
weed
understand
too? Like, are you
evictions
just
and
such a
not
fucking
like-
poser ass libertarian? Like, what are you getting at?
Weed should be illegal.
Least poser.
Nina.
Stop
So
it, Doobie.
First of all, one's personal preference.
Well, your name
towards
is
drugs has
Doobie.
nothing to do with libertarian philosophy. Number one. Number two.
Pro-choice
what
is
are
a
you talking
libertarian
about?
philosophy. What are you talking about?
Trust me, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, well, I could say the same thing to you. Apparently, you don't even know what you're talking about.
It's only libertarian if you don't
Alright,
believe that the
Prime,
child
at
is
the
like a
risk-
human
at the
being
risk
with
of
bodily
derailing
autonomy.
this shit. Yeah, exactly. Like at
Oh,
the risk of
derailing
derailing
this? No,
shit,
that's fine.
At what fucking point? At what fucking point does a human being become a human being? Nina?
Human being because a human being. There's a lot of that's more of a philosophical question. What are you trying to say? More of a metric of like, I mean, if you want me to ask about like actually like if they can survive on their own, you know, without like being attached to somebody.
What?
All right, so
what does
I don't-
Can an infant survive on its own?
Yeah.
Is it attached to somebody? Physically?
Well, I mean, that was her. She put that in the definition, though. She said without being attached to someone.
Yeah,
That was,
but what do
that
you
was
mean
her
by
definition.
attached? So pretty much it seems.
I
like
mean,
she's like-
literally
Born
physically
babies,
attached.
So long as
So
we haven't
you're-
cut
by
the
the way-
umbilical
Yeah, they
cord.
cut the umbilical
Right,
cord.
you
Like an
can cut
umbilical
the
cord, you
answer.
fucking assholes. You know what I'm saying.
By the way, you're an evictionist now because that means that like babies can be like viable after 22 weeks. So after 22 weeks, you wouldn't abort it. You would just evict the motherfucker, and then you would stick him in medical shit.
No, I didn't say that at all.
So you're an evictionist.
Maybe I would want to keep a baby to term. Why would I want them to be evicted? If I wanted to have a baby, why would I be an evictionist, bitch?
Wait, what?
Why would I be an evictionist?
Yeah, get fucked, Connor.
If you didn't want a baby?
No, if I wanted to have a baby, keep it in my body, do the whole 9 yards, 9 months, whatever. Why would I be an evictionist?
Nina, do you
Yeah,
feed
Connor, you
yourself, or
fucking
does
idiot.
someone have to feed you? Like, do you have like an in-home like care?
Don't listen
Or
to
do you- or
Scott.
do you feed
He's
it?
just
Are you just trying to be like a weird joke? Because that's not even a good premise for it.
It was okay. Listen, all right, Nina. It was a coherent rebuttal. I tip my fucking imaginary fedora to you. Fuck off.
Thank you.
Can I just say?
I will tip
asking
my
whether
imaginary
it's human
fedora
is
back.
The wrong question anyway.
Nobody can hear you
we
because
didn't
you're
live-
You gotta get closer to your mic, dude. Closer.
Ico.
He keeps
Closer, closer to your
Not
mic.
farther away.
Wait, I thought I was cutting off because I was too close. To
No,
No, you're too
Closer.
Everyone turned.
I-
They were telling me to turn off. Man.
How does that make
I
sense?
thought you were doing that on purpose. That's like the
You
fuck
were
you got.
No, I told you. No, because someone said I should mess with my noise gate because I was clicking and shutting off.
That means you're
So
too.
that meant I was.
Okay,
but
why
I'm
would
interested-
pushing the mic further away make it
okay.
easier to hear you?
I'm interested in what
Really?
you said in terms of like the
It
question
meant
of whether
that I
it's
wasn't clicking off my noise gate.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Okay.
It's
Never mind.
okay.
I'm gonna get close to it.
Yes.
It happens
I'm
to
always
the
close
best
to my
of us.
mic
Y'all are-
usually.
Okay,
Okay.
hold on. Rich, I have to defend your honor real quick. Nina and PrimeCayes, y'all are being fucking bitches, okay? Prime, you know that for 6 months, I was on here breaking out every fucking 30 seconds and fucking plugging in my internet and unplugging it and all that kind of shit, and it ended up being a fucking Discord noise gate setting. We're all boomers at heart. Show some grace.
Whoa, hold on.
No,
Yeah,
I'm a
but
boomer
somebody said
too
it
with this shit. I'm just appreciating how funny it is that he's moving it away
I-
from him.
fine.
I thought he was saying,
I think
"Oh,
it's funny
fuck you
too."
to all of us.
All right, Rich, I defended your honor. Go
Listen,
ahead.
okay. Here's my only point. The question isn't whether it's human, because it's always human. It's always alive, like from the beginning. The question is, when does it become a person? And that's
Yeah,
when
of course, yeah.
Zeno's paradox comes in place. Like, there's always a point at which you can interpret that, okay, now it's finally gained personhood or whatever. And that's always where the difficulty is with these questions. It's not
Yeah, but
about
we-
like,
Dude,
it
personhood
triggers
is
the fuck out of me
scary
when
as
people
fuck.
talk about when does it become a human, because obviously it wasn't a goat, it wasn't a chicken, it's always been
Okay,
human.
but
It's always a
but
human.
if whether or not it's human, doesn't matter, and we're engaged in personhood, then like you could very
Right.
quickly get into the argument of like
That they're not a
killing
person till
1-year-olds.
5. Yep, exactly.
Like
no,
that's,
no,
like you do not want to go
understand,
there.
But that's
There is
Well,
a
no, but
philosopher
that's
who
still
argues,
the
Peter
question.
Singer, right? I'm pretty sure.
well,
he
now who's the
argues,
consequentialist?
No, I'm familiar with Peter Singer. It's not.
Peter
I
Singer
finally
says you
lived
can eat
long enough for
2-year-olds.
Fabian
I'm pretty
to
sure.
get
No, he doesn't.
I think he does.
I don't
For
know.
abortion,
I think
why-
it's
yeah,
pretty
no,
easy as
tonight
long
has
as
been
it
such a
can
fucking shit
survive
show
without
about
being literally attached
Don't
to
make me pull
somebody.
my mic away.
I think that's fine.
Bunch of fucking savages.
But okay, all right. Well,
Wait, what about conjoined twins? Are conjoined twins either of them a person?
Nor either
How many-
of
how
them
many
a
persons
person.
are they?
I mean, are they getting their nutrients from
Depends
each
on if any
other,
of
and that's the
you-
only way they're able to exist? Like,
Yeah, the only way they're able to exist is by like being attached to this other person.
because they're sharing the same
Yeah, they're
digestive
two
system or
persons.
something.
Yeah. Are either of them persons?
okay,
in
but
this
are they
definition?
getting nutrients from another being besides like the one that
Yes.
they're directly
yes.
getting, like their mother?
Well, yeah, what if one conjoined twin like has the digestive system, the other one doesn't?
Exactly.
Is that
That's got
is
nothing
the
to
other
do with
person
That
personhood.
shit's real.
Hey, listen, this whole idea of being able to survive has nothing to do with personhood. It's a totally separate question.
That was your
True.
definition.
That's
Wade
fair. That's fair.
specifically talks about that so that they could avoid the question.
I just want her to answer the question though.
Mhm.
Like,
Roe v. Wade is
if the other
bad law in this
If
country
the
now.
other twin
I'm-
has the digestive system, right,
Okay.
and the other one doesn't, and gets all their nutrients is the other twin a?
If they could not survive without each other, then I would say they are one being.
No. The one can survive, right? But if you cut off the other one because they use their digestive system, then they are dead, right?
Is that possible? I've never really heard of any successful.
Yeah.
It happens.
So are they a person? Like if they can talk to you, like full cognition?
Yeah, their
but
brain is all
they can
dead.
only survive off of their conjoined twins' digestive tract. Under your definition, they wouldn't be a person, right?
Off of so one is like only aping off of the other.
Yeah.
It's like two separate brains, okay, two separate consciousnesses, but like down in the torso, it's like it's like a shared GI tract, and they're like so it's got a.
There's a whole reality show about a pair of twins that are like that.
That's an interesting question.
Because you can just get rid of that other person, and it doesn't matter that they die.
That's not. You're kind of a horrible person, Scott. What the fuck?
Nina. What, like, if the scenario that we presented to you, is the subservient twin here, right? The one who doesn't have a digestive tract of their own. Are they a full person?
I will say that I think that it's probably bad form, but to have consistent in my ideology, I would say if the one twin that is doing all of the work does not want the second twin attached to them anymore, that they probably do have the right to have that removed.
No, hold on. Are the other person? Hold on, I loaded the question.
Why are we in a high school ethics class right now?
I want to know.
Yeah, I know you want to talk, Scott. I get it.
The other organism, is that a person? I know you think you can cut them off, but like, are they a person?
I thought we were talking about. Wait, did you say as a person?
Are they a person?
Is it one vote or two votes?
Yeah.
So it's a complicated thing because I would say like, yeah, there's so many ethical things that would come up with that. So I feel like that's like what you're trying to do with the gotcha. But if I'm being good faith in my answering this, so hopefully you're not going to be annoying about it. But I would say that, again, as I said to beginning with, I think if that the main caregiver does not want, or like the person that they're getting all the nutrients from.
Not one. Just like, are they a person?
Are they a person?
You count them.
You
count them both in a census. It's all I
On
want
a census? I don't know how the legal right would go with that. I mean, I'm not a legal analyst.
Is that one person?
If I had to ask, I would assume that they were one person because we could only survive off of one digestive system. They don't have all of the body parts to be a separate entity. Are you talking about just being a person? Then yeah, I would say they're one person.
Is this a comedy bit right now? Or are we serious?
Wait, hold on. So a conjoined twin,
laughing,
so they have two heads, two brains. That's one person.
If one could not survive without the other,
yeah,
I would say so. Do you have an argument against that, or are you just gonna like scoff?
They have two brains. They have two.
Yeah,
they have two moral.
Two different personalities, two different consciousness.
That floating Walt Disney head, that's not a person anymore.
Aiko, so come in and I get your hands up, right?
Well, I just these things are settled. Like these aren't questions. These aren't particularly thorny questions. Like what's thorny is like whether or not one has the right to live, like at the expense of that. That's certainly a thorny question. Right. But personhood is not in question. I mean, these are these are two people who can talk to you.
So what's the definition of personhood?
Well, I mean, the definition of personhood would be an intelligent organism that can, like, interact with the world around it, I suppose.
Boom. Dogs are
but that doesn't mean that you can interact independently.
Personhood, you need to add the fact that they can make valid moral propositional statements. Potentially, if you're an objectivist, if you're an objectivist, you might add the ability to...
babies are not.
None of you can do that.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, certainly, like if you're an infant,
right? But you can extend. It's a Bayesian inference, right? Like you can extend personhood to humans with human DNA. Upon the fact of emergent properties that they will gain personhood, you can extend those rights to that because of speciation to that category.
So you're making an essence,
by the way,
sort of distinction.
I mean, yeah,
which
there's a
I
lot of
suppose,
problems
yeah,
there,
that's
but
true.
whatever.
Like Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, in which case I would agree. But one thing that personhood does not rely is independence from some other like entity or being. Like,
Yeah, of course
if
not.
you are suddenly find yourself attached to an iron lung, you don't stop being a person at that point, right? If you're a conjoined twin, you don't have to say that one of them is a person and the other one isn't, or that the two of them together somehow are only one person. I Those are questions that are less thorny. Like, I think we can say that. Now, whether or not someone is personhood based on potential alone is a different question, right? Like, because that would assume that you're a potential, like, as soon as sperm joins egg, which I would not say is the case. I would think there would be some need to be some sort of um brain activity, for at the very least, for me to uh in an objective scientific sense, begin to think about assigning personhood to something.
That happens real early, though.
All right. So
It could be. I think that's where our Zeno's paradox comes in, right? There's a certain discrete point at which it happens, and it's really hard to say where that discrete point. Corey could answer to that probably more than anybody.
I would like to, but yeah, I'll stop.
It doesn't make sense on the capitalist perspective.
if you all right, Corey, educate the class, and then we'll move on.
No, I'm not. Yeah, because I was going to pose the question to Scott, because presumably based off what I understand, like an embryo is a person, but that's a whole separate.
Okay, yeah. All right.
No,
so then let's.
embryos distinct human DNA that we extend the rights of personhood to.
He's extending moral consideration because it will become the thing, not because it is the thing.
What if we know? What if we know that it won't?
Yeah, but that's the thing of like.
Then you can answer that question with, like, for instance, if there's a non-viable embryo, you wouldn't treat it as a person.
Well, hold on. What if we like, let's say it was like a kid with like Tay-Sachs, where we know they're gonna die by 2 years old. Is that not a person now?
I'm still an evictionist, right? Like, I still extend those rights to the kid with Tay-Sachs. You can evict it, and it doesn't matter if it dies from eviction, but you don't have the right to
Yeah, and it's kind of like the seahorse
and pull apart a human.
No, you're doing the same thing, Scott, that we were laughing about. So I'm not asking about what you can or can't do to it. I'm saying you're saying like an Bayesian inference here, like, because it will grow up to have this, we're going to extend the rights to it.
It belongs to a category of a species that has personhood.
By what virtue?
Why are we
then an embryo
category of species?
Yeah, then an embryo is a person by belonging to the.
I'm not saying that it is a person. It belongs to a category of which we extend the rights of personhood to by having distinct human DNA.
Yeah, so you're saying it will be a person, so we treat it as a person, is what I'm understanding.
Wait, why couldn't I just?
I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're repeating
that
it.
it belongs to a category of which we extend extend personhood to, but that doesn't mean that it has attained personhood.
Sure.
This is the only way you can get around not murdering fucking toddlers.
Wait, couldn't you just extend the category to like mammals? Like, why are you limiting it just to humans?
Because of speciation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's. Okay, we got it, guys.
Because then we get into an argument of like name the trait. Right?
This is
and it becomes a whole
good question. Yeah.
Let's table this. We can, if we want, we can have a personhood discussion next week, right? You guys got so much to say about that. We can do it next week. Thanks all for this. This was a lot of fun. For different reasons. But guys, if you've been enjoying this, first of all, hit that follow button, right? We have more content for you. We're gonna stick around. We're gonna I'm gonna stick around. I don't know about these guys, but like, I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna have open panel after that where you sitting at home can be a part of the conversation. So if you agreed or disagreed with any things that were said here, that's your spot to jump in. Or if you want to talk about something else, we have that available for you too. Follow the channel again, or consider subbing to the channel, guys. This is how we make our money here. This is how we extend this for another week. So we do need your support. So consider supporting the channel to keeping us up and running. If you liked what we're up to, help out the channel. We've got a few people who resubbed, but we still do need some individuals to help us out so we can make our quotas and all that stuff. So thank you so much. If you can, and use your Prime Gaming says Amazon Prime to use your free sub here, right? If you got a free sub, use it here. It goes a long way. And again, it provides this content. You always it's literally never missed a Monday for almost 3 years now. So help us out. Okay, I'm going to give an outro to all these great people, but we still have more content for you, so stick around. Lactoid, thank you for Lactoid, you are the perfect person to have here for this conversation. I'm not sure why I can't get you to say yes to. Thank you for dropping by and spicing up this conversation. Tell a little about yourself.
Yeah. So look, I'm honest. I follow logical trains to where they go, and I like to be reasonable about it. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. Thank you for having me on the panel, Prime. Really appreciate what you do here, and everyone for talking to me. Thank you for talking to me. No hard feelings. I can laugh. Sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody. If you like what my opinions were, or if you just like me, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah, everyone, please help Lactoid. He has a fun channel over there and fun topics. Let me tell you. All right, press him on anything and see how far he goes down the road. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thanks for fighting the good fight today.
Always. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, all the same. Yeah, I don't care if I offend any of you, especially communists on Twitch, also known as the most capitalist people there are.
Talking about yourself?
No, there's just nothing more capitalistic than a communist on Twitch. Please give gifts and subs. Please, please, please.
Fair enough.
You live in a system, bro.
I'll take it. Corey, thanks also for stopping by here. This was an interesting one, and I'm glad you jumped in. I was interested in all your little thoughts. I don't know, little thoughts. I don't know, whatever.
My perverse thoughts.
Your big thoughts. Your big brain thoughts.
Your little
your big,
large, girthy thoughts.
Big brain. Synapses firing. All right, thank you.
Yeah, always grateful to be here. Never take it for granted. And yeah, appreciate being here with all these fine faces and familiar faces. If you enjoy what little thoughts that I have, some might say small thoughts or mediocre thoughts, you can find me on Twitch. Twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. As a scientist, I cover science. I do workout streams and cover some news. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Doobie, Counterpoints, and pleasure to meet you, Nina, and Ginger, and Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime. And what I would say is I very much appreciate and enjoyed how Nina was honored to meet Doobie before knowing any of his fundamental positions. And I would say you might want to do your due diligence before you start honoring someone. As a little small piece of advice.
Based.
Lessons learned. Right?
I'd only seen a small bit of his content, and now I know.
That is literally the meanest I've ever seen Corey.
I mean, it was honest.
You might want to do some due diligence is like a 10 on the scale of meanness that Corey.
It was deserved.
I was just entertained.
Thank you, Z-Boards, for using your Prime Gaming on the channel for 14 months. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Help us out a ton. Guys, help us out by following Z-Board's example. Use your Prime Gaming here. Subs to the channel get fits or give subs to keep us up and running so we can have all these really fun moments for people just getting introduced to Doobie and then finding out.
I should have known from the avatar.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend.
Ego death Doobie.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Fine. He grew back.
Grew back. Let's go to our friend Ginger. Ginger, for stopping. Thanks for stopping by as well.
Thank you so much for having me. I am Ginger Remoth. You can find me at Ginger Remoth on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube. Like I said, I do gaming, cosplay, panels, and all kinds of shit. So go ahead and give me a follow if that's your cup of tea.
Okay, yeah. Let's go to our friend, new friend, Nina. Nina, like, I always keep track of Scott's favorite people, and you're one of his favorite people. Just like our friend Giga Datum was a few months back,
Oh,
No, we
who
love
I've been
Giga
good
desperately
times.
trying to get back here. So, uh, like,
Did we clash? I don't even remember that. Did we, like,
yeah, you fucking did.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
feel
you
like
fucking
Scott's gonna
did.
clash with anyone that wants to actually talk.
Yeah,
True.
so Nina, right? Like if when you can draw
I
out
just
these
called him Giga
emotions,
Tarded.
Shut
That's
the
all.
fuck
Like, it
up!
wasn't that bad.
when you can draw out like that level of emotion from my friend Scott, right? Who's usually dead inside, then I know I've got to invite you back. So
I would love
Nina,
to come
thank you
back.
so much. Yes, please. I'll send you invites.
Yeah, I was really excited to come on. I've seen the streams a few times. I love to have my eyes open on to be. This has been an experience for me, so I had a lot of fun. But yes, no, I am so happy to be on. I definitely would love to come on again. I feel like there's not a lot of left voices that engage with you righties, so I think that to learn to like support my points, I think it's really helpful to show how stupid you assholes on the right are. So thank you for that. But no, I do have a fun time. I hope nobody's taking anything I said personally, because I love giving shit. I can take shit. We're all having fun here.
These are all hardened veterans, right? We can walk away from these things pretty easily. But thank you, Nina. Much appreciated, and thanks for reaching out to me. Right? I thought you
Thank
had
you for
rated
having
me,
me.
but I don't know. I thought you were another woman. But but thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Aiko, right? Talking about hardened veterans. He teaches other people to be hardened veterans as a debate coach. Thank you for joining in.
Yeah, thanks. If only we could all be as mean as Corey. World would be a better place. I just want to say I'm all in for this personhood panel. I'd like to see Corey on it, especially because he's actually an expert on at least one aspect of what we think personhood might point to. I think another biology person, homozygote, would be good for that, and Eucharist for a whole different reason. But there are a lot of people I think on a that I'd like to see on a panel like that if we really wanted to go in.
That sounds great.
What was the other thing I said? I think there was two topics I said today I would do next week. It was personhood, and then earlier there's another one.
I don't think I caught the other
What
one.
to do with your body after you're passed away.
No,
I think we nailed that one tonight.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it'd be a
we
really
nailed
good
it.
What
I
to
mean,
do
we're
with
going to nail
doobies.
that after I
Prime
sell
Guys,
my body to do
Prime
that. We're
Guys,
going to nail it.
Prime Guys, you know, be a really good topic that we didn't get to do this week. Whether or not prisoners can sell their organs.
I know.
Like, how did that lead to abortion? I don't.
Wait, we
Bodily
all agreed on
autonomy.
that, right?
Bodily autonomy.
And you can't
Yeah,
sell organs,
and
it's illegal.
It's so thinly connected. Just
we also had to talk about
Like an
insurance
umbilical
for a
cord?
long amount of time and the casinos. But yeah, hopefully I can think of whatever the other thing was. But thank you. Counterpoints, who I love and I always miss. And it's always great when he says yes. Even if I can only have you once a month, that's one time that I get access to paradise. I don't know. This is weird. And a little sexual. But go ahead.
I super fucking
Flip
miss
it.
that shit. I'm sorry that I have to come late, but I am in the wage cage. I do have a second kid on the way, or else I would be starting up a
Congrats.
hype train myself.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm not going to evict it. So the fucking for Prime, no, like everybody in fucking Prime chat and everybody who's in the other chats or whatever, give the man some money. He's been grinding it out. The fucking everybody else comes and goes. Fucking Dylan Burns was in the grind for a long time. He fucking dipset. Fucking Wick starting that shit up. Tiberius is starting that shit up. But Prime's been in the fucking trenches taking grenades for fucking years now. So you need to reward the man with some of your hard-earned dollary dues. Because he's been here grinding it out for a long time on the Twitch poll scene, and that deserves some reward. So thank you kindly for having me. Love being here. If you want to follow me, I do Warhammer 40k breakdown content. I'm actually really excited because a lot of good animations are coming out, and also next week, according to Games Workshop, we're getting the Iron Warriors animation. So if you know what the fuck I'm talking about, check out my
Razor.
channel. It is pretty based. And then if you want to check out debates and panels
Never
and
mind.
all that kind of stuff, check out Counterpoints Coliseum. That's where we'll post debates like this. But thank you kindly for having me. Love you guys. Parasocially. Have a beautiful night.
Thanks, Naritas, for the 200 bits, and thank you for the super kind words, counterpoints. Like, thank you. That means a lot. Like you've been here with me most of that time, so you know, yeah. Then we go to our Dark Lord and Savior, DV. This has been a magical 3 hours of discovery for all involved. DV, thank you. Thank you for always being you, right? Like no fucking shrooms, right? Not like a sub-lethal amount of shrooms is gonna change you, Doobie. So thank you for coming through and being who you always are.
Look, Nina, I know it's been a difficult night for you. I know you thought I was your hero, and now you think I'm not. The reality is, I'm not I'm someone that you should idolize, really.
He's the
I'm someone that you should model
anti-hero.
yourself after. You should model your entire personality after me. Right? So,
Can I get some equity?
You've run into reality for the first time. You've run into the truth for the first time in your life. You have a little bit of a culture shock. Right? It's a little hard to face the way that things really are. You're gonna get over it. It's gonna take a little bit. Keep showing up. In a few weeks, you'll be another one of my acolytes, right? You'll be another minion.
Do you have
in the pond
one other
with
person?
the other tadpoles? I've fucking 75,000 of them. Okay, and you can find them all, chat, on the politics server, Discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform. We do lots of crazy shit there. And also Trans Livewire. I see you in chat talking shit. Come on the open panel, please.
And also, hold on, sorry, last comment. And then if you do become one of Doobie's acolytes, you too can own a skin mansion in a few years.
It sounds like it'd be warm in the winter. I don't know.
Doobie, is there any way I
imagine my skin
can
blankets?
debate you off of having that VTube avatar?
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
This is literally my spirit.
All
This is my
right.
spirit animal.
Nina, do you hear the shit that comes out of his mouth?
It
Do you
is
think that
appropriate.
He wants anything but anonymity.
But he could be like a hot like anime babe, and he'd like be getting bitches left and right, like following.
I don't need any help
Every
getting
once in a
bitches,
while,
okay?
Doobie like treats us to like a minute or two of camera time. That's very
Yeah, every once in a while he
camera
does
time.
that. Yeah. Exclamation point Doobie in chat to get the link to his to his place, right? To his amazing Discord. So check him out there.
A beautiful pond.
Thank you.
Well, our backgrounds look for the same place.
Jasper says for the gift sub. Thank you, Intern Moose, for the resub. Thank you, Remy LeBeau, for the resub. Can we get to a level 2 hype train, guys? Subs to channel, give it to gift subs. Hey, Doobie, did you know that this channel counts as a loot box? You put money in, and you have no idea whether you'll get anything useful out. So I think this might be a good chance for you to invest. And something that
I don't know why
And
you
not
fuckers hate
just
loot boxes.
that.
That's a
And
good pitch.
not
Loot box
just
is so
that,
fucking fun.
It's just like gambling. There's no limit to it. You can do as
There's no
much
limit
money as
to
you
it.
want.
Yeah.
I will debate anybody here on why loot crates are good.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
great. I love them.
I would love
They're
that.
great fun. Okay,
If you want to do another panel,
sometimes
I will.
sometimes
You just
you
want
don't get a full
Cyberpunk to
item.
be real. I know.
But you're paying for the experience of the loot box of pushing the button and seeing it light up and roll around and shit, and then you get some
$1,400
I'll even give you a taste. The reason loot crates are so good is that it monetizes whales that choose to spend that money and gives free video game and entertainment to all kinds of people.
True.
The
I
poor,
support your
poor
gaming
people-
industry.
The poor people that can't afford a $60 AAA game get games for free.
Do you know anything about the video game industry? I work in the video game industry. You don't need it.
Okay. Hey, Bill, come here next
Spins
week,
around
and then
and lights up like a hype train.
Yeah, exactly. Come here next week. You can have that conversation. But Doobie, yes, you have a sub button. You have a sub button. There is like a flashy display here. Once you get past the hype train, like lots of emotes and stuff pass by. It's a whole lot of fun for you and me, right? And again, no idea if anything good will ever come from it. So consider doing that. We have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left for the fun, Doobie. I'm just saying.
Gamble.
It's a gamble. So consider helping out the channel, not just you below, anyone else who's at home. Help us get to our level 2 hype train. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. I'm on my capitalist mode. Doobie actually being a fucking homie. Gave to 20 subs.
Told you.
Doobie is amazing. Thank you, Doobie. Thank you. Seriously, it means a lot. But as Scott was saying, yeah, I was on my capitalist.
There's nothing more capitalist than a leftist on Twitch. They'll be like, come on, give me subs. Give money to Amazon, please. I get 48% of the money and Bezos gets 52. Please buy. Give Bezos.
I'm a partner, so I get like 50. Shut up.
I think I can say I've never asked for a sub ever. I don't really have that many, but I don't ask for them.
Yeah,
Could have been asking.
There's nothing more dumbass libertarian
or some shit. Like, what do you mean?
Than to like shit on a leftist for doing the exact same thing that they do.
Yeah, except I'm pro-capitalist. Are you retarded?
Oh my god!
I never said you weren't, idiot.
You're such an angry hobbit.
Yeah, get back in your hole, dude.
Oh my god! This is where we have to end this.
Aren't you 6'4" or some crazy shit?
6'5".
It's too tall. 6'4" is the perfect height. 6'5" is too tall. Fuck that.
Only because you're 6'4" is the only reason you fucking say that. And also, if I could be 6'2", if I could be 6'2", I would do it in a heartbeat.
I'm 6'2", and it's pretty fucking cool. I was gonna
You
say.
know what I mean? Like if I could not hit my.
All right, fuckers. I see some people in the lobby. Why don't we yell at them?
Yeah, okay, all right, so we are level 4 hype train, guys. 6% done, 90% left. Thank you, intro, for that kind gift sub. Paying it for what you got from Radio Sharp Gaming means a lot. All right, guys, we're gonna move forward to our open walk-on panel, right? We're all members like you. Yes, you, singing home, maybe a part of it. Exclamation for opening chat, gives you instructions. Jump into our waiting room, go to our Discord, jump into the waiting room. We'll pull you in. You'll have a lot of fun. Anyone here, anyone on the screen can join us in that, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for bringing your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. So much fucking passion. And walls here. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure.
Love you guys. Parasocially.
Parasocially.
Lactoid.
What's up, brother?
I want to rewind to last week. If you recall, when we were talking about, you were sort of making the argument, if I remember correctly, that, well...
I'm gonna deafen. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. Were we supposed to leave the... I'm a little confused. Because he left. Did I check the stream? Oh, you can't even see me. I'm sorry. I thought that they would just keep rolling in with the same thing, but that was my misunderstanding. No, I'm still in the thing. I just muted and deafened. Because he left, so I don't understand how this works. What's going on in his stream? I think I'm misunderstanding what this means. Is it over? Like, what happened? I don't really want to get into anything more, so if it's over, I'm just gonna end the stream today, because this is kind of my thing I was doing today. I gotta like wake up early and do some shit. Let's see, PrimeCayes, what's he doing?
Helping us out by subbing to the channel. You'll get our emotes, you get ad-free viewing, and yeah, you'll be making sure that I can keep going. We're getting to our 3-year anniversary, right? So like you'll ensure that I can make it there if you do help out. And of course consider following the channel. But yeah, use your joining as a dark.
He's doing like a...
Hey, Kobe, you have a Prime Gaming.
You can't see it.
You have a Prime Gaming. Consider using that on this channel. Kobe, this
Dude,
channel
I
that you
did
love
so much research for
I know you
this.
do. Consider using
But you know what?
that.
That's what we love, right?
On this
I
fine
got an
channel here.
excuse to
And
learn.
thank you for the follows. For the 2 people who just
Wait,
followed.
so is he just ending
that
stream or
would always
what?
mean more follows. We'd love to have you here. Make sure you have notifications turned on.
Thank you,
So that, we
Rikara.
can do that. Hey, my man Kobe comes in.
He wants somebody
in the
who
clutch,
can
by using the Prime Gaming for 26 months. Thy will be done. I appreciate you, man. Hey, like Kobe, one of the longest running people here. All right, like I would say here longer than I think anyone else who's in chat right now. Kobe's like been here, been rolling with this community for forever. So
Well, I thought they were
shout out to
having
my man
people
Kobe.
join. I'm so
Don't forget it.
confused. Or is he just
so we
ending?
have 30 seconds left. People consider helping out the channel, moving us closer to a
Now I just am
Even if we don't get
confused.
it, every little bit does help. Or also have hype train so works as well. So the channel gift bits or gift subs.
Because there were some
work
people
hard
in the
for me.
waiting room.
We are going to go into our open walk on panel, like I said, exclamation.
Okay, so should I have stayed in the thing? Shit.
There's open walk on panel where you choosing a home may participate. Join Discord server and go into the rowboat waiting room so you can let in. And this
Okay, because I wanted to do that because that'd be fun.
Yes, love to have you. Love to have you. So yeah, the instructions in chat. If you want to be a part of this, we'd love to have you. Get back into it. Twitch has not updated for a long time.
I swear to God, Twitch is a piece of
emotes you get
shit.
for Hype Train. I've collected all the emotes from the Hype Train, and it's for like over.
Here, I'm gonna mute this. Go back into the thing.
And we really just given them out to American families to adopt because there was nothing else we could do with them. So already we have kids who were stolen from their families, and we don't have a way of
What's up,
compensating
Bits?
the parents because we don't know who they are anymore. The records have been lost, or I think destroyed, but we can talk about that later. But those records are gone. And so, yeah, I mean, do we owe anything to kids, or do we say, oh, you're better off now because you've got an American family?
Can I ask you guys a logistical question really quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
You said the walk-on thing, so were we supposed to stay in the thing, or?
Oh no, you don't. So it depends. If you desire to go on the walk-on, I think there's a separate waiting room to be pulled into that.
If you go to the rowboat waiting room, they'll pull you onto that.
But you are.
I'll probably be there.
But you are not obligated to go on the walk-on. That's voluntary. Well, it's all voluntary, but you don't have to.
So is it using the same like camera thing, or?
No, so actually it's Discord alone.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so lactoids. So in that scenario that I outlined, or even just like what I code.
Or it sounds like somebody I work with. And it's like, oh, kind of reminds me of earlier. Sure. Let's dive into it. It's just gonna be audio, so we're not gonna be able to see anything. That's fine. I guess I'm just gonna jump into the channel. Let's figure it out. Let's do all of it. We've never been on this channel. Let's go in for the long haul. Looks like you're in another voice channel. Yes.
Hey, you seriously are a pro-communist guy?
You know what? I think all the communists just gave up. They were like, "Oh shit."
What do you mean all the communists gave up? That's completely false, dude. Look at what's happening in China and Russia. What?
Before we get into it, guys, if you have a camera, turn
Yeah.
Let's see your pretty faces.
Come on.
Oh, do we put on cameras?
Yes, please.
Let me pop out stuff.
I wish I would have shaved before I came in, but that's okay.
No, you're perfect just the way you are.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have a girlfriend though.
That's not what I was saying. I was just trying to compliment you.
I'm joking.
Hold on. My fucking my thing is fucked up.
You like Destiny?
Said I look like Destiny?
Just the coloring, the beard.
Oh my god, that's unbelievable. I like Destiny. I'm a fan of them, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's not an insult. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you know, that's hilarious.
Okay.
That's
All right. So, oh fuck,
Are you
no one can
freaking
hear
me
me.
out?
I can hear you.
No, yeah, but the audience
I'm
can't.
joking. I'm joking. I wear a beanie like Destiny though. I don't show my stupid fucking hair.
You look so much like Destiny.
That's hilarious.
You're gonna what? No, it's not. It's just accurate.
That's hilarious.
Hey guys,
I'll take
audience,
that.
you can now hear me again. That's great. You couldn't hear me before, and I just realized that because of audio error we had. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Now you can hear me now. So whatever. I was saying great things about you, Kobe. You didn't even hear it. I said more great things about you, and it just went over your head. But anyway, thanks all. Oh, counterpoints. Thank you for the raid. 9 people. Everyone hit up a man counterpoints. I love counterpoints, and I'm so glad they spends time with us. So like, let's hit up a man counterpoints.
You have a lot of insurance people in the audience, or the panels. I see.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize. I knew Doobie was in the business. And I think I knew Counter did it before, but like,
Doobie's the Antichrist.
Yeah, I had no idea. Okay, so yeah, but thank you all for being here in the audience. And again, you can be a part of this conversation. We'd love to have you jump into the waiting room. So let's have a conversation. So, if you guys want to talk about communism, we can. And what's before you? I know Ghost, you're super pro communist. But to our new friend Nina, this way, what are your stances? Like, how far left are you?
On communism or just in general?
And yeah, well, just like, what's your preferred like economic system?
I would say I'm a libertarian socialist and not libertarian like our friend Scott's a libertarian. But I just believe in, obviously we're not going to get to, I mean, then I could be considered a democratic socialist. I understand that we are working in a capitalist country right now in America, and we're not going to go to socialism in my lifetime. But I want to advocate for the social programs I can actually get, because those are the effective things. Possible? No, I do not think that is possible. I think that we can work towards it.
If you had a committee of people that you were a part of that committee,
Uh-huh.
and y'all had
And they had
all
power?
the power of the United States,
That's not happening.
at government, you don't think that you could institute
You're
socialism
asking
in
it.
2023?
You're asking something that doesn't exist. You're giving me a hypothetical situation that does not exist currently.
Well, I'm only saying it because you said that as a hypothetical thought. You said you won't see socialism in your lifetime. Do you mean in the United States where you live, or do you mean in any country in the entire world?
Well, there's never been a actual. I know you're like a fucking tanky. It sounds like, but no, socialism does not exist in its purest form.
So who cares about the entire world situation?
Wait, hold on. Paul, hold on. I want to. We have our friend Nina here, brand new. Okay, right? We don't want to scare them off. Let Nina finish her point, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say, Bo. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just talking about my political points of like being like I don't think that is a realistic, obtainable goal. Just like, are you kidding me? How much we're like literally trying to lose? Like, we're fighting the fucking right now to just maintain the status quo. Even. What?
How old are you right now?
What does that matter? I'm 30.
All right, you're 30 years old. So you could live to 120 years old. You don't think that you're going to see socialism in your lifetime in or outside the United States? What?
How did you know I was Asian?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, did you say Asian? I don't think you said
I said you're 30 years old.
It was a life expectancy. That was the joke.
Oh, okay. I get it.
That joke,
well, you live in the United States, so that doesn't count.
I'm just saying I don't expect to see that within my life, because I think that the cultural, like, I mean, we still have Red Scare propaganda that is huge in America. I mean, you said you're a communist, right?
Yeah.
So you know, and you sound like you're American. And you sound like you're American, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna act like there is no history that still prevails to this day, where communism is seen as like the bad guys.
It's seen as the bad guys in the United States because the United States is overwhelming.
And when was the Cold War? How long ago was that?
The Cold War never ended.
It was really 40, 50 years ago, really, realistically.
Right.
Another thing too, which really blows my fucking mind because I'm a capitalist, is
Gross.
How much capital do you
I
have?
know it's super gross, guys. I know.
Are you a billionaire?
A super effective system that's brought so many people out of poverty throughout the entire world. I know it's a good disgusting.
Well, the reason why it's disgusting is you have to take advantage of other people.
Okay, hey, so really quick though. So my
How much
biggest
capital do
issue.
you have? You said you're a
All
capitalist.
right, let him
I just wanna know.
finish. Calm down.
I have a decent amount of capital. You don't have to worry about.
Yeah, look at that hat, dude.
How much is that?
I own my own house. I have stocks. Don't worry about
And
me.
he's got a Rolls fucking
That's not a
Royce. All right,
capitalist.
let Paul finish his point.
You have a
please.
factory.
Yeah, yeah. So my issue with people bashing capitalism is that under capitalism you can create a socialist or communist type of society and business under it.
That is fucking
And-
insane.
Oh, you know it is insane,
Under
but it's
capitalism,
true.
you
But it's
create communist
Oh,
company.
so there's a very big gap that you're gonna have to make me jump over to say that your systems are better than my system. Because you can make a co-op under fucking capitalism.
I'm not talking about co-ops.
I know, but I'm talking about her. In a communist standpoint,
Co-ops are like a part.
Bro, chill.
In a communist standpoint, you're talking like what's okay. Actually, I can't believe that someone's actually a communist. What's a good point of communism is the fact that you guys can like do something for the public, like quicker than capitalism.
Wait, you want
or
to stay
democracy
focused or you
can.
want to talk to him? I mean, you can
No,
pick
I
other
want
one.
to talk to you actually. I wanna talk
Okay.
to you, actually.
China eliminated.
Okay, well now you got him going again.
100 million
Communism. That's such a stupid.
material
That's like a
conditions
stupid fucking
changed in a
system. I don't
way
care about that
unlike
shit.
anywhere
So
else.
like a co-op. You're a fan of co-ops, I assume, correct?
Co-ops are a
Not you,
foundation
not you,
of
her.
the ag.
Not you, her.
May I
A
finish?
worker.
Oh my god.
My God.
Co-ops are a
He was
portion.
talking.
They are
Okay,
a
he was
section
talking.
of the agricultural sector of communism. So if you're talking about agriculture alone and you're only talking about agriculture under communism, co-ops are a framework that is used in communism. However, I do not agree with Richard Wolff that co-ops are a path to communism because that is getting the horse in front of the wagon. In my opinion, you need it led by the party. You need a democratic revolution that leads into a socialist revolution.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What is your name? Nina? Is that how you say it?
Natalie.
Natalie?
Is that
No. It's just okay. Hey,
We're
so
all over the
Ghost,
place
he's talking
here.
Ghost, he's talking to Nina. So Nina, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
So you're a fan of co-ops, I assume, correct?
I don't know the intricate details, but I like the idea and what I've seen from co-ops because I am very democratically driven.
Okay, so you're a very so this is my issue with like people that like are like socialist in a sense is that under capitalism you can make a co-op.
Right. That's how they exist now, obviously.
Well, correct. So like you can actually frame capitalism into creating a socialist type of society. So
right.
But you cannot under a socialist society create a capitalistic society. That's my biggest issue. Where you're gonna China is not.
Yeah, ignore him.
China is socialist.
No, it's not. Ignore it.
But it's like I mean, dude,
without the major contradictions.
Okay, listen to me for a second. They weld you in. They welded you in during COVID because you had an infection.
Yeah, they should have cut off his internet too.
Yeah,
1 million people died of COVID in the United States. How many people died of COVID in China?
We won't know. We won't know. We won't know because of how bad China was.
They didn't release their death rates, my dude.
Bro, we won't know because China has like muffed their entire information and tell you like, oh well, I think it wasn't. There was a great thing that came out where it was like 12 people died of COVID for the entire first year in 2020 under China. It's like unbelievable how fake it is. You know.
So is it that they have draconian,
Hey, Prime.
overly,
You know how they said they wanted an AI that would check the other
during COVID?
AI?
Or is it that they didn't have any COVID deaths? Did they lock people in cages, or did they not have any COVID deaths?
No,
or is it just that it's China, so they're lying?
They did
That's,
both.
that's what you
They
think.
had
They did both.
die
Yeah,
and
they did both.
fucking-
Yeah, fuck
Yeah, they did both. Yes.
fucking moron.
I'm not a moron, dude. You're the
Yeah,
fucking
you
moron.
fucking are.
Tell
You're
me
just
why.
lying.
Tell me why. Okay, I'll
God,
sit
you're
here and I won't say anything. I know I'm so dumb. Tell me why. Tell me why communism is good. Just tell me.
Why is communism good? I'll
Yeah,
stay
yeah,
on the
yeah. Tell me.
fucking. I'll stay
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the
Tell me.
COVID thing. United States has fucking 1 million deaths from COVID. That's
Okay.
4% of the population of the goddamn planet, and it's 25% of the COVID deaths.
1 million death is not 4%. There's what, 7
No,
billion
I'm saying
people?
that the United States is 4% of the world population, but has 25% of the total COVID deaths, which is 1/6 of the total COVID deaths.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Fuck you, dude.
No, no, what does that
Good
have to do
1
with
argument.
million
anything?
people died, and you said, what does that have to do with anything? People
Oh
are
my
like, hey,
god, dude.
nobody wants to work. Where are all the workers? They're fucking dead. 1
Where are all
million
the
people
workers? Our
died.
unemployment
There's
rate's at
Jesus
3.5%. What are you talking about?
This fucking country just has like PTSD and doesn't want to address it.
It does,
One
huh?
million
Tell
one
me
hundred
why.
and
Okay, so
forty-five
let me ask you a
thousand
question
four
again. Let me
hundred
ask
and
you a question again.
fifteen
Maybe I
people
am
died
pulling
in
it
the
down.
United States. You don't give a
Let me
shit
ask the
about that?
question one more time. Why the fuck is communism good? I didn't hear anything.
Good question.
Because they didn't have 1.1 million
That's
fucking
not an argument. You're
preventable
talking
deaths
about
from
countries. You're
stupid
not talking about the
motherfuckers.
philosophy of communism.
Because communism sucks cock. That's why.
Communism
Oh,
is
there you go.
communism's pretty mid, to be honest. I say this as a socialist.
Yeah. Well, socialism and communism, it kind of goes hand in hand.
No,
Okay,
they're
well,
really
this
not.
is just
Kind
amazing
of does.
They're
discussion.
entirely separate in many ways. Yeah, that's
All
not
right,
really necessary.
Well, it is, but it's like
Tease.
kind of like grows together in a sense.
We'll give you a shot, Tease. Before we try to move on from this thrilling academic discussion.
I know.
I
It's
was
unbelievable.
interested in actually asking something related to the prior panel and
Okay.
actually kind of like forwarding,
Sure.
positing something if we're interested in going away from
Please
it.
do.
So when it comes to personhood, I have a fun way of engaging with this, mainly because I had to deal with it when talking to vegans. I think that there's actually a way to just like step away from like all of these other arguments and just talk about like Hegel, which as a good leftist, which I'm not, and just say that like as long as you can participate within the master-slave dialectic, you can be a person, as we would consider
Hegel is
personhood.
idealism. It's not communism. It's not
I
social.
don't
Hegelism.
care. I'm not a communist.
Oh my
I don't
god,
care about
Tanky,
communism.
stop.
We're moved on to a different topic. What I'm saying is that participating in the master-slave dialectic would allow you to actually gain personhood. This would allow you to separate animals outside of this ideal and be able to select for human beings that have the ability to communicate, participate, experience the world, and then transfer that information and knowledge. This is how you can actually define personhood without having to go into a bunch of other bullshit. Now you have to like Hegel and like care about that, but yeah.
Well, how would that
No one
apply
likes
to
Hegel,
like a
no one
normal?
cares
Shut up. We're not talking to you.
Shut up.
Hey.
Sorry, what did you say?
Well, you want to tell me
Okay.
that again?
Oh yeah, what'd you say?
I would love to.
What's up?
Shut up. Okay, all right.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
How would that?
Oh my god, he left.
How would that apply to personhood
Oh
when
my
it comes
God.
to like
fucking
children? I guess it seems like you're talking like high theory here when we're talking about Hegel and shit like that. So how are you applying that to the conversation we were having about like obviously it is tedious to have it, but about the personhood status of a like baby or whatever,
Sure. So you could talk about the potential for this to exist.
Mhm.
So a good example, even when you talk to abortion, is that we don't know the capability of a growing zygote or any of these stages within like that process up until like actual like parts of the brain develop to feel pain and do these things in order to actually know that it's going to be capable of actually doing these things. It's not going to be able to like fully experience the world, be able to
Sure.
communicate that knowledge. So we would be able to say that like at a certain point, it would be beyond acceptable to abort this growing baby. And
Okay.
then, once they're children, they have the potential and capability to actually facilitate communication, experience, and then participate in this master-slave dialectic. So that you could actually go out into the world, experience things, and then bring that information back and provide it to the master as like a part of this dialectic that Hegel laid out.
Sure. I get what you're saying, but like, how do you? I guess like the idea of the potential is what I have a problem with. Where it's like, couldn't you technically say that? Like, because I mean, I think that we're probably in agreement about our opinions on general sense, but I'm saying on your basis of what you're saying, why, like, how? Let's just have I'll play the devil's advocate, so to say, be like, well, why isn't a zygote able to do that? You know, like, what is your answer to that?
Well, so for without getting too personal,
Yeah,
like
no
I've had
problem.
family members that have just recently like gone through miscarriages like well into pregnancy.
Mhm.
This can be a child that is, you know, 8-10 weeks down the process, and even if it was actually to be carried to term, it would not be capable of this thing. So we do not know until a certain state in actual growth
Right.
within childbirth that it is actually capable of participating within these action, has the potential to do so.
So what is your metric? I guess maybe I'm not understanding that.
So when we're talking about like a 22 week child
Are
or
you
you
just
know,
talking?
I guess
I guess I'm
fetus.
afraid that you're talking around the idea of viability, which I think then that's maybe you're extrapolating on that, and that's totally
In
fair.
many ways, yeah.
Okay.
So well, it's not just necessarily viability. I mean, partially, I guess, yeah. Like when we know a child is viable, at
Okay.
that point, it's started to gather the capability for like feeling pain. It's got all the necessary actual organs and body parts in order to actually facilitate all of these expectations that we'd have, which is experience and consciousness and all of these things. So that's a point where we would say this has the potential to do so.
Okay. So that's still a little bit nebulous in that. So again, we're kind of again talking around the. If you had to be challenged, you're like, what would you have to say? If you're like, where is the because again, I don't
20
like
to 22
your
weeks.
rhetoric of saying like, okay, so 20, like, so you're talking about more like viability, right?
Yeah, it is a part of it in a way, yes.
Okay. So you say 22 weeks?
20 to 22, I think, is around we would expect a lot of these sorts of like inbuilt organs and functions to start implanting.
Okay, interesting. I know we have a new guest here, so
I think they say 20 to 24, but
24. Okay, somewhere in that range.
yeah, but like yeah.
We
Abortion.
have
We were talking about abortion now.
Well, we're talking
well,
about
we were
personhood.
just talking
And
about
the reason why
personhood,
abortion
yes.
was related to personhood,
Yeah.
and I'm just defining why, like, so I'm not vegan, never will be, and so for me, when I'm talking about like personhood, I want to separate out animals from what we would consider a human, you know, something that we value in the same way as humans, and the ability to actually like experience the world, and then process that knowledge, and then transfer it to another person. That's something very, very unique to humans.
Fair enough.
Okay. Maybe.
we've got our friend Kobe here. Shout out to my man Kobe. Looking extra professor of that beer. Let me tell you that. So
Thank you.
Kobe, yeah, would you like to say anything?
Little bug boy.
I have no thoughts at all about abortion. I believe that all people's opinions about abortion are equally valid. I think everybody's opinion. I think everybody makes good arguments. To be honest with that, I do gotta say though, with the question of we're scooching a little bit here, a little bit closer.
That was a little worrisome there.
I believe that if you're going to advocate for socialism, to do like the half-baked thing of being like, well, I'm a socialist, but all existing socialist projects, they didn't do it my way. Or if you're going to
I'm gonna stop you before you go too far. I assume you're talking to me directly.
No.
No, okay. Just in general. Gotcha. Okay.
He's talking.
I just want to get the context correct. Go ahead.
I believe that you should go whole hog. You should go all the way. You should not simply add, you know, if you're going to advocate for this, I think that you should take a bit more of a historical perspective. I think that we should listen to the Bolshevik idiom of if you're going to make an omelet, you must crack a couple eggs. I think you know, if you're gonna look at COVID, yeah, okay, we welded some doors shut. Okay, sure, we mass executed some slaughterhouses of animals because we thought that they were infected with COVID. Things happen, crazy stuff goes on. Okay, we got a whole damn. We're the Middle Kingdom. Okay, we're China. That's what middle. You know, there's the hypothetical Chinese mindset. You know what I mean? I think that, and I think that takes a historical national courage to do that. I think that it's something Americans have a hard time doing. We're a 200-year-old nation versus the 5,000-year-old Chinese nation. So I understand, you know, it's difficult for us to think from a historical national perspective. But I think I don't know. I feel as if there's a bit of a milquetoast approach coming from all the socialist perspectives here of oh, you know, my brand of socialism is this. The brand of socialism that works is the good one. Whether that's Maoism, whether that's the North Korea, whether that is Eritrea. I stand behind proletarian governments wherever
Is
they
he trolling or is he serious right now?
No, hold on. So are you pro communism?
Last thing. We no longer allow Hunnic, Attila the Hun-like warlords to raid us. Why would we allow social systems of an old age to continue to raid us? You say you like capitalism because socialism cannot exist under it. I will counter you, sir. I like socialism because capitalism cannot exist under it. In the same way that I like the nation-state system because Hunnic warlords cannot exist under it.
So you misunderstood my point. You misunderstood my point there. So the reason why I like capitalism isn't because you can't. It's because you can do other systems under it compared to other systems. If something is going wrong, you can create a capitalistic system under it to make it better for the society of people. That's the allowance of what you can do under it compared to the restrictions of what you're talking about. So you misunderstood what I'm talking about. You may not be a fan of capitalism, which I get. Capitalism is not 100% accurate and 100% great. And it actually has shown throughout the last hundreds of years that capitalism has actually grown and it recreates itself over and over and over and over again to make societies better. You can look up all the stats. When capitalism has been predominant throughout the entire world, poverty levels has plummeted. There's no fight against that because that is fact. So do you agree or not agree?
I completely agree. I completely agree with every sentence that you just said. And
Okay.
I'll take it a step further here.
Okay.
The reason, the true, every system recreates itself. Kings overthrow kings, as the Chinese have in their 5,000-year-old civilization. They have the notion of the mandate of heaven, in which the righteous rebels can overtake the king. All systems do this. This is not something that is unique to capitalism. Perhaps capitalism does this in a extra efficient way. But I think that you said something interesting. In the past X amount of 100 years, we've done all sorts of wonderful things. We've created these wonderful marvels of modern science. I think that kind of ties back into a discussion that was happening a moment ago. That has only happened because we have depersonhooded a vast majority of conscious beings on this planet.
Oh my God! What a bullshit argument.
Let him get it out, Kobe.
Yeah, I know.
Irregardless of the social system in which did it, industrialization has sort of stripped most of this planet of its sort of natural diversity and biological diversity and resource diversity, geological diversity, I guess you could say. I think that has been. I think that a lot of the sort of advancements that capitalism has been able to hoist its flag over are really more so the advancements of industrialization. Here's an example of this. The Soviet Union, many times defenders, USSR defenders, Chad Stalinists, will point out all the kind of industrialization the Soviet Union and one could contend. Well, if you industrialize, no matter what flag we fly, if we flag the monarchist flag, we fly the Soviet flag, we fly a capitalist flag. If you industrialize an agrarian society, you're going to see a tremendous in growth in GDP. That has less to do with the exact organization of the economy and more so to do with the technological advances. That would be my contention. My contention here, sir. As we've turned against the natural world, as we've sort of won the war against nature and entered an industrial age, of course we're going to see these higher rates of living. But that has less to do, as we've seen with China doing a weird capitalism socialism hybrid. It has less to do with the specifics of the system and more so with the general tools and technology available to us in the modern age.
Sure, dude. I mean, I don't think you really in general said anything against what I was trying to say. Basically saying capitalism across the board has uplifted society completely. Go on, Prime.
But come on. He just
I'll rephrase it. Could it be that there is a correlation, not equal in causation, but we're mixing an up going on here? Where at the same time that capitalism is coming up here. At the same time, industrialization is also happening at the same time. And you're saying wonderful quality of life. I'm agreeing.
Industrialization's happened since what? 1900, basically. Right?
I believe the early
we had so through the United States of America in the 1900s we had a capitalistic party, we had a socialistic party, we had Dem socialists, and we had capitalists.
What? They like
and
literally
that-
killed Martin Luther King because he was like spouting
No. We're not talking about
socialist
Martin Luther
rhetoric.
King here, but he wasn't, by the way. That's actually false, by the way.
It's not.
He was No, it is. And also, it is. He was very pro-capitalism, and then also
Yeah,
not
okay.
on. Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to. We don't have to go deep
Yeah.
down inside it because that's a whole other type.
Let's avoid that part. Let's avoid that part. That doesn't
Let's
matter.
avoid that part. Let's avoid that part. That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is, we had during the Industrial Revolution, like you were talking about there, we had socialists, we've had communists. Actually, during FDR's run in the 1930s, I think there was 2 candidates that were capitalists, or communists and socialists that were running against him, and he won.
So I'm doing a tad bit of Googling here.
Yeah, sure, do it.
And you were prescribing, you were saying that the Industrial Revolution beginning of the
Whatever, 1850s, whatever it was.
I'm seeing some people that are saying the beginning of the 1800s. They're saying
Sure, I mean, dude, okay, who gives a fuck about what I was when the Industrial Revolution started? Let's talk about the actual Industrial Revolution in general. We're talking. Hey, let's talk about 1920s.
Facts, so.
Okay. Tell me more of the facts. Tell me more of the facts. Okay, this is ridiculous argument.
The term Industrial
You're just
Revolution
beating around the fucking bush. Hey, why don't you look up about how we had? Hey, why don't we look up about how we had communist and socialist candidates running for president?
Ignore that. Ignore that. Let's get to the heart. Let's get to the heart of
yeah.
the issue. Let's with Toby. Like we're gonna move to the heart issue here. Okay, so Paul, you can respond to this. That it's not that capitalism was anything special. I've never made this argument, but I think it's an interesting argument. That it's not that capitalism is any special. It's just that there was an industrial revolution. As we can see in other countries, right, that had industrial revolutions that aren't capitalists, they also had similar improvements in life standards, right? Assuming they had the resources and the military power to keep all that stuff, but whatever, right? They had the they had those same improvements. So is it that capitalism is necessarily special here? Is the cause? Or is it simply that we had a better technology, access to all that, to new products and stuff like that, and so that's raised our standard of living?
I think that capitalism is the part of creating the good the good products in general. Like without capitalism during this time through the United States of America and the UK and what was actually capitalism during the late 1800s and the 1900s in general, is that we were able to create good products. And don't get me wrong, there's times where like we go into a country like South America or
Sure.
like where we like do like bad things through trade. Don't get me wrong, I completely capitalism does need some tweaking. I completely agree with that. But I believe under capitalism we created these great products to further society across the entire globe, which made them actually make poverty levels rise because of capitalism. It wasn't because of socialism or communism, because they are super nationalistic. There's no shot that a nationalistic type of society would have created great products that would help the globe across the entire country, because they are so, this is our country and nobody else.
China is like the manufacturing well of the whole world.
Yeah,
it
but
has been for my whole life.
Okay, so China is an interesting subject because they're a mixture of communism and capitalism.
No, hold on. Okay.
They're crazy
Hold on,
nationalistic, though. They're crazy national.
Hold on.
They're crazy nationalistic.
This is entirely true, but these things can exist at the same time and still like not falsify each other. China is not producing something that is groundbreaking or new, or what we're talking about when we're talking about like the development and the process through which we've gone through industrialization and changed the way that our lives have lived at an extremely fast pace over the last couple hundred years. That is what we're like appealing to when we say like capitalism seems to be able to do this very well. But China, they're doing a lot of production, but they're not doing the sort of innovation that we're looking for. China is an interesting sort of like nation state when we're talking about like state capitalism, whatever you want to like formation of it, you want to actually like define it as. Some would say a step towards the process through socialism. Others would say just a bastardized formation of capitalism, just whoever you want to fucking talk to about that. But at the end of the day, there's a difference between what China's doing today and what is being appealed to for the like advancements through industrialization that have improved life for the last 200 years.
Yeah, I think that like what you're saying right there is like, hey, China doesn't actually produce things in a like the actual like intellect
They don't innovate.
or intel.
It's just
Yeah,
use
they
the
don't
word
innovate. They
innovate.
don't innovate. Yeah, they don't innovate. But capitalist countries do innovate and then use them to produce, which is another
I would
pro.
argue that we have in the past, and we are starting to fail at innovating today, and we are
I don't
starting to
know if
fall
that's
into some
true
issues.
though.
We're starting to fall into some issues. We're still innovating, but we're starting to fall into some issues where there's a lot of perverse incentives. Where capitalism, yes, probably needs some rails to put it back on track if we would like to make sure that it is not just like fly off the cliff into the pursuit of just gains 24/7.
How do you feel about the CHIPS Act then, and like us bringing back jobs home under the
I
Biden
think
administration?
that's like more about geopolitics than it has anything to do with
Yeah,
innovation.
since we kind of are a little bit of
that's
a
capitalism though, 101.
yeah. Okay, I just want to
No,
say on
wait,
a
no, hold on,
wait.
no.
Can I just really quick on a personal note? I'm gonna go ahead and head to bed. Thank you so much for everyone being here. Especially thank you to Prime. I would love to talk to you guys on another panel if we get another chance to do that. But yeah, because this is a really interesting conversation. But I just gotta go to bed because I gotta wake up early.
Have a good one.
So thank you
here.
so much for having me.
Hey, I added you on Discord if you want to.
I'll accept your yeah.
If you
For
want to have
sure.
a conversation just in general on stream.
Yeah, to all of you
With
guys,
us.
I love everyone that wants to argue. So thank you so much again, and I'll see you guys around. All right, have a good night.
Have a good
All right, thank you everyone in chat that is also here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and head to bed. You guys are the best. I guess I'll host Prime. That would make sense, right? Slash raid Prime. I always spell his other name. Cayes? C-A-Y-E-S, I believe. Hopefully I'm still in that, right? Yes. We're gonna go ahead and send you guys over to there. I know you guys don't love when I'm on the panels, but thank you everyone that was here for this, and hopefully we're gonna do more of these. But we'll be here tomorrow. I think on the average time between 7 and 8 p.m. sometime in there, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much.